We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Rebound Clayton on the push with Okoro on his right shoulder. He stops, leaves it behind for Bryce. Dances behind his back, throws up a high archer over the Hancock Tower and down. Now the Willis Tower and down. I'll get my sponsors right. Sensabaugh with three, he's got 24. Bailey left side, gives it to Sensabaugh. Bryce looking for 40. Three balls on the mark. And Bryce Sensabaugh's got 41 tonight. Inbounding right in front of us. Deontay has it. Inbounds to Sensabaugh. He turns the corner, gets to the cup, lays it up and in. We're tied at 126. Fabulous play by Will Hardy.
The Utah Jazz play PK's favorite kind of game. They play well, they compete, they get down, they fight back. Hey, if something goes wrong in the last 5 seconds and they lose the game this year, with a draft pick hanging in the balance, that's okay. Take your moral victory and move on.
Well, that was a management loss.
Markkanen was sitting. Where was Nurk? Management loss.
Yeah. I mean, it's clear they've got a pattern. If they think they have a chance to win, you're not playing. And if they get a few W's along the way against teams that they're not sure if they win, so be it. And I'm worried about Dallas here coming up. They got a 2-game stand.
2 games in 3 days
stance,
in Dallas, and you saw that note, flag, ankle, left the game.
I mean, he, right now, with their team, he's the ultra big flag. And
that he is.
Him. And so I can't have the Jazz getting out of there with no L's.
I was really ahead of my time with my Mavericks analysis there, the ultra big flag.
Well, yeah, I mean, who put the D in?
Now.
Retail places that get the ultra big flag to call it the ultra big flag.
Fortunately, we have a dump button and editing.
Thank goodness.
And so, you take away the L's there, and then the Jazz need the L's. They
picked L number 26, and I needed one more L.
You needed the L's.
I needed another L.
And the Jazz need the L's.
I needed to take an L.
So
that was embarrassing.
That's not just a mode of public transportation in Chicago.
We have gone a long time now without saying, how about Bryce Sensabaugh's shooting? Holy cow. On fire. Shots go in? That was the definition of a shots go in game.
Holy freak.
Okay.
That would be holy freak.
43 points, a career high, 5 for 10 from the three-point line, a couple of ones that went in. Completely contested, but hey, it was his kind of night. He was feeling it for sure.
I know Will walks on water around here in the way that Snyder did, and they want to praise him. They're just genius coaches, blah, blah, blah. But can we not play Sevi Malahulak and play Sensabaugh more? It makes no Sensabaugh to sit him. Just play him.
You were setting that up.
What?
Sensabaugh to play him. Makes no sense about to play him.
Oh.
To sit him. It makes no sense about to sit him. It makes sense about to play him.
Yeah, but I mean, do we really need to
one
see
guy's
that
got a
Sevi
chance.
Malahulak?
One guy's got a chance to be the future and contribute. The role to be determined. Let's see what the roster looks like. But he can definitely be a piece of the puzzle. Whereas Svi is 28 years old and on team number 8 or 9
Isn't
or whatever
Svi Mikhailuk a trade bait though at the deadline type guy that they're trying to?
Yeah. Does he have any G League eligibility?
Yeah, I don't even know that they can get anything for him.
There's a song by George Strait, "Give It Away." Just change it to him. I mean, nothing against the guy, but I just don't need to see him get 27, 30 minutes, and he's okay. But I want to see Sensabaugh.
Because he could be the future.
Maybe.
At a previous time, Yak, I get your logic, but the Jazz have had multiple veterans that I thought they could have moved to get something, and they haven't been able to. And then you talk to Austin Ainge, and he's like, yeah, everybody's up against all these luxury tax implications, so the contract's more important than the player. It just doesn't seem like anybody's willing to take anything on.
I'll take a second-round pick.
Yeah, seriously.
With him, I'd even take a third-round pick.
No, you wouldn't.
I would, too.
Well, that doesn't exist, but that's okay.
Sure it does. Free agents. There's some free agents on this ball club. They're available. There's players out there. Don't you kid yourself.
Jazz, right back at it tonight in Dallas. 6:30 for the tip-off, 5:30 for the pregame, and they'll play the Mavs twice in 3 days, playing again Saturday, too. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Reports that the Grizzlies were listening to trade offers for you, which they had been explicit in the past that they were not doing that. So what was your reaction to the news?
You said what my reaction was?
Yes, sir.
Live with it.
What'd he say?
I couldn't make it out.
Nobody could. That's the problem.
John Morant. Trade rumors. Well, they've been out there for a while. The question is, with his contract and the on-court production and the off-court issues, who's going to take him?
I think it's the...
That's a lot of money to take for a guy who's days away from getting suspended again.
Right. But it's not... If he had none of that, he's a great player. And it's all the off stuff that why would you take him? And because the contract really is irrelevant. Because if the contract was half, would you take him? No.
I looked it up. He said live with it.
Yeah. And he's just, for whatever reason, he hasn't matured to the level that he needs to. And to be a productive player. He's getting in the way of winning. And it's a shame because it's basically derailed a promising situation with Memphis.
It looked good for Memphis there for a couple of years. Looked like they were really building something.
Yeah.
Now they've slid back into the middle and appear to be wandering around the middle with no hope to get back to the top third of the league. At the bottom of the league, the teams around the Jazz in the race to the bottom. The Clippers win again. Predictably, they beat the Wizards. Pick up win number 17 with the Jazz sitting on 14, so the Clippers are pulling away. Kawhi Leonard, 33 points.
Wow.
And they're something like, I think, 8-3 when he gets the 30-point game. And then they got a big-time losing record when he doesn't.
The James Statistical Bureau.
Yep, thank you. Also, win number 11 for the Kings. They beat the Knicks. Shocked me by beating the Knicks, 112-101. Kings pick up win number 11 with the Jazz sitting there at 14. You don't really have much hope for the Kings passing them, do you?
Passing them? What do you mean?
Passing the Jazz. Yeah.
In total wins?
Exactly, yes.
No, to say it's shocked, that's mild. I mean, I was calling people left and right. I couldn't believe it.
Pelicans.
And Brunson went down, so, I mean,
yes.
he played 5 minutes. Something happened.
Brunson left the game, as did Cooper Flagg. Those are the two big injuries of the night. And the Pelicans beat the Nets 116-113, so the Pelicans get their 10th win. Clippers guard James Harden did say he and the team believe they can come all the way back and get into playoff contention despite the horrendous start. They are 11-2 in their last 13 games. They're rolling now.
Man, we got the Clipper stats
Is
today.
it too late?
For what?
For them to get to the playoffs.
No.
4.5 games behind the 8th place Warriors.
You got the standings.
Yeah,
so
there it is.
Let us have it.
There it is. You're welcome.
Sniggeldorf Stats
why
Bureau.
we're wasting time breaking down the Clippers.
DJ and PK.
I don't understand it.
Hashtag college basketball.
BYU makes it 13 straight wins. They beat TCU 76-70. The struggle was real in that one, PK. They were trailing down 3-4 possessions at times there. Even when they rallied and took the lead, TCU came back and tied it up, but they eventually get it done. I thought a lot of the things you've been talking about the last couple of days were on display there. What if they're in foul trouble? And they were. What if the big three aren't all on at the same time? And clearly they weren't. Saunders had foul trouble. He finally had a big three with 2 minutes left that helped push him to win. But it was a struggle there for a while. And they were at home at the Marriott Center. And TCU is a decent team, but they will face better opponents. But that was the recipe that could get them beat. Just didn't get them beat that night.
I'm telling you right now, boyfriend, they're not nearly as good without DeBonsa.
Thanks for that. 25 points of the 76, almost exactly 1/3 of the points.
Yeah, he had a lot of big shots. And I like he was 7-7 at free throw line. He'd had some struggles there. And Rob Wright, he can get to the basket, but he's got to finish, man.
When he gets to the basket.
He gets to the basket frequently, but sometimes they're not finishing. And then in the first half, let's just take the wildest, lowest percentage shots possible. I mean, they were throwing up some stuff that had no chance going in. Running offense a little bit better. I didn't know TCU was the 82 Bears defensively.
It did seem like in the first half they had at least 4, if not 5 guys in the paint, and BYU seemed befuddled by that.
Now, their credit, they gutted it out.
They did. But that was the rare game where shots going in wasn't the difference. Free throws were the difference. TCU outshot them from the floor and the three-point line.
Well, you're going to, yeah. But, I mean, TCU only shot 41%. That's not exactly.
But BYU shot 35.
Right.
A lot of times that'll get you beat, but not in this case.
But if I'm going to shoot 35%, I'm going to hope the other team only shoots 41%.
Sure.
I like my chances.
Yeah.
And I got DeBonsa, and he's the best player on the floor. I think what BYU is going to have to deal with is these enormous expectations. And they're so freaking high because of him, and that they're going to have to learn to play with that pressure, especially as we get later in the season. We're in the middle of January, obviously, but everything is going to magnify. Not so much in February, but certainly in March. But it's going to build in February. It's going to build the rest of the season, the next 6 weeks of the regular season. And then March is going to be enormous pressure. And sometimes teams fold under pressure. We saw Pope's team against Duquesne. They couldn't handle the mental aspect of it, that they were supposed to finally get a tournament win for Pope, and they were the higher seed. What was it, 6-11 or something, if I remember?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And you could, watching the game from a distance, you could feel that they felt enormous pressure. And it got to them, and everything was tight. Well, that's the way it's going to be in March, and you can feel it last night. You're supposed to win. You're a top whatever team. You got the player of the year potentially, the number 1 pick potentially. He's not going to be here very long. He's only coming around here once. How many times you get a player of this caliber? I know Young has been. Who would have thought that they've got all these guys that you would never think they would have gotten, but they're there, and you're not going to get necessarily this caliber. So all of that is heaping an enormous amount of mental pressure on these guys. They got to find a way to play loose.
Utah State, in a game that was paced similarly, had Nevada at home, and it was a battle there for a while, and then midway through the second half, they really started to take control of it, and they end up getting the win. Final score in that one, 71-62. Utah State getting the W there. And they also leaned on their star big time, fell asleep with 26 points. Utah loses to Texas Tech in Lubbock, 88-74, and BYU. They don't really do the travel partner thing anymore, but it'll feel like it this week. BYU will be in there on the weekend. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Do you expect this to be a total rebuild?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a rebuild. I mean, it's a new coach, so there will be changes, and we'll have to all get comfortable with kind of the plan. So, whether you call it a rebuild or not, I don't like that word that much. We'll try to compete day one if we can.
That's Art Rooney right there.
You're thinking it sounded like Aaron Rodgers, don't you?
A little bit, actually. Art Rooney there talking about what's going to happen in Pittsburgh. We've got 9 teams changing coaches. One has made the move, John Harbaugh. biggest name on the market since Tomlin's not expected to be on the market, expected to be going to TV. Harbaugh lands with the New York Giants, a deal that reportedly could make him the highest paid coach in the NFL. Get fired and end up the highest paid coach in the NFL? Way to rebound right there, huh?
Yeah, just move basically 4 hours up the road.
And he's got a young quarterback. Quarterback situations for these 9 teams. Remarkable that the coaches got fired. All the quarterback situations sketchy for one reason or another. 6 of them probably, at least 5 or 6 of them are really bad. Maybe there's a little hope in a couple of them. And Harbaugh took one of those situations. Jackson Dart, a young guy. Maybe a little hope there. They can build on something.
Yeah, I think Lamar Jackson's fine. And
that's another one. The question with him would be, injuries and age, but that's another situation where there's hope. 49ers linebacker Fred Warner said he is not ruling out playing this weekend against Seattle. All the reports have been that the goal was to get him cleared for the NFC title game if the Niners win in advance. But he says, I feel amazing, just so grateful, blessed to be back. I think obviously when all this happened, I didn't really think about the possibility of returning in season. But the way things have progressed and being able to have this opportunity to be back with my teammates and having a chance at helping them win this week and so forth and so on, that's my only goal going forward.
Yeah, it's about your teammates. You want to be there for your teammates.
There it is. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Oregon starting quarterback Dante Moore announced he will return to play for the Ducks next season. He waited to jump to the NFL, but he's had 20 career starts. He's getting good NIL money, and he's going to go back to the Ducks for another year.
He's going to get like $5 or $6 million.
Yep.
Yeah.
That seems to be the going rate these days.
Plenty of money to live on in Eugene. I've been there.
You ought to be able to get by.
I've been to Eugene.
Nice. Good.
Probably about 10 times. Like, I'm not going to be disappointed if I never go back. But nothing against Eugene, but I don't need to go back there. I doubt I ever will since that conference split up.
So Oregon immediately now a favorite, and they got 2 quarterbacks now. 2 experienced quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think Raiola has some rehab to do.
Former Utah star Eric Weddle joined former college stars Mark Ingram, Aaron Donald, Ndamukong Suh, Marvin Harrison, Kajana Carter, Herman Moore, and others, along with former TCU coach Gary Patterson and Chris Peterson, who used to be at Washington and Boise State and is doing TV now. They are members of the next call to be inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Ranger Suarez, 5 years, $130 million. The Red Sox signed the lefty to bolster their rotation. His ERA over the last 5 years in Philadelphia, 3.25. You never know with arm injuries, but that seemed like a pretty safe bet.
I think he's a closer, though. He's not a starter.
Okay, not to bounce the rotation.
They say he's going to be in the rotation.
Okay.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
PGA Tour season begins today. The Sony Open in Hawaii, the Wailea Country Club on Oahu. Zach Blair and Tony Finau, the 2 locals in the field, teeing off this afternoon.
I'll watch.
Time to torture yourself. Sunshine, ocean breezes. Although we're having a pretty mild winter here. It's not like you're shoveling snow here.
Too bad here.
No.
A little light jacket is good enough these days. But no, I feel like it's my portion of the tour.
The Western Swing.
Yeah.
Places you know, courses you know.
Yeah, I've literally been to every one that they play in the West.
No, I didn't know you'd been to the Sony Open.
Well, not the actual tournament. I'm talking about the course. I haven't been to Pebble Beach's the actual tournament, but I've been to the course. Been to the course, walked around the grounds, that type of thing. I've never played Torrey, but I've been there.
Okay.
So just you get a feel for just hanging out, checking it out, and it's on our side of the country. Those places been a couple of them that they play once they go to Florida and so forth, but I just feel a personal connection to this side, and so I'm usually, certainly on a Sunday, I'm sitting there, and then you can just flick it with your thumb. I'll watch it today. And then obviously with the time difference, it goes a little later.
Yep. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Utah Mammoth hosts the Dallas Stars tonight at the Delta Center. Will we get Matt Harpering, law of numbers on skates? 6 goals. That was a big number the last time out. So do they end up with a 1-goal game and this stuff kind of evens out, or they keep it rolling against one of the better teams in the West?
I don't know how that works in hockey. I haven't really tracked that. I have in baseball, where a team gets 11 runs,
11,
and then the next game or two, it's 2-1 type of thing. So I think that comes to pass, but I'll be interested to look at that and see how that plays out. I haven't really tracked it enough to know that would be a possibility. We'll see. But if you win 2-1, whatever it might be, that's all you need to do. The point being for this team is, you got a little mojo. You've gotten at least 1, and what have they played 3 now or 4? 3 at home.
They've played 4 at home. They got 3 wins in the overtime loss, so they've taken 7 points out of 8.
So they got 3 more to go, and we keep pointing back to last year at this time. They didn't get it done. Well, this is a different team. We think the team is better. Mm-hmm. And they think they're better, which is more important than what everybody else thinks. And so see what they got.
Last time they really broke out, New Year's Day, they had 7 goals against the Islanders, and they only scored once against the Devils in the next game. But there are examples here where they've gone 7 and 6 goals back-to-back over the course of the season. So see how it plays out tonight when the puck drops at 7 o'clock. Pregame show, 6 o'clock, hockey night in Utah. That is what is trending. Coming up, Tom Holmoe will join us at 8:30, former BYU AD, soon-to-be mission president in Oakland and San Francisco. Jay Drew, BYU beat writer for the Deseret News, 9 o'clock on last night's game. Got a big game with Texas Tech this weekend. We've also got a Utah Jazz keyword giveaway coming up. You listen all day for the keyword from each show. Enter them for more chances to win at KSLSports.com. We will deliver our keyword later this morning. Stick around for that. Question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic slow southbound I-15 from Centerville down to the 400 North exit in Bountiful as the crash in that area is causing delays on I-15 and also on Legacy Parkway. Only other congestion currently along the Wasatch Front is Mountain View Corridor at 35th South and also on 2100 North in Lehigh as you try to get over from Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs to I-15. This update is brought to you by UTA. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, right. Who
but
knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scottie Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's zero interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz come up short in a 128-126 loss to the Chicago Bulls. Bryce Sensabaugh leading Utah with 43 points. Will Hardy's takeaways from the loss.
I think our team is playing a lot of really good basketball, and we're getting better in a lot of areas. Tonight is an example and a reminder for us that the same things are going to be important to us no matter who plays. More than anything, I leave this game really encouraged with our young players and their fight, their competitiveness, how connected they are. You know, I do believe we're playing a lot of good basketball.
Utah and the Mavericks tonight. Jazz Mavericks in Dallas, 6:30. Listen to the game right here on The Zone. This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hans and Scotty G at Tim Dolly Nissan Southtown today from noon to 3. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Tim Dolly, home of the Forever Warranty. Question of the morning. Bryce Sensabaugh, 43 points, and the Jazz lost to Chicago. Shouldn't he get more playing time? PK, ready to tweak the rotation. Sit Svi a little more, play Bryce a little more, and let's see how much Bryce can progress.
Well, Will just said that he's encouraged by his young players. All right? Makes sense. But which players? Now, he put George over here.
Because everybody says that. We don't need to discuss that.
Yeah.
He's clearly making a ton of progress. We could argue about how much, but he's clearly making a lot of it.
He's only 22, but he's over here. It's like he's a commodity now.
Mm-hmm.
Away you go. It's fun to watch.
But you could talk about Cody Williams. You could talk about Isaiah Collier. You could talk about Ace Bailey. They all started.
Everybody except Kyle Anderson, who played last night. Literally everyone.
Right. Hendricks, Sensabaugh, and Clayton came off the bench.
They're all 22, 21. Obviously, Ace is 19. That's a lot of freaking youth, especially for many, many years. They were one of the older teams.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Kyle Anderson is the only guy even remotely old at 32, right? No one else is above 22 in that who actually played. I mean, that's amazing when you think about it. 22 or younger, except for Kyle Anderson, he played 17 minutes, right? And then the youngest being Ace at 19. So who are you encouraged by? Obviously, Sensabaugh in one game snapshot jumps off the page about as big as he may ever do. That may be his career high. If he plays...
He might never have a 44-point game. Yeah.
Right. 43, but...
44 to reset it. Yeah, he had 43
okay,
in the game.
Gotcha. And so with that in mind, yeah, you got that. But then go down the list. I clearly think he should be playing more. I want to see... Give me a 10-game stretch. He played, 34 minutes, was it? Give me a 10-game stretch of at least 25, because I've always believed if you play half the game, that's enough time for you to make an impact.
It is. You're right.
So
yeah.
I want to see the next, 10 games. Give him, just see what he can do. And I don't want to hear, he can't do this, he can't do that. I get all that. He wouldn't have lasted as long as he did the end of the first round if he was all that in a bag of chips. But let's see what he can do, rather than worry about so much what he can't do. Because if what he can't do is going to hurt you that bad, fine. You want to lose anyway.
Now's the time.
Yeah.
Why not?
So give him that time. Because some of these guys, their time has been sort of all over the map. And he might be the leader of that. I'd have to go back and check where he's getting sporadic, and then all of a sudden he's getting 34. Play him. You can't say he hasn't earned the right not to be on the floor or to be on the floor. When you're doing what he's doing, put him out there, man. Nothing against the other dude. But he doesn't present anything that you're looking for 3 to 4 years down the road. And then go down the list. And let's just start. Go to the top. Filipowski. What should he be getting? Say between now and the All-Star break, which is about a month.
Interesting how they use him, because last night they had to use him as a center, which they've had to do in other games when they've sat guys. And he's just, that's just not his role. He's playing out of position. He's not set up for that. Now you can argue, hey, any playing time is better than no playing time. He's not going to look his best in that role. He's going to be overmatched.
Center?
Guarding the other player's biggest guy and being the and being the shot blocker at the front of the rim, depending on how they set up defensively, depending on how they're playing and all that.
5 shot blockers in the league.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So, I had to hear how undersized he is. He's 6'11", 250. Vujicic, who's 35 years old. They list him at 6'9", 260. So he's giving up 10 pounds, but he's got 2 inches. Is he really that undersized against that team last night? No.
I think more against slashers dunking, but I get your point about that particular matchup. I think that to the point about Sensabaugh, I think you're right. He needs more playing times. He needs a stretch of games. And I think he's been getting them since mid to late December, last 10 games or so. I mean, his playing time is clearly up. And I think it's more in the range you want to see. And he's rewarded them, I think, largely the way he's playing. And with him, it always comes down to, and he's not on the floor for his defense. I mean, makes him. There were a couple plays in the game last night. There was one. He helped off a corner 3-point shooter, which most of the time you're told not to do. Now, maybe in that situation he was. I don't know the scouting report for every player in every game, obviously. But that was a little odd. He immediately gave up the 3. It was in between him, scoring. And then when he scored on the next play, I mean, he was just so on fire. But if he's going to shoot it like that, there's going to be a place for him. And the thing I like is that early on, it was mostly about 3-point shots with him. And here now, I think we see him really as a scorer, scoring in lots of different ways. Getting to the rim sometimes, definitely getting to the line, but hitting mid-range shots and floaters. And I thought he was really mixing it up.
Fine.
But it's hard to do that. It's hard to really mix it up, to your point, when you're getting 15 minutes. But he hasn't been doing that the last few months or the last few weeks. He's been more 30-minute-a-game guy. But hopefully they'll continue it because I think he's done enough in these few games where he's had it. Well, let's see 10 more. What's he got? How much better is he going to get? And maybe some of this other stuff gets figured out. And you're right. If he doesn't, well, they want to lose anyway. And the ultimate sign of respect is if he gets to be so deadly, and maybe he really goes on a tear here, then they're like, Bryce is out with an illness tonight. Bryce is out for rest. Then you know he's really impressing him.
Yeah, I don't want to see that because when Markkanen is in there, he's not going to get Sensabaugh's not going to get as many FGAs.
Yep.
So sit Markkanen and put in Bryce. I'm fine with the minutes they're giving Collier and Bailey and Clayton. But then the back to the Williams-Hendricks thing. I mean, Williams gets 31, Hendricks gets 19. They have got to figure out more what these two can do.
So play some bigger lineups then and sit some of the other guys? Because the thing about saying Sensabaugh for Svi, well, that makes sense, right? I mean, one guy's 6 or 7 years older than these guys. But in the case of last night, you'd have to take minutes away from another young guy to get those guys in. And you can do that. They played some pretty small lineups at times. So they put those guys in. Given the group they played last night, getting those guys on the court makes them bigger.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
I want to see what these individuals can do. I mean, bigger.
So take away Kyle Anderson's 17 minutes.
I don't know what the answer is. That's a hard thing to do. And
Cody played 31 minutes last night.
That's a lot.
And Taylor played 19. So that's 50. So basically in a 48-minute game, they played together for a couple minutes, but it seems like one of them was always on the floor. Now, can you play them together to get more minutes for these guys? That's a lot of non-shooters on the floor. Or you play them together when Filipowski isn't out there. Well, you want to give a guy a chance to look good also and to succeed. And so it helps with the young guys if they're playing with better guys around them. As far as the result about losing, you're right. So what? They want to lose anyway. I get that. But I want these guys to have a chance to excel. And if you're a slasher because you're not a good 3-point shooter at this point in your career, so you got to slash, you need other 3-point shooters on the floor to spread it out a little bit, or everybody's going to be packed in there like we saw in that BYU game. Not like we've seen in other Jazz games, depending on the lineups out there.
Yeah, if you're good enough, you'll overcome it.
Well, I wouldn't think either one of them are good enough right now to overcome it. But
do you give Filipowski 31 and Hendricks only 19. When we get to April, are we going to be able to have...
Put Hendricks out there and see if he can defend Vucevic?
Will we have more evidence to evaluate these guys? Or are we still just where we were in October?
Well, you're really good at framing these questions because we should have more evidence, but we're still not going to know.
It's not definitive.
Right.
It's not the final exam.
Even if Hendricks just plays 19 minutes every game for the next 2 to 3 months here, we'll have more evidence. And could we have more if he played 25 minutes or 30? Sure.
Yeah, but we don't even know if he's going to play 19.
We don't. And really, how many nights are they going to sit Nurkic? Because that opens up minutes
I would
for other guys.
From now until eternity.
I know you would.
And I would play Humphrey Bogart over him.
And I think that's the direction the lineup's going to trend here because if he had played, it's a 2-point game. It's not hard to imagine, man, a few more rebounds here or there and a couple of shots, and maybe he tips the balance in the game. They keep him small and keep him young, and it was still a 2-point game.
Oh, if they wanted to win that game,
they would have. Yeah.
No
I mean, when we go back through the schedule and say, okay, they won. Last year was 17. You go back through the schedule and say they could have easily won 25. Whatever their number is last year, when we go through it, like this is a game they could have easily won.
Yeah.
I mean, they sat 2 veteran starters. The cool thing about this game was that the last time they did this, they went out and lost by 55 and didn't compete. And the message to these guys has to be, guys, we get it. It's not an ideal lineup, and you're going to have tough matchups, so you got to compete. You can't get run like that. Mm-hmm. And they were on the road, and they competed. And so it went against them. Well,
it was fun.
Yeah. You played super small lineups. You were really young, and it went right down literally the last 5 seconds.
A tricky offensive rebound got you beat.
Yep. On a wild scramble, they had 2 guys save the ball.
Yeah.
The Jazz just couldn't get to that rebound. And then that was a really good pass.
It was.
It was a good step by Vucevic, and Filipowski got a little lost.
Yeah, because he was out. And
yeah.
He didn't get back in time, and the ball was on the opposite side of the floor.
Yep.
So he'll learn from that. No, I got no problem with any of that.
And then there were befuddled looks on the faces at the buzzer. So I don't know what play they drew up, but somebody zigged when they should have zagged.
Yeah, and you got 19 and 21 and 22-year-olds. So what?
Well, you ought to be able to run the play that's drawn up.
But it's all about learning.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. True story.
And many plays that are drawn up don't actually happen.
Oh, yeah.
There's offshoots.
Yeah. Karl Malone had one of the best quotes on that.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. When Andre Kirilenko screwed up a play.
What did he say?
He said, I understand guys messing up plays, but you don't mess up the play when it's designed for you to get the shot.
Huh. In perfect English?
Almost certainly.
Karl Malone once said that.
Karl Malone.
All you people.
There it is.
Yeah.
So what do you think Ace Bailey getting his 31 minutes out there?
Great.
Yeah.
He's a live wire. He's a 19-year-old lad who has all this energy. He is when you get a puppy and you got to break him in. You got to train him so he doesn't crap in your house. Mm-hmm. You got to throw him towards the door. And in time, he gets it. And the puppy's got all this energy. And you live with it, knowing that, he's going to grow into it. And then for about 6, 7 years, 8 years, when you come home and he hears the garage door or she hears the garage door open, he's going to run there and be sitting there when you open that door. And you're going to both smile. And then later on, dogs don't live that long, and it's going to die, and it's going to crush your very soul.
Okay, well, that's where the analogy really falls apart.
Well, maybe he leaves, like Donovan Mitchell.
Okay.
That's where.
I like the way he was moving without the basketball.
Yeah, he's just a live wire, man. He's got a bundle of energy. Just run out there.
Yeah. But we're seeing a lot of guys come in the league, and they've had the ball in their hands their whole career. Why wouldn't they? Those teams are trying to win, high school, college, AAU, whatever, and play off the ball and make smart cuts and get open and get easy buckets for your team. Good.
In time, he will be fine. It's a question of, in time, will he be great?
Yeah.
But I believe in time, he will be fine. In time, can he be great? We all hope so, and that will be determined over the next 3 to 4 years.
DJ and PK, Tom Homo, former BYU AD, will be here at 8:30. We got a question off that BYU TCU game for Cougar fans. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The left lane blocked eastbound 201 at the 215 interchange due to a 4-car accident there. The congestion stretches all the way back to the Mountain View corridor. There's also an accident eastbound on 2100 North in Lehigh at 3600 West, adding to delays that typically are there as you try to make your way over to I-15 from Saratoga Springs or Eagle Mountain this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. They are Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call them at 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap-Banks! Cheap-Banks!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth hosting the Dallas Stars tonight at the Delta Center. Dylan Gunther explains what Michael Carcone has meant to the team.
He's a really good player. I think he's had success at every level. He's produced at every level, and, he's worked for everything. So he's a great guy to play with, super fast. So he's a really big part of our team.
Puck drop tonight, 7 o'clock at the Delta Center. KSL Sports Zone will be on the air at 6 o'clock with Hockey Night in Utah.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I had a knockdown, drag-out argument with a coach that this was the greatest guitar riff in the history of classic rock. I mean, it went on for days.
What riff did he use to argue with you?
No, he was authoring this argument.
Oh, this was his. So what did you use to argue with him? What are the other nominees here?
The other nominees, I mean, you can go on and check. I mean, you obviously got Hotel California as an intro. Layla, but no, he just went to, it was for days. I mean, it literally went on 4 days.
Classic.
Rock. I'm going to miss that.
Oh, you could still text about music if you want.
Yeah, but I'm going to miss the interaction.
Yep. Yeah. The Monday press conferences, the post games.
Just during the week.
Yeah.
Phone calls and whatnot. Seems like there's a distance there. But, we're talking about Whittingham, obviously. And I think one of the great things that he's been able to do is adapt. And I think that's what the rest of us have to do. And fortunately, they brought in somebody who's a favorite son. I mean, there's no one who dislikes Ford. What?
You and Ford.
Who dislikes Ford? No one. Even BYU fans. You can't dislike Ford. His daughter goes to BYU. He'll tell you that. Who cares? He can go wherever she wants. It doesn't change what his objective is. But I wonder now, with Whittingham being gone, wouldn't say BYU, and it got under BYU fans' skin. I understand that. That's gone. So are we taking another step toward not having the toxicity? Remember when they said that when Larry Kay didn't want to play the game?
Yeah.
The toxicity of it's a basketball. The toxicity. We acted like we're going to have people in hazmat suits.
I would assume with Morgan and Kalani that stuff would be dialed back, and there don't have to be scheduling decisions made because the league is making those. So, yeah, I would assume that the toxicity
but are they any better friends than Kyle and I wouldn't say.
I don't know.
No. I would say no.
I don't know the depth of the friendship there.
It's tight.
Yeah.
There's one time a few years back, they were both at Utah. It was spring ball, and we were talking. The three of us were hanging out because you could do that back then, chatting, and we each went. Morgan created this diet: no carbs for 3 weeks, to see what happens. And I did it. The three of us did it.
And what happened?
Morgan said he got down to his high school weight.
Wow.
I dropped 10. I got down to not my high school weight because I only weighed 140.
You don't need to go back to your high school weight.
I'm dying if I'm that way.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's way too light, obviously. But I got.
You took years off.
Probably 18. And I forget Kalani. He probably gained a couple. But so they were tight, but I don't think you're going to hear Kalani pay homage to Scally in the way he repeatedly did to Kyle.
Sure, the relationship's different, the age is different.
Right. They're peers as opposed to a mentor.
Yeah, Morgan told the story at his press conference about he and Sharif Shah sitting there after Kalani, who was the defensive coordinator, took off for Oregon State. Like, now what, are we going to have jobs? Who's the next DC, and are they going to want to keep us? Because usually defensive coordinators get a say in that. Now, as it works out, Morgan gets the defensive coordinator job, but they were sitting in a film room not knowing that.
But I wonder if fans will, two things, if they'll lessen the hatred, because Ford is one of your own in terms of the faith, and how about, in a weird way, Whittingham is one of your own.
I think that, I would expect that because there are these relationships that it'll stay largely pretty friendly, but...
No, among the people, the people. I'm talking about the fans towards Kyle.
Oh,
We're talking to fans.
Yeah, the thing that could hype all of this up is transferring tampering charges.
That's settled. It's already over.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
It's settled.
Yeah. Will it get cantankerous if BYU the streak gets longer? Because didn't it get Utah BYU beating Utah? You know, if there's a little back and forth, it doesn't have to be even.
Okay. They won the last two games by 4 points.
Right. But if you get to run around saying it's 5 in a row, it's 6 in a row, will that fire it up?
But because of the fact that it's by 4 points, would indicate it's not going to be a long streak.
That at some point the ball will bounce the other way, and maybe as early as next year it goes the other way.
I'm just wondering what BYU's fans' feelings are towards Kyle, because by any other situation, if he didn't do this in Utah, he belongs in the BYU Hall of Fame, and he's not. Why isn't he?
Because he's doing all this in Utah.
Okay, but he's done now.
Now that he's done, right.
Why wouldn't you put him in? He graduated. Whatever criteria you have to get in the Hall.
Yeah, all conference.
He should be in.
I think, wasn't he the defensive player of the year?
MVP.
Yeah.
Yes. And he went on and did phenomenal things. Jim McMahon's father wouldn't rest until Jimmy Mac got in. I'm not going to rest till Kyle gets in.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Will the BYU coaches rest, or are they trying to solve problems that TCU put right out there in front for everyone else to use in game plan for the Cougars? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, Advanced Windows is here to help you out. We are smack dab in the middle of winter. It's cold, it's windy, and you want to protect your home from those outside conditions. Well, it all starts with your windows. Let's get you squared away with the best windows in the state at the best price. Hans, it's Advanced Windows.
Advanced Window Products is so good, I've bought their windows. They're fantastic. They keep the cold out, they keep the warmth in. They're a noise-reducing window because of the 2 panes of glass, because they're amazing casing. These are the finest windows money can buy.
It's a new year. It should be a new home for your home. It's Advanced Windows. Call right now and let them get you squared away. It all starts with a free assessment. They'll evaluate your windows, see where they're at. Give them a call right now, and let's get it squared away. Somebody will come out to your house for free, and if you decide to swap out 10 windows or more, they'll take $2,500 off that bill.
801-850-9100. That's Advanced Windows at 801-850-9100.
That's 801-850-9100.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-282-7766. That's 800-282-7766. 800-282-7766.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Could you whisper in my ear the things you want to feel? I'll give you anything to feel it coming. Do you wake up on your own?
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Question up on our Facebook page. It did come with another win, but what is with all the slow starts and ragged performances by BYU basketball? What is going on? And Mike says as long as they win, it's fine.
True.
I'm more worried about the long-term effect of losing Dawson Baker and Nate Pickens to season-ending injuries. Russell says they're learning more about themselves as a team with this TCU game than they do with a 30-point blowout.
True.
None of that answers the question, what's with all the slow starts?
True.
But these are true analysis.
Keep posing statements or questions that allows me or forces me to say true.
Caleb, it's prep for the NCAA tournament.
I got one word to say. True.
James, 16-1 is all that matters.
Ah, fetch. True. You
think it just comes down to human nature?
What? What do you mean? Explain.
I think that they justifiably have a high opinion of themselves. They think we're a really good team.
Okay.
And maybe they're lacking a little urgency at the start of the years because they walk out on the floor saying, we've watched the film. We know who we are. Now that we've watched the film, we know who they are. We're going to win this. And maybe they don't bring the fire and the urgency early in the game. They get pushed. Okay, you're down 6, you're down 8. Now they step on the gas. Now they're more dialed in. The defense is better. They're out running more. I thought it was really jarring how little they were able to run early in the game. And it was never full on, up and down. But I thought they did pick up the tempo. And, man, when the tempo of a game picks up, they're going to outclass most teams. But most teams want no part of these guys in the open court. I mean, not everybody. The vast majority of opponents, the game plan is going to be slow it down.
But they had their loss where they came out slow against UConn. I mean, they certainly didn't take advantage of a cocky attitude against UConn in Boston.
No, they knew that was a big game. They knew that was a big game when they stepped out on the floor.
They've had many games where they've just started too slow.
True. Now I get to say it.
I think that I really believe the press clippings, in a sense, is getting to them.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Human nature. They think they're that good, and they think it doesn't matter if they play poorly early on.
But the pressure is going to amp.
It always does. It's the nature of college basketball. True.
When Duke loses last year, and they had how many? 3, 4 picks? All those freshmen went out?
Yep.
Yeah, that Malwatch, Knipple, Flag. You had 3 guys in the top 10.
Yep.
Nobody bats an eyelash. All right. Disappointing end. They're going to go on the NBA, and we're just going to replace you with other top guys.
Well, Duke's got 40 years of that. They got 40 years of going to Final Fours, sometimes winning the whole thing. But mixed in there, they have a lot of first-round exits. But at Duke, there's always this assumption, well, we're going to bring in 3 of the top 50 next year, and we're going to be right back there.
I don't think it is 40 years, but it's really only a few.
It's different without Krzyzewski.
No.
But it's not that different.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh.
I'm talking about the one-and-dones. There's enormous pressure on the one-and-dones.
Right.
Because it's literally now or never, right? And so those guys go on and lose, but it's no big deal because we'll just get other guys that'll be one-and-dones, and they'll be brand new, and we'll do this all what we do. This is what we do. They are what we have in the transfer portal. It's a one-year deal. These schools, Duke and Kentucky when Calipari was there, Arizona to an extent, they've been one-and-dones, free agents after 1 year, basically for many years. Marketing going back 10-plus years ago, right? He was going to – March came, he was out of there. But they just reload. Can BYU reload to like this? And I know Young has brought in far – bigger expectations and broaden the recruiting horizons. There's no reason why Tanner Toulson's not at BYU 5-10 years ago.
10 years ago, I would think he would be.
Yeah. And so with that in mind, if you're gonna essentially force Tanner Toulson to go to Fort Worth, you better win.
Yes.
Because he's our guy, and his father's our guy.
Yep.
And their family are our people. And you're spurning our people for these outsiders. Well, the only way that works is if you win and you go to places you've never been. Yes. Because if you're going to just go to the same places, then do it with our people. That's a prevailing thought. And I know some BYU fans want to get on me. Get on me all you want. I'm only repeating what has been told to me by administrators.
You told me this by an administrator or administrators told you that.
Yes.
And you came in and talked about it on the show.
Yes.
And now that I've made this career switch, one thing, we're just dipping our toe in the water right now. There'll be more later. More high school stuff. So I go to a high school tournament because I need to see some of the teams I'm going to be playing. And somebody at that tournament who I have never met in my life, but I can see the connection that they have to high school basketball. They come over, they see me, they start talking to me. I happen to sit right in front of them. Mm-hmm. And the conversation within 10 minutes was right where you just were.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't somebody who works for BYU. This is what's being said in the basketball community.
Right.
Kevin Young, has just recruited his first return missionary. This is the first guy who said, yes, I'll go there, but I'm going on a mission first. It's first. And I'm looking at him like, he just got there, right? I mean, I wasn't going to get into this guy. He was super fired up. I'm like, yep, I've heard that. And I was thinking about what you said right here. That 100% is on campus being talked about, and it is off campus being talked about in the basketball community. And I was at this tournament I was at, Timothy was playing in the tournament. So the Openshot kid was playing, right? And so they're pointing at him going, he's the first.
Well, the Chamberlain Burgess kid, he came home.
Okay, but it's Toulson, it's Dallin Hall could be. I mean, there are guys playing college basketball other places. Now, if the BYU staff were sitting here, and if there's no cameras and no microphones, they're like, well, Toulson was 2 for 7 and we won the game. That's why we made the decision we made.
I got it. I understand why they're doing it. I got it. Absolutely.
He played 17 minutes. He's a role player for them.
Played way more than that, I thought.
I thought, okay, well, look at the box score then. 27 minutes, my bad. Yeah, he played 27 minutes. He was 2 for 7. And he grabbed 1 rebound. And he had 1 assist.
2 blocks.
Having said that,
he freaking blocked 2 shots.
Having said that, they need guy number 8 on this team. Now, maybe Toulson, Hall, whoever else, they don't know about the injuries. So when they're making their decision, I'm going to be, if I really bust it, I'm going to be guy 10. I want to play more. So it's not just a coaching thing. It's also a kid, parent, whoever the mentor.
We understand that. They're not turning away guys because they're Mormon. They're turning away guys or they're recruiting guys over them that they think are better. And I personally have zero problem with it. It has nothing to do with what I couldn't care less who he runs out there.
Yeah, but this push-pull's going on in the community, whether it's recruiting or whether it's on campus. Yeah.
The point being, there's enormous pressure on this team to win. Because you're going outside the box. You're rejecting our people. You're making Dallin Hall go across the country, and he plays with, what's-his-face, Odom, who I assume he had a connection here because Odom was at Utah State when Dallin Hall was coming up, so there must have been some kind of connection to make him go all the way to Virginia. And Hall could be on the team, but he wanted to play more. Yeah. So his senior year, he leaves because Rob Wright's a better player. We all understand why it happened. That's not the point. The point is, because it's happened, that puts enormous pressure on this team to win.
Do you think
and they're I think they come out tight.
You think the players know all that, or you think the coaches know that?
Everybody knows
and the stress. Oh, really? I wouldn't assume the players know it. I mean, a lot of these guys are here for 1 year and then on, and whatever the local politics storyline. I mean, I think they feel the pressure.
There's only one guy who's here 1 year.
Oh, really?
Who else?
Will Wright transfer again? He's already transferred once, highest bidder.
Oh, I thought you were talking about going to the NBA. Well, highest bidder, we will not be outbid.
And then maybe that keeps him here for the junior year. I'm just making
they bought him off of Baylor's roster.
I know.
They're going to up to ante.
I'm not making any assumptions about any player being somewhere 3 or 4 years.
It's like
to the NBA, you're right.
Kyle said that in his podcast with Urban, it goes up 15 to 20% every year. Mm-hmm. So he's going to get a raise. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's in the Devin Dampier category of I can make really big money now. Basketball is different than football because you can play anywhere in the world and make more money. But these could be the most lucrative years of his career. They could be very lucrative. Who's to
I
say?
think they are.
Yeah.
If you're getting $5 million or whatever, I think that is lucrative.
Well, that's what DeBonsa, but I didn't know if Wright was in that class.
Well, okay, he's going to make $5 million. I don't know if it's going to be a single year.
No, right.
But he's going to
in
make
his college
$5 million.
career, I would assume he'd make more than that. Yeah, I'd take the over on that.
And fine, pay them. Zero problem. I'm just repeating what's been said to me. And I think, I think these guys, combined with DeBonsa, who's one and done, and then they see DeBonsa's father's always sitting right there, and you're expected to win. They show the guy. He's on TV.
That whole expectation,
TV all the time.
That whole expectation to win, that everybody's talking about him, and these guys go home and watch games, and they're getting talked about at halftime of whatever game because they're teasing ahead to the next big game BYU plays, and you see the way they're talked about, you see the way they're written about, you see the stuff on social media. That I think is where the pressure on the players comes from.
Yeah, and Duke can replace these three guys with three more guys. Can BYU really do it? They did it with DeBonsa.
Yeah.
He's a special guy.
Absolutely. Yeah. They had a Sweet 16 team, and they reloaded. Now, can they reload again this summer?
Guys don't come around the pike like him. Maybe talent-wise they do, but do they want to come to BYU?
Well, there's three guys in that class this year, and they're at Duke, they're at Kansas, and they're at BYU. We're not surprised when people of that caliber in NBA mock drafts end up at Duke and Kansas.
Right.
But we were sitting right here watching that guy on the left, Stephen A. Smith, ask him, BYU, why not Duke? And he's like, why not BYU?
Right. That's a special guy willing to go outside the box.
But if we take 50 guys over the last 10, 15, 20 years, whatever, who were top 2, 3, 4, 5 picks.
Yeah.
We know the path they take to the pros, and there's a lot of paths, but mostly they pick just a handful of them.
Mm-hmm.
They go play for Coach Cal. If Arkansas gets them now, Kentucky got them for years. We know where they go.
And I think that puts pressure on these guys. These guys got to find a way to have fun, to play loose. I mean, and if Richie misses his first 2 or 3 threes, I think he starts to press. Now, to his credit, he hit the big 3 after being 0 for 5.
2 minutes left in the game. They really needed it.
And I loved it.
And he got it. Yeah.
And he stood up there. He got the ball. He was open, and he fired away, man. That was great.
And when DeBonsa finally needed a break, and he played a lot in that game, played 33 minutes.
And they said he was sick. His arm was bothering him. He fell, blah, blah, blah.
Right. But I thought that Saunders got it immediately. He was in foul trouble on the bench, and they were clearly saving him. Okay, when we have to give DeBonsa a break, put Saunders in so we have him on the floor for those minutes. And I think there was 7 or 8 minutes left in the game, 8 minutes left when they put him back in. And he immediately got the ball, attacked the rim. The jumper's not going, attack the rim. We've said it a million times. You never know what decision a player is going to make in the moment. I thought he made a good one. And he finished.
They clearly emphasized rebounding here in recent weeks. I mean, they 51 to 36 it was.
That
and
plus
then
15.
You have Saunders and Wright.
Mm-hmm.
Each had 6.
Yeah. All the starters had 6 except Keita had 10. So everybody rebounds, and then you look at the box score, and everybody rebounded.
Yeah, so Kevin Young's an outstanding coach. There's no doubt about that. I mean, this guy, he's the real deal. I believe in him 100% to be able to get the maximum out of this team.
That combination, teamed with we will not be outbid, makes me think they're definitely going to be in the hunt for big-time players.
I agree.
Going forward.
But it still takes a special
kid.
But
that was about what I was about to say.
Provo.
That what we have seen this so many times, you come in second, and you're in the mix, right?
Yeah.
And you've got a great pitch.
Right.
And everybody wants the kid. And you beat those 10 schools, and you beat those 10 schools. But in the end, do you beat Duke? Do you beat Kansas? Do you
and there's no bounce back for these kids because they're gone.
Yeah.
It's not like football.
Right.
Where they can
for the second tier kids, there's bounce back. For the top tier, there is not. They're one and dones.
Yeah.
I mean, there's every year.
Well, those are types of players.
Yeah, the top 10. There's going to be 10 or 12 one and dones for sure every year.
Yeah.
And then you mix in some foreign players and maybe 1 2-year guy, and now next thing you know, you're 15, 20 players deep in the draft. You've given me something to do in the next break.
And you wonder, do they have Rob Wright without DeBonsa? Do they have
That's an
Kennard
excellent
Davis without
excellent question.
DeBonsa? Why wouldn't Rob Wright want to go play with the number 1 player,
right,
or the number 2 player? Whatever.
Here's a good check, and this is the guy you get to play with.
Yeah, and he's going to make me look good because I'm a distributor.
Yep,
and I can dish the ball to him.
Oh, you can absolutely see the combo. Yeah. You know what the recruiting pitch was.
This is a fascinating story that BYU has developed basketball-wise with all the components going in and what will be judged. And if they get bounced in the second round, it's like, well, and then what about the dudes who, wait a second, man, I'm giving you, we're not going to be outbid and you're going out in the second round?
I
don't think that's going to happen. But if Kevin Young is there 15 years, it might happen once or twice. It happens.
See, at Duke, they could live with that.
Yeah, it happens.
Because
it happened
they
to Lute
know.
Olson. It happens.
Right. They know just because you go out in the first round this year doesn't mean you can't win the title next year.
Right.
But they've had 40 years of that message pounded into the boosters. They all know it.
Yeah.
Every year is its own thing.
Yeah, but the boosters didn't need to do what they need to do now.
That's a true story. That's accelerated big time.
Right.
I mean, boosters might have been doing something all along,
well,
but it's certainly accelerated big time now.
Well, the money's skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a fascinating story to watch these next 9 weeks.
Well, they got a little scared, put in them at home. Let's see if they start faster at Texas Tech, if there's just a human nature component. Because now the coaches can look at those guys and say, guys, we got to start better. We can't give away an 8-point deficit in 15 minutes on the road against one of the top 15 teams in the country. Mm-hmm. So it'll be really interesting to see what percentage is just simply human nature that in the past, they've watched the film and walked out on the court thinking, we're going to get you guys.
What time's that game, Yock, Saturday?
It's a 6 o'clock Mountain Time.
Sweet.
That's in your sweet spot, huh?
It is. It'll be dark. There's nothing else to do.
You don't need these Big 12 games at noon and 2 are not what we grew up with and what we're used to.
Yeah, 6 o'clock's a great start time.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSLs, unless they all overlap. Do all our games start there? And Saturday night, we might have to watch
NFL
multiple
football.
teams. It's going to be a lot going on. Another full weekend. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Heavy slowdowns continue eastbound 201 freeway beginning at the Mountain View corridor and lasting until the I-215 interchange. They work to clear that accident in the area. Also, southbound I-15 Legacy Parkway are stop and go through the Centerville area. Northbound I-15 is still sluggish in Midvale. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit them once again at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at SLCFatLoss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at SLCFatLoss.com and lock lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose in Chicago 128-126 despite a career-high 43 points from Bryce Sensabaugh. Keontae George's reaction to Bryce Sensabaugh's big night.
I mean, y'all seen the bench. Y'all seen everybody. We so happy for Bryce. I had this thing for Bryce in the summer. Basically, 1-800-B. You call 1-800, they always answer. But nah, man, I'm happy for B. It's the same thing that happened last year when he went back home. Like, he can do this. You know, he has the ability to score, but he got so many things to his game. But, you know, one of these nights was when he was just in that flow state, honestly. He was getting to his spots, like, not worried about defenders in his face.
Jazz and Mavericks tonight in Dallas. Both teams going back-to-back. Tip-off is set for 6:30 in Dallas, or 6:30 Mountain Time. The game's at the American Airlines Center. This Utah Jazz at 30 update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Today we got Utah Jazz keywords all day long. You can enter to win a 5-pack of tickets to watch the Jazz and the Spurs January 22nd. Listen all day today for the keyword from each show. and then you enter them for more chances to win at KSLSports.com. So if you want to win the tickets, you need the keyword from DJ and PK, and it is Wimby. Wimby is our keyword. And Jake.
That's not a word.
Oh, it is now. It's a word when Lloyd declares it a word. It's a nickname for a star player.
I would say key phrase or something.
Yeah. It's a key nickname. Wimby.
W-E-M-B-Y.
It's funny you said
we know
that.
who it is.
It's funny you said that because as I'm reading, I'm like, Wimby's not a word. That was my inside voice. My outside voice was, it's a keyword giveaway. But inside, I'm like,
I say what other people are afraid to say and what everybody thinks.
Wimby's not a word. All right, there's the keyword. Go to KSLSports.com, your chance to win, and then you pick up another keyword or nickname or whatever the heck Lloyd decides it is coming up between 10 and noon with Jake and Ben. DJ PK, and we're joined now by Tom Homo, former BYU AD, and now he's packing up for the big move to ACC country. Tom, good morning.
That sounds different, ACC country, the Bay Area.
Yes, it does, but nevertheless, that's the bizarre world of college athletics that you left behind.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, obviously, you have an extensive history in the Bay Area. You coached at both formerly Pac-10, 12, now ACC schools. You were a player on a golden era, one of the best eras of all time with the 49ers. How is it that you incidentally get called there, or do you say, this is where I want to go? I'm wondering how that all works to have you there, which it's not your literal home, but it certainly was your home away from home for many, many years.
No, I really didn't call and put in my request for sure, but it's just something I think that when Lori and I, my wife, received the call, you received the call before you received the location. And when we received the call, I looked up the spots that were going to be open, and I saw Oakland, San Francisco, California, Oakland, San Francisco, Mission. And there's just that feeling in my heart that I think we're going back to the Bay.
Did you keep your house there? You still have a place?
Oh, no, that was a long. We've been in Provo for 24 years.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
We lived in the Bay Area for 17 years in the same city, which is in the Mission. And then we've been home for about 24 years now. I've been in Provo for 24 years.
Where were you in the Bay Area when you lived there? I mean, you had multiple jobs.
We lived in Foster City. Yeah,
oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, we lived in Foster City, which is really on the southern boundary of between the Mission of Oakland, San Francisco, and San Jose. But when I got there, the home of the 49ers, our practice facility, was in Redwood City. We played in San Francisco. Then my last 2 years playing, they moved the facility to practice down to Santa Clara. So we lived a little bit north. Most of the newer players would move south. But we still played in Candlestick all my time, even coaching through 95. And then they built that facility sometime, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. And now that's down in Santa Clara.
When I heard you were going, I thought, well, that sort of makes sense. He's been an administrator now, as you say, for many years. And I don't know how many young women, I guess it'd be elders too, and also older folks would be under your jurisdiction. I don't know what the numbers would be, how many people, but you've essentially been managing, if you include the young men and women athletes, probably 700 people or so that you had responsibility for. What do you draw from that you're going to be able to use as you go forward these next 3 years?
Yeah, PK, I think that certainly will help, that I've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time on most of my career with people of that age. And I think it'll be different in many respects. I think I've been tutored a little bit in the last little while, not to anticipate that I can run a mission like I run an athletic department, which it won't be, and just really to trust in the Lord every day. It's a different day, different circumstances, different people, and so many different things. But I think that I'll call on experiences maybe that I've had with people, and I think it comes down to people. We'll be serving there are 177 missionaries in that mission right now, and it will probably increase a little bit because of the number of young women that are 18 years old into the field now. So I think that I hope they'll have some thoughts from back that will help, but I'm certain that there'll be some new experiences and some challenges and some difficulties that I'll have to deal with by just trusting in the Lord.
Tom Homo, former BYU athletic director, joining us here. You may have noticed there have been some pretty wild headlines in the world of college football. Fresh into retirement, how much is it like Pavlov's dogs? I mean, you start drilling, and you get that adrenaline rush? Or did you hear about it and think, woo, somebody else's deal, not mine?
The latter. I'm certainly still intrigued. It's been a long time since I played in the NFL or coached in the NFL, but I'm a sport enthusiast, and I'll look at those things and watch those things. But there certainly have been a large number of changes and so many things that are new, and I anticipate that there'll be more. And I think that was one of the reasons that I retired, because I felt like I had put in and made an effort through those 20 years as the AD through some skills that I had. But I thought I could see definitely that the future of college athletics is going to be way different than maybe what my skill set is best attuned to. So it was great for me to be able to see that Brian Santiago became the AD. I know his strengths, I know his skills, and they're way more attuned at these many transitions and some of the things that he's facing right now.
Thinking about it, so I think you're 65, which meant you started probably getting into football maybe at the latest 10, which would mean you'd have over 50 years of being intensely connected to this sport. How are you going to handle now not being intensely connected, because this is what you've literally been doing your basically your whole life?
It's a really good question. It's something that I thought about and anticipated, but I still feel that I can enjoy so much of what I've done and what I've been have experienced and the people that I've been around. And I think most of my memories and most of my favorite moments are with people. Sometimes people will ask me, what was your favorite game with the Niners? And what was your favorite play or things like that? I really don't think back to the things that happened for me. I think more back to the individual people. And I have a text thread on my phone with about 15 49er DBs. And we talk about once or twice every week or two, the 15 of us. And we played together many, many years ago. And so it's rich to me that it's the people. And so when I transitioned from playing to coaching, that was a little bit of a transition. And people said, man, didn't you miss playing? Aren't you going to miss playing? And then when I went from coaching to administration, man, aren't you going to miss coaching? And now I'm going to go be in the mission field serving. And I think that I'll put my love and emphasis on the people that I'm with, and that's my hope. But, this year it was interesting. I went to all but one of the home games at BYU. I missed one of the home games for the first time in, 20 years. And I thought, I can't miss this. But we had a 49er reunion of DBs. We went back to see one of my DB coach, who was down in Dallas, who we hadn't seen in a while. So a bunch of us went down. And it was during one of our games. And I said, I can leave. I don't have to be at that BYU game. I'm gonna go see my coach. And so the transition, I think we all in our lives go through transitions and change, and that's what athletics is all about, change. And you have to adapt, and you have to be in the moment, And then when the moment changes, you try to do your very best to assume your role in whatever the new thing is.
Tom Homo, former BYU AD, joining us, soon to be the mission president in Oakland and San Francisco. People who have retired have told me you can't just retire. There's got to be a plan. There's got to be stuff to do. There's got to be goals. You just can't sit there. Now, obviously, you're going to have plenty to do here as you take over your new duties. But do you have a bucket list? Do you have stuff planned out, like this is the stuff I want to do over the next decade? Or do you just kind of take things as they come and you're going to do this, and then in a few years you're going to look up and try to figure out the next thing?
Well, I know for the next few years what I'm going to be doing, so that's taken care of. When I retired, Lori and I, we had always talked and wanted to serve a mission. And so as soon as we retired, about a year ago, we just started our plans to serve a senior couple mission. And then as things progressed a little bit, the call came in that we would serve as mission leaders. So that part changed. But it was always for us an important thing that we would be doing. So when I retired, I knew we'd be out in the field, and I'm going to take one thing at a time. When I was at BYU as AD, a lot of people would say, give me your 5-year plan or your 10-year plan. And I never really was good at that because I think my experience was being a 49er was who do we play this week and who are my teammates and what are we going to do to get this done? You can have a little bit of a look into the future, but you really got to live for the day. And so, in the time that I've been retired, I've done a few things that retired people do. I've played a little bit more golf. I've sat around a little bit, but it's just there's really a lot of things to do and a lot of people to see and a lot of places to go. And so I've just kind of taken it not a day at a time, but a little short little snippets of a time.
Since you have that connection to the Niners, you have a connection to Stanford, you have a connection to Cal, I'm okay with you having that in your blood. Now, Bosco is going to be the same thing, mission president in Columbus. And in 3 years, if he comes back as Big Joe Ohio State, I'm going to kick him in the shins.
I don't know if Robbie's going to come back with the scarlet and gray.
That's going to bug me big time if he does that. I'm okay with you doing it because you had the connection ahead of time.
He might come back with some Cleveland Browns shirts on, but I can't see Ohio State.
Okay, good. Because I draw the line there. I will not tolerate that.
He's on the other side of the rivalry from Kyle, just like he's been. It's weird. Kyle went to Michigan and he went to Ohio State, sort of.
Remember last month I was at the Long Beach airport and I was talking to you on the phone?
Sure.
Yeah. And so we were talking, and then right after I hung up, I get a text from Kyle. And my plane was delayed a couple hours, so I had time to kill, as I told you. The fog was in, and it lifted around noon. And so I said, oh, that's funny. I was just talking to Tom about you, and because he had just retired, right? And I was doing a piece on him, or not retired, I should say, obviously not retiring, but quitting at Utah, stepping away. And so I text back, oh, man, I was just talking to Tom about you. And he texts back, me and Tommy go way back, great guy. We had a lot of fun. So obviously you were pretty close to him and have been an associate of him for many, many years. So with that in mind, your thoughts on him going to Michigan?
Well, I love Kyle. I mean, we came together as freshmen to BYU. And, at that time, like I said before, that's a change. When I left L.A. as a little high school player to come up to Provo as a college football player and student athlete, that was a tough move. And I felt all alone. And one of my closest friends was Kyle Whittingham. His father, Fred, had recruited me hard. And when I got up here, the Whittinghams were very good to me. And I spent a lot of time with them, and I spent a lot of time with Kyle. And as it would turn out, our professions take me into being the AD at BYU and him into being the head coach at University of Utah the same year. That all happened the same year.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of conversation around that period of time. As you may recall, he was in the mix for the BYU job at that time.
Yes.
And, that was a time where he went his way and I went my way. But we've always stayed together. We've never really separated to where we're not thinking about each other. I mean, obviously the rivalry brings us together in a super unique way, but it was a time where you'd be surprised how many times we would text or call just a little bit. We really weren't getting together physically very much. We were both busy, but here he is now in another change. And who would have predicted that? We don't always, or we can't always predict exactly how things are going to turn out. So for me, I've spoken to Kyle since he's made this move, and I am wishing him only the best. We will stay in touch. When I'm on my mission, I'm going to text him, when I see that he needs a text from me, or I'm going to call him when something great happens for the Whittinghams. So it's just a different chapter in each one of our lives, and we'll see how that goes.
He's moving to Big Ten country, and you're moving to ACC country. The changes just keep coming.
Who'd have ever thought that?
Who would have ever thought that? Well, Tom, thanks for a few minutes. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations on being able to skip a game now and then just to go see friends.
Thank you very much. You guys hold down the fort while I'm gone.
Okay, we will.
We'll be here. Tom Holmoe, former BYU AD, soon to be mission president in Oakland and San Francisco. And like you said, tons of ties, right?
Oh, yeah.
Coaching, assistant coach at Stanford, head coach at Cal, obviously won Super Bowls playing with the Niners, and actually went back there and coached a little bit too. So
he coached one, and one of his players in his position meetings was a guy named Deion Sanders.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
It's funny how people just keep coming back around, right? Hey, Deion, one day we'll be together in the Big 12.
That is so cool that he has that connection with the former DBs, which I assume one of them is just simply the GOAT, and that'd be Ronnie Lott.
I would assume he'd be in the mix, yes.
There was nobody better ever who ever played that position than Ronnie Lott.
DJ and PK, Jay Drew, BYU beat writer for the Deseret News, coming up to talk about the stuff Tom didn't want to talk about. Leave me out of the games and the scores and the rule changes and the recruiting and the controversy. And Jay Drew is hip deep in all of that. He's here in about 15 minutes. Stay with us.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Kelly Papinga, Ben, K-pop, going up, up, up. He's going to be golden. Excited for K-pop today.
That song's a bop. That song's great. The movie's good. Song's incredible.
He's going to be golden, Ben.
I was not expecting.
He's going up, up, up.
So let me gather myself for a minute.
It's been promoted.
K-pop, you're
gonna
right.
be promoted.
He's been promoted.
He's been promoted. Yeah.
No, gonna be.
Gonna be golden.
No, he's gotta be golden.
Gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden.
He's gotta be golden. Going up, up, up in the world. K-pop.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
New year, new deals. At Paris RV, we're blowing out the 25s, and many of the manufacturers are throwing in extra rebates. Hook up to the open range conventional 177BH with bunk beds, only $13,878, $159 a month, zero down. Or climb aboard the Solera 22N motorhome for only $78,888 or $647 a month, 10% down. Or load the toys into the Voltage V-Series 3500 toy hauler for only $69,577 or $563 a month, 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And the Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
It's 2026. New year, new you, new resolutions to keep for a couple weeks. Whether you're trying to eat healthy in the new year or not, your best choice is Omaha Steaks. They have multiple bundles to choose from. They have an all-protein pack if you're trying to slim down or eat clean, consisting of butcher's cut filet mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken breast, boneless pork chops, classic burgers, and more. Everything you need for your freezer and meal prep. Or grab one of the other bundles that include potatoes au gratin and caramel apple tartlets. That sounds good. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth hosts the Dallas Stars tonight at the Delta Center. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Ian Cole on the need to keep piling up points amid a tight playoff race.
We're disappointed in how we let some points slip away early in the year, but as of right now, this is kind of do or die. If we wait to find our game or we wait to turn this corner, we're going to run out of time, right? There's only 2 games in the season, so, we need to play well right now, and I think we're making great strides there.
Mammoth have taken 11 points out of a possible 14 since the start of 2026. They'll try again tonight against the Stars. Hockey Night in Utah starts at 6 here on the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The John Watson Northern Utah High School Players of the Week are Michaela Williams and Jake Hansen from Morgan High School. Williams led the Trojans to a 2-1 record last week. She notched 24 points in a win over Logan, 17 points in a loss to Skyridge, and 22 points in a win over Grantsville. Hansen went for 31 points in a road blowout of Logan and then added 17 in a win at Grantsville. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. PK, we're getting details on the Harbaugh contract, which isn't done yet. But apparently, reports now he was making $18 million at Baltimore, and they're thinking he's going to be over $20 million with the New York Giants, who have gone through a long string of sad seasons here and are trying to figure it out. So they are paying top dollar for him. He may end up being the highest paid coach in the NFL. right there with Andy Reid. We'll see how that plays out. The deal isn't done yet, but it's widely expected to be finalized shortly. And I think that for those of us who care about college football, and you always wonder, well, will some of these teams, some of these top schools lose their guys to the NFL? Obviously, there have been stories about, will Notre Dame lose their guy? That's a lot of money. I mean, college coaches now, top drawer is $9, $10, $11 million. Kyle got $8 to go to Michigan, 8.2, I think. But you see where NFL money is, and guess who has the most money? The National Football League. Go figure.
Well, they would be awash in it. So if that's what the rate is,
there it is.
It's outrageous, but I've accepted that. It's not real to me because I don't live in those lives. It's real to them and good for them. So be it. I mean, I talked to one former player who used to play for the Jazz, and he has 2 country club memberships in California. And I asked him, well, why do you have 2? And he said, well, because the one that I like to play at is closed on Mondays for golf.
There it is.
So he bought another membership.
Because the second club is open on Monday and the first club isn't. And if I want to golf on Monday,
right. I'm
not fighting for a tee time in San Diego.
Right.
I'm going to a country club.
Right, right. And we'll see if he gets the results. I mean, you still got to have the horses. I mean, you got to have the studs to do what you do. And I'm excited for Jackson Dart to have an opportunity to work with someone that is accomplished. And, to me, I've been a Jackson Dart fan since I saw him play his senior year, and I thought he's one of these dudes that is going to be good. And he's so far, it's looking promising. Get back Scatterboo. I think that hurt them. You got to have health and all that, and we'll see. And then we'll see how these other guys filter out in all these other jobs that are open. I'm wondering, is this amount of jobs? We always know that the season, the Monday after the regular season, they call it Black Monday because coaches get fired. Is 9 a lot? Is it on average? What's the average openings in the?
9's a little high. I heard the average is 6.
Okay.
Didn't do the math myself, but I was told that it tends to be right around 6. So 9's a little high, but it's not outrageous, and it's probably better to look like a 2 or 3 year rolling average in those things. And I think with Harbaugh off the market now, I'm really interested in what happens with Stefanski because that Cleveland organization has been a mess. Now, maybe he made some of the decisions that helped make it a mess. I don't know how much power he had inside the building. Sometimes owners are calling shots. Sometimes, the general manager. Sometimes the coach has more say. But the fact that he got them to the playoffs twice in his half dozen years there, when they had gone one time in 2 decades before he showed up, and he won a game when he got there, that seems like high-end results for an organization that has as much trouble tying its shoelaces as the Cleveland Browns. That'd be like going into, I don't know, Arizona, going to the Cardinals, the Raiders. Their organization has been struggling for a long time now. And so to get those kind of results, I think he's doing something right. What if he went somewhere where the organization was in better shape? He's working with a better owner. He's working with a better GM.
Does he want to?
Time will tell. Maybe he wants to take a year off. Some coaches do. I mean, we just went over. Even if you're only making half that, you got plenty of money to take a year or 2 off if you want.
Especially if you're still under contract and they got to pay you.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. That seems to be, and obviously, there'll be some people getting their first shot at this too. And we don't know who they are, but maybe they'll break out. All right, DJ and PK, we're taking a break. When we come back, Jay Drew joins us, BYU. Slow start, but another win. It's a familiar story. Do they need to change it? And do they need to change it by their very next game at Texas Tech Saturday? We'll talk with Jay about that next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their Safety and Savings Plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority. Since 1954.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steak Co., they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steak Co. has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Giants is Scotty G at RGS Exteriors today from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. A night full of basketball. Man, we had the Jazz playing at 6 last night. The Utes at 7, the Aggies at 8, the Cougars at 9. BYU is going to be back in action. Jay Drew is going to join us here momentarily. Saturday at 6 o'clock, head-to-head with the Niners-Seahawks playoff game. And we'll have the Mammoth and Jazz at 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon. So gear up. Big games on the horizon. And for BYU, the question is, on the road, PK, can they get off to a better start? Can they get rolling early? There have been a lot of slow starts, and now they're playing a really good team on the road. And that stuff tends to matter, A, in college basketball, and B, when you get to the conference play.
It do.
Let's bring in Jay Drew, BYU beat writer for the Deseret News. Jay, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Man, it wasn't a big Monday game, but that was pretty late, Jay.
It was. That's what it reminded me of, those old 10 p.m. Monday starts when Rick Majerus coached the Utes and used to complain about them a lot. But, yeah, I didn't get out of there till late. But these Big 12 games, man, they're grinders. They're almost always competitive and tough.
You speak of those big Monday games when Rick Majerus was there. Who was the beat writer for the Watchdog during most of that time?
The one and only PK. Absolutely. Did a great job.
And I mud wrestled with him for 10 years. And
well, that's quite the visual.
I got exactly 0 Sports Writers of the Year awards, and Jay is on his 4th. He's quadrupled me. 4-0.
Congratulations, Jay.
Well, thank you, David. Thank you very much. But,
and I don't think that's quadrupled, but we'll leave the PK math over here on the side of the room.
4-0 is quadrupled.
Okay. 0 times anything is still 0, I think.
Tell me about it. That's what equals my number of awards.
He did get a columnist award, though. He's trying to avoid that.
Yeah, but that's not what I was. I wanted for the grinder. Jay Drew's the grinder, and he's walking away with 4. He's like freaking Phil Mickelson over here.
Oh, good morning to you guys too.
Just a winner. And he's running his mouth. Yeah, I'm the only guy who did it for both major daily publications. Look at me.
Wow, that's digging kind of deep. I don't know where you found that one, PK, but I'm not denying that I said that. But that's impressive that you found that one out.
Running his mouth. Yeah. You are a guest. Welcome to the show, Jay. How about you run your mouth?
My mouth is on the golf course with PK.
No, that was before.
The only time I run my mouth.
Before, not now. He's doing it. He was on another thing, and there he was, basically touting. And when I think of Jay Drew, I always think of narcissism.
Yeah.
Wow, we are off to a great start.
Now that you've been linked to Phil, though, all I can think is, when does Jay get the live money? Right, Jay? Am I right, Jay?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, I went to the D News. They pay way more than the other guy.
It's not live money.
Man, I got some splaining to do when I get off this call.
It's livable money.
Yeah, I know. Jay's just wondering when we start talking about BYU.
Let me run this theory by you, that there is so much enormous pressure on these dudes that, with AJ being a one and done, and they bring in these guys, and you got a Toulson who is a legacy family playing for the other side. They don't really want those kids. They want a higher level. And with that in mind, and with AJ, we know he's gone in March, and however long the season lasts. I'm wondering, all this stuff, and they're supposed to win, if that's just leading them to being a little tight, because that first half wasn't good. No, they won the ball game. That's all that matters. And their shot selection, I'm scratching my head thinking, these guys got no chance to make these shots. I mean, just settle down, play, relax a little bit. Do you think that maybe just the situation is getting to them?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely, I do. I actually noticed that in a couple of games where they got a little bit tight, like against Delaware back in the non-conference, and they were heavy favorites, and they got off to a bit of a ragged start. And the same thing against Clemson and Madison Square Garden and other. Yeah, I think there is something to that they start pressing a little bit. Now, I'll say this for AJ. Last night was the first time, and I haven't seen every single game, but last night was the first time where it felt like he was forcing it a little bit, where he was taking shots out of his comfort zone, that his shot selection left a little to be desired. So yes, I would agree with you. And then anytime Richie touches the ball, the crowd, especially behind the 3-point line, the crowd lets out this big gasp, like they're about to see something, spectacular. And he's even admitted after games that he hears that. And so that, I think, to your point, PK, I think that's plays into this feeling that, hey, we are supposed to blow this team out, and when they're not, they start to press a little bit.
Do you think that changes here with the Texas Tech game? Because I think another part of the equation is that they're watching film of these opponents and they're watching these teams play. And there have been a lot of games where they've walked out there and thought, we're going to beat these guys. And I think they thought that in the TCU game. Now you get down 6 or 8 points. It's late in the first half. It's only a 40-minute game. You only got 25 minutes left. You got to go. And they do, and they win the game. But I'm thinking against a better team, road game in a hostile environment, and they'll look at the video and think, oh, these guys are really pretty good. Maybe that will change. Do you buy that?
I do. I think I wrote this last night, that this is going to be, I think, the toughest game. Yeah, even tougher than some of those non-conference games that against some pretty good teams like Wisconsin and
UConn
and Clemson, and that we just talked about. But yes, I do. I think Texas Tech is expected to be really good. They've stumbled a couple times, but all in all, they've got probably the best talent in the league, right up there with Arizona, and BYU's certainly there, and Iowa State. But Texas Tech has a couple of NBA type players in Topham and Anderson. So I think this might be a wake up call for the Cougars. I'm not saying they're going to go down there and get beat, but they're going to have to play their A game, as it were, to come out on top down there in Lubbock.
Just judging from the TCU game, it looked like KY was trying to develop a little more depth, and that's been an issue. I mean, in Utah, they just hardly played anybody outside of the starters, and so I think that's something that they're going to need down the line, is as many players as you can count on. You never know, foul trouble or what have you. Did you see it that way, of more guys getting an opportunity?
Yeah, he still has a pretty tight rotation. I think he's experimenting. Of course, they didn't have Beto Ahmed last night. He's got some sort of shoulder issue. So Maboop, however you say that, they played him probably more than usual, and then Mihailo Boskovic, who came up huge. They're still trying to find Tyler Murus, the kid from Idaho, the transfer that's supposed to be a great three-point shooter. They're still trying to get him going. He so far just hasn't been able to do much. So they definitely will need that more from their bench moving forward. Losing Nate Pickens and Dawson Baker in the preseason to season-ending injuries was really, really hurtful for this team, as far as when you get in these games where you really need somebody besides the big three to step up and do something and score some points. And I would hazard a bet that BYU might have the lowest bench scoring production from their bench of any Power 4 conference team. I'd have to go look that up for sure, but I'll bet they're in the bottom 10 in that category.
There have been a handful of these games that have been played at a little slower pace. There's been a little more defense. That game, there were a ton of whistles. I thought they weren't really letting them play there for a big stretch that game. But Villanova, Miami, Clemson, this game felt a little like that. Do you think BYU really excels at this tempo? They're more comfortable at the 85-point-a-game thing. Getting to 90 and 100, you're probably playing somebody who's overmatched, although they did do it against Wisconsin. What best-case scenario, what tempo, what style game do you think this team should be playing at, and what do you think the coaching staff wants to see?
I think they like to talk about that they're comfortable playing any tempo, that they feel like they've got the guys that can run and play a fast pace, but they've also got the guys that can play in the half-court game. with isolation with AJ and some of the other things they do, and then Rob Wright with how good he is at the dribble penetration and finding a guy on the wing. And then I think they're missing kind of a sniper outside of Richie Saunders, a three-point shooter. AJ's okay three-point shooting. That's not his total game. But so I would say if you ask the BYU coaching staff, they would say that they can do pretty much anything and that they're built to do that. It seems to me like they're better when they get out and run a little bit and kind of get guys out on the wing, partly because they don't have a real great low post scorer like last year. They had Trey Ore. Foose was really good at that. It's just not in Kevin Cade's game. He's a phenomenal player, great rebounder. He can really finish at the rim, but he's not that post-up guy. So I think, having said that, I think they're better if they get out and run a little bit and maybe beat teams down the court and use that really outstanding athleticism that they have with Richie and AJ.
I agree with you that I thought earlier in the game that AJ was pressing a little bit. But now, I've seen him in person multiple times, and I've watched just about every game like you're talking about. I like that when it gets in the second half, it seems that the guys have no problem allowing him to do his thing, and he realizes, hey, if we're going to win, I need to really step up. And obviously with this long winning streak and only one loss, he has done that in these close games. And I think that's really been cool to see. Have you noticed that same thing?
Yeah, he has a different gear, definitely. He can turn it on. And sometimes, if you kind of watch, it looks like the coaches literally tell him, hey, okay, now's the time.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got. It's time to turn it on. And he's, to his credit, he's mostly been able to do that. Of course, last night he was, they said before the game had been ill. He was a little bit sick. And I think that showed up early in the game. He came out with the sleeves, the white long sleeves, and then took those off. I'm not sure what that was all about, but my guess is that maybe it was helping him if he was having, a fever or whatever. But credit him for gutting it up and kind of seizing the moment when it's his moment. And that's why they got him. That's why he's one of the top recruits in the country and a possible NBA number 1 draft pick. Is he's just got that ability to take over games when he's needed.
If you were trying to defend him, and I'm curious what Texas Tech is going to try to do with him, he really put on a clinic in the mid-range, getting just inside the free throw line, drawing the contact, three-point plays, making the vast majority of those shots, even though there was a lot of contact. Would you try to keep him out on the perimeter? He's not a bad three-point shooter, but you don't want him anywhere near the rim. And, man, what he just did against TCU, it seems like maybe having him shoot the three is the best thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to play him. I thought Utah had a pretty good game plan on him. They basically doubled him even up top. I thought TCU last night was really good at defending the pick and roll for large portions of the game. But yeah, until AJ has one of those games where he drains 5 or 6 3-pointers, which we really haven't seen yet. There might have been 1 or 2, but we're like we've seen Richie Saunders go off and do that quite often. Until AJ does that, if I were an opposing team, I would certainly maybe give him more of that and take away anything inside the paint or anything even inside the arc, really.
What has the football team done to address its needs through the portal and recruiting, and what do they need some more of?
Yeah, so far, I think the big thing they needed to do was retain some players, which they've done. A lot's been made of that. They've pretty much only lost one guy to Michigan, a linebacker, Max Alford, who has family ties there. But I think they've done a pretty good job so far. I still say they need a receiver. They did get a kid from Washington, Casper, I think his name, but he only had a handful of catches there. So I don't think I tweeted out that I thought he was a good replacement for Chase Roberts, but when I did a little digging, I thought, yeah, that was kind of a silly tweet. He doesn't nearly have the numbers that Chase Roberts put up in a in a pretty good, outstanding 4-year career. So I'm saying, yeah, BYU needs a good receiver, a guy that can maybe get off the ball a little bit. Maybe like Keelan Marion, as we're going to see in the national championship game coming up here. But Parker Kingston's a good player, don't get me wrong, but I think that's right now where I would turn. With L.J. Martin coming back, that's huge, but I still think they need another running back out of the portal like they've done in the past. They haven't in the past couple of years, but beyond that, you could list the names of guys, Chris Brooks and so on, that were really good in that area. So I think those two positions are big. And then Kelly Papinga has literally said they need a couple more corners. They've got a couple of good ones coming back in Trey Alexander and Evan Johnson, but I think that's another position where you really can't have too many really good players there. So, in a nutshell, those would be the kind of the three positions where I think they could really use some more guys.
I wasn't surprised that Kyle went to Michigan, or that he took Jay Hill with him, or that Jay Hill wanted to take Gennaro Guilford with him. But when it came to defensive coordinators, I thought Papinga was an obvious choice. Other people didn't think he was as obvious a choice and thought there were some other really strong candidates. How surprised were you? What do you see in that promotion as far as strengths and potential weaknesses going forward for BYU?
Yeah, I think it's a signal that Kalani is happy with where the defense was, what Jay Hill did. He values continuity. If there's a guy on that staff, and I'm speaking of the 10 guys that are the full-time guys that are able to recruit and all that on campus, I would definitely say Kelly Papinga was kind of the right choice. If continuity and keeping somebody that is really familiar with what Kalani and Jay Hill have established there. So no, I wasn't terribly surprised. I think it's a good choice. Kelly's a really dynamic guy. Players love him. I've heard he's an outstanding recruiter, and I think it was kind of the safe choice and probably the most obvious choice. And credit Kalani for following through and doing that. And then obviously you guys have probably talked a lot about Gary Anderson staying on as a defensive consultant or defensive analyst. I think that's huge as well to maintaining that continuity. And Gary does a lot kind of behind the scenes with Kalani and some of the other, almost like coaching the coaches in a way. And so I think that was another valuable guy to keep on board.
I can recall a few years back in my conversations with you, it's like, man, we were looking at the program, if they could find a way to be bowl eligible, and Utah's finding ways to get into the Rose Bowl. It seemed like the gap and chasm was so freaking large between the two. And to see where this program has come in the last 5 years, to me, is just absolutely stunning that we're looking at like 10, 11 wins as if it's taken for granted, when it seemed like when they were in the throes of independence and losing all those games to Utah, and Utah was flying high, it didn't seem possible. But yet here it is. To me, when you step back and look at it, the progression in just a relative short time is just absolutely amazing. I'm sure you remember those conversations we had. With that in mind, do you have my level of maybe amazement to now we're looking at this team, 10 games? Yeah, sure, no big deal.
Yeah, I do share that. I think it's just been remarkable. In a lot of ways, Kalani and Tom Holmoe, and even going back to Bronco, they would say we got to get in the Power 5 conference. We got to get in the Big 12, and they've kind of put their money where their mouth was, and delivered on that. Being in the Big 12, recruiting has gone up. It hasn't gone up drastically. I guess this last year, I have to say it has gone up drastically, but before that, recruiting, I think, was this big thing that was kind of holding them back. They just weren't getting the really, really talented guys. But then also credit them. They've done a great job of retaining players and developing players. You can go down the list and look at some of these recruits or some of these guys that were not really highly recruited, but they've stuck in the program and become really good players, like a guy like Parker Kingston is one that comes to mind, and I know there are others. Bruce Mitchell, the offensive center, and just guys that they've just developed and turned into great players. And I'm kind of amazed that Kalani doesn't really get a lot of talk for Coach of the Year after what they've done the last 2 years. It's his whatever his record is off the top of my head is 23-4, something like that. It just, I mean, you're right. That's just amazing, and they're not doing it against Sisters of the Poor, as in like they did in the independent schedule. Right. They're doing it against the Power 4 schedule, in the past 2 years, which adds to that amazement of how far they've come.
When you talk about retaining players, I wasn't surprised the coaches who went, and I thought they'd take 2, 3, 4, 5 players with them, guys who are probably NFL caliber, if not draft picks, at least, free agent signings. Michigan's got a lot of good players, and they're going to take players nationally out of the transfer portal, which they've done. But I was surprised BYU retained so many players that they didn't lose a couple more. I guess that just goes to the player development. Players must feel like they're getting better. They must be getting paid. That money must not be running dry. I know the speculation. Thank you, PK. the speculation about how long this is unsustainable, but to retain that many players, it's sustainable for now at BYU. I guess that was what I took away with it. Is that what you took away? Yeah. You always think these guys, like a guy like Bear Bachmeier, I would just love to see what, be able to talk to his agent and find out kind of if there were any offers out there and kind of what the, what the going rate is for a guy like him. I'm sure it's pretty pricey, but it sounds like, BYU stepped up and delivered. I'm not going to use the word outbid. It's kind of a taboo word down there in Provo. But you guys can go into that later, I guess. But they're keeping them. I thought when Gennaro Guilford was going to Michigan, I thought, well, they might lose a defensive back or two in that regard. The guy that really, that they really needed to keep, in my opinion, on defense was Faletau Satuala. Yep. Really good player, maybe a future pro. Seems to me like he's on that trajectory, but keeping him was absolutely huge for this defense. Safety is really huge in this defense that Jay Hill established and that Kalani runs, and they've got a couple of good ones in Raider Demooney and Faletau coming back, and I think they can really build off of those two guys, two really talented guys. Well, Jay, we'll leave it right there for now. There was a little damage done there in the opening minutes interview, but I feel like you rallied and held off PK strong down the finish.
Well, he's a Sports Writer of the Year, an award I've never won, an award I've aspired to my whole life, and it looks like I'm going to die without it.
That's we might have to start a campaign. I'll see what I can do, PK, but we'll go from there. The thing is, you're like a hybrid. You're not only a great sports writer, you're a great sportscaster. So maybe they need to create
hybrid
an award
of the year
for guys like, something to that effect.
Hey, if necessary, we'll create an award and we'll buy it for him, and we will not be outbid. How about that?
But just don't tell me. Pretend I won it organically.
Sure, absolutely. All right, Jay, you better hang up before any more damage is done.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me
Thanks,
on, guys.
Jay. Jay Drew, BYU beat writer for the Deseret News. When we come back, everything you missed in this show, the basketball, the football, Tom Holmoe on another chapter in his life. That's all coming up. Stay with us.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today, and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Attention, Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, it's Utah versus Big D. The Jazz are in Dallas to play the Mavericks. The game tips off at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars are in Utah to play the Mammoth. Puck drops at 7 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRIP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRIP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRIP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
New year, new deals. At Paris RV, we're blowing out the 25s, and many of the manufacturers are throwing in extra rebates. Hook up to the open range conventional 177BH with bunk beds, only $13,878, $159 a month, 0 down. Or climb aboard the Solera 22N motorhome for only $78,888 or $647 a month, 10% down. Or load the toys into the Voltage V-Series 3500 toy hauler for only $69,577 or $563 a month, 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz come up short. They lose to the Bulls 128-126. Utah now headed to Dallas to play the Mavericks tonight. Bryce Sensabaugh talking about his 43-point game, his new career high.
Oh, man, I really don't have a lot of words for it. Like, it kind of just started off with a good look from the corner, a good pass from Keontae, and then, all glory to God. Like, shots were just going in tonight, so it was a lot of fun, get back to hitting shots at a high clip, and I'm looking forward to continuing.
Tip-off in Dallas tonight, 6:30. Pregame starts at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone. You'll hear the Mammoth game on 1280 The Zone.
For all of you
less motivated listeners. It's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Story of the night, PK. You were more intrigued by the Jazz and the Bulls and Sensabaugh going for 43 or by BYU coming from behind to beat TCU?
Well, I think the nature of the fewer games in the college hoop dictates that in the immediacy, it's a bigger story because there's far fewer games, and they're going to make the postseason. The Jazz hopefully aren't going to make it, and hopefully keep the top pick that they want and desperately need. So I think the sense of urgency and immediacy goes to BYU, and the fact that they've got a potential number one pick who's fun to watch play ball. I've enjoyed watching DeMonsa play ball.
He's entertaining. He's a show. There's no doubt about it. We haven't even debated that because it's clear. It's obvious.
Right.
Normally, I would agree with you, but in retrospect, when it's all said and done, BYU did what I thought they were going to do. They won a competitive game. Now, that game was more competitive than I expected. They trailed longer.
Really?
They trailed longer than I thought they would. The thing about
go with that.
The Jazz game that got me was that once I found out, okay, Markin and Nurkic aren't playing.
Yeah,
the last time I knew they were going to lose, but the last time they did that, they weren't competitive. They lost by 55. It was hideous. It was horrific. It was terrible. It was whatever other word, it was a disaster. Whatever other word you want. It's like they got to at least compete. And for Keontae, who's taken such a big step forward, like you can't go 2 for 7 and emotionally check out of a game. Like you're one of the leaders of the team now. And I thought that his response, and I mean, obviously Sensabaugh, 43 points, that's the story. But in this game, Keontae didn't start fast, but he had 15 of his 25 in the fourth quarter. And if they're really going to be good in a year, 2, 3 years, they're going to have guys who figure that out. That one, if I'm not hot now, I can still end up having a big game because this is a long game and I can get it going. And also, if somebody else has it going, I need to step aside or I need to feed them the ball and get the hot hand going. It's a long game. At some point, they'll be subbed out or they'll cool off. And then I have to step up. And I thought the way Keontae handled that was good in Chicago. And obviously, it was awful on the weekend. So it's all learning stuff for these young guys. So probably because of that 55-point blowout, I was more interested in this Jazz game than I would have been. No. you just struck. No.
I mean, it happened. They're a young team. They'll have more of these.
And the Cougars will have more home wins. I'm super intrigued for this Texas Tech game because, they played a lot of big games in the non-conference, a half dozen of them. And listening to Kevin Young talk, it sounds like he wants to toughen the schedule up even more. He's had a line in there, I don't know what we get out of these quad 4 games. I'm glad he said that because I don't think they get anything out of those games. Now, I don't know if it'll be super marquee, home and home with somebody like Utah State. Maybe he wants more quad 2 games, not quad 1. I don't know how tough he wants to schedule. But you get into conference, I still think they're going to be really good at home. But what we haven't seen is a lot of true road games, where they're tested.
I think every conference game is huge. There's just not that many.
Not that many of them. And TCU made that super intriguing. And what they did, other people in town tried to do, and other people made.
TCU is a good team.
They are a good team.
The fact that Kevin competitive,
but I think
I'm
there's
not surprised at all.
I think there's very good teams and great teams out there, and they're going to watch the TCU film and see what works and what gives BYU problems, and you guys have to grow and adjust and
you have
blah, blah,
to
blah,
be
yada, yada.
a great team on that day.
Yep.
And I don't know that anybody can be a great team every day.
No, they're going to lose. Right. Do you think anybody's going to make it through this league unbeaten?
Never.
Right. And certainly BYU with Arizona and
it's easier
Houston.
to do in football.
Yeah. And it's really hard to do in football.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody's done it in the first 2 years.
Road games
of this Big
are
12.
the most difficult road games that are ever played is in college hoop. And so that's what we have. And the expectation level, trying to meet expectations is one of the more difficult things to do in sports. And the expectation self-set is Final Four, which means every single game takes on a level of importance because of the goal.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all looking at, there are no such things, I don't think, in the NBA in the regular season as statement games. They all run together. And when you get to June, who in the heck can remember what happened in November? You got to jar your memory. Well, in college, I can remember games that I covered, league games, 30 years ago for the Utes, because expectations for the Utes are exactly what the Cougars have right now. And I can draw a direct line of parallel, and going to these places when the Utes would show up, and Majerus was a bigger lightning rod, and I'm not talking about his physical stature, because
his personality, his
he was
record,
more of a national guy than Kevin Young was.
As they won more and more, it was the single biggest sporting day in Laramie. It was the single biggest sporting day in Albuquerque.
Right.
The town rallied. You'd get to the arena early, and you'd feel it. There'd be a buzz.
Right.
And you can get to an NBA game maybe once a year or twice a year, pregame buzz for a big regular season game.
But playoff, entirely
playoff
different.
For sure.
Yeah.
And that's why we all talk about it, because we all feel it.
And in college, you're going to have that. And it's not going to come from Kevin Young. It's going to come from DeBonsa. And if you follow college basketball or / the NBA, you know who this kid is. And so they're going to be a show. When they go into Lubbock, it's going to be a show. And how do they respond? How do they meet that challenge? The other team's going to be jacked. So far, in my mind, individually, DeBonsa has answered the challenge. He has lived up to the expectation, and that's been fun to see, because that is a hard thing to do individually. Now, he's got the individually, and he's got the team. But I like when he talks about he wants to go to the Final Four, because in a sense, he could, when I use the phrase mail it in, that is a negative connotation. I get that completely. But he could mail it in to an extent team-wise, because
100%.
He's going to go in the top 3. It's just a question of where.
And not only that, his basketball legacy doesn't ride on what he does in 1 year of college basketball.
It can. At the college level, at a school that holds the most tournament appearances without a Final Four. That has been an albatross around the old neck of Cougar basketball 60, 70 years. And this kid could erase that. So he could be, just in one season, be an all-time BYU legend.
Yes, but his reputation is national. He is a national figure.
I'm talking about at the college level.
And so,
not the NBA level.
I know, but as a basketball player, he's going to be known for what he does in the NBA, not what he does in college.
I understand that. I just said that.
The possible exception, I'm thinking of all the last 20 years.
It's Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo winning it,
yeah,
and Steph taking a school that wasn't on the radar before or after. I mean, we all remember his run to a regional final.
Yeah, but I mean, I can top that with Gordon Hayward.
Right, but he didn't be an all-time NBA player, and DeBonsa is expected to be a multi-time All-Star, multi-time All-NBA.
Sure, we don't know
you
what's
win a
gonna
championship.
happen at the
No, we
NBA
don't.
level.
No, guys in a 1 and 2 pick wash out. I mean, anything can happen.
And Pippen went to Central Arkansas, so that's been done before. All-time guys that are under-recruited for whatever reason, and they blow up.
I just don't think these big-time players, that their legacy isn't what they did in NCAA basketball.
No,
for better
but
or
at
worse.
the college level and in Provo. I'm not talking about in New Hampshire. I'm talking about here in this state. What he has the opportunity to accomplish here locally will make him an all-time guy. They go out in first or second round, they go to the Final Four. He got them there, man. They finally got something that they have been unable to do. Kevin Young, and then the momentum that it brings to Kevin Young and his recruiting, we can't even imagine the possibilities. I think you're downplaying it, and I'm frankly disappointed in you.
He will be an all-timer in Provo if he gets them to the Final Four. No doubt about that.
And set the stage. Come unto Provo.
But for players, and this goes back
and
to
I hold
about
my hands out as if I'm at the Vatican.
You kind of are. You kind of are at the Vatican, yes. But for these players, they're
unto Zion.
They're having NBA dreams at 14, and that's their basketball legacy. You're right. It'll be a legacy in Provo, for sure. But back to your earlier point about, you're kind of moving the goalposts here and pivoting, to your earlier point about he could check out, I think a lot of these guys pick a year, the guys are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. It's like the year of basketball in college is something they have to get through to get to where they're really going, which is the NBA, which is where they'll create their legacy for better or worse.
I think it'll be remembered. If he gets him to the Final Four and if they win it all, he will be Carmelo is remembered. Marketing is not remembered. Nobody remembers anything he did in college.
And getting a school that has the most tournament appearances without ever going across the Final Four, that is a peg that people can remember and hold on to.
Yeah.
Even in Massachusetts and
now, if he goes and wins an MVP
Miami,
in the NBA, obviously that's way bigger.
Well,
and if he leads his team to the finals and they win a title, that's 1,000 times, 1 trillion times bigger. I understand that.
College is a stepping stone in basketball. All right, DJ and PK.
Well, everything to the professional level is a stepping stone. Name a sport. It's not in order to get to the highest level. If somebody is a star in the MLS who's 20 years old and then goes over to Europe, that's a stepping stone.
Yep. DJ and PK, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Need to scale your workforce for a peak season? Express Employment Professionals offers contract staffing so you can scale with ease and maintain productivity. Get started at expresspros.com. When it comes to hiring, it's about people, and that's where Express Employment Professionals comes in. Express experts connect you to qualified candidates, matching skills to your business needs. Hire differently with Express. Visit expresspros.com to find your local office. That's expresspros.com. Express Employment Professionals, building your workforce, supporting your success.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Celebrate 10 years of the event that started it all. Ski Joring Utah returns to Heber City, January 16th and 17th. Brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union. What's Ski Joring? It's the perfect mashup of horsepower and ski power, where cowboys, horses, and skiers race through an obstacle course for thousands in prize money. Bring the whole family for fun, food trucks, music, and high-speed racing. Don't wait. Get your tickets right now at proskijor.com. Use code ZONE25. Buy one ticket, get the second for half off.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
Hey, it's Cavino and Rich. Have you ever wiped with a piece of dry, single-ply toilet paper and wondered, is this as good as it gets? Well, it's not. It gets a lot better thanks to the wet, extra-large cleaning power of Dude Wipes. They comfortably clean up whatever TP leaves behind for no more maintenance wipes. Make the trade of the season and switch from TP and start experiencing the confident clean of Dude Wipes. Available at Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Dude Wipes. Best clean, pants down.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth are back in action tonight. They are hosting the Dallas Stars at the Delta Center. Dylan Gunther says the team is enjoying this homestand.
It's been a good stretch. I think we've talked about this stretch for a little bit and have looked forward to getting a little bit of time at home. So it's nice to be getting points. And, you know, we play a really good team next game, so just make sure that we're ready to go.
Puck drops tonight at 7. Pre-game coverage starts with Hockey Night in Utah at 6 o'clock here on The Zone.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's time for your feedback. What do you have to say about today's show? It came with another win, but what's with all the slow starts and ragged performances for BYU basketball? Trevor, getting everyone's best shot out of the gate and then slowly exerting their dominance until the W comes. Trevor sees it as a big positive. Take whatever they throw at you.
Well, if you're winning a game, you're going to have positives.
You'd like to think, right? There was a win, and it was nothing but negative. That's pretty rare.
There's only one time I witnessed that, and that was when Van Horn tipped it in to beat SMU.
And Majerus was furious afterwards.
Oh, my gosh.
That
he was like a bull walking off. I
Yeah.
mean, stuff was coming out of his nose, and I thought he was going to stomp his feet. He was, you could
one
just see
seed
it.
playing an 8 or 9 seed, a Sweet 16, Elite 8 team playing a 500 club. Yeah.
He was, he was so fired up. And I remember I was talking to the SID, and I said, uh-oh.
Angriest win ever.
This is going to be nasty.
Yeah.
He's not going to be happy. And then 2 nights later, the next
night, they beat New Mexico, and he's thrilled.
Oh, man, he jumped like a half an inch.
He did. That was great. He's in the sweater, the fist thrust. I can still see it.
Yeah. And New Mexico had at least, I think,
They had NBA
two
guys.
NBA guys.
Yeah, they had NBA guys.
Yeah.
It was a great win.
And
it was Van Horn at the buzzer again.
Yeah.
It came with another win, but what's with all these slow starts and ragged performances for BYU basketball? U State Iceman says, the answer is this. Go Aggies. And he's got a gif of Danny Sprinkle saying, nobody cares.
Danny. Long gone. He was a one-and-doner.
One-and-doner up at Washington now. Making the big money.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Calhoun does. If they win at least a game in the tournament, and maybe even if they can win 2,
somebody's got to come calling, right?
Yeah, do the Aggies, are they able to hang on to him? I know he likes it and all, but that would be tough.
Yeah, but if another school at another level with another type of bank vault comes calling.
Sprinkle and Odom, they were Urban Meyers.
You knew it from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
A little more doubt here.
There is a little more doubt. I would agree with you, though, that he probably goes.
Right. There are so many more teams with so much more money. And he's not from here. But he has made an effort to understand it, to fit in, figure out what works, to figure out how he can be, the best coach in this situation.
It's easier to win at a higher level in basketball than it is in football.
Yeah.
Although it's still hard to do.
It came with another win, but what's with all these slow starts? Aaron doesn't want to hear it. He goes full Al Davis. Just win, baby. Doesn't care what it looks like. I don't think we get to the just win point of the season in January. There is a point where you get deep into a season where it doesn't matter. Earlier in the season, like habits matter. Can you replicate this? You get down to the end, there aren't that many games left. You just got to find a way to win.
Well, it's all about the phrase in the tournament is survive in advance.
Survive in advance, right?
Yeah, and nobody cares how it's done.
No, style points don't matter at that point. Or at that point in the NFL season. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Houston, yeah, C.J. Stroud kept dropping the ball. Yeah, well, you won the game. Don't drop the ball in the next game.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Just get across the finish line, and they did.
I actually think a loss or 2 for BYU in the Big 12 will be just fine.
Oh,
and it'll be...
It's inevitable.
Yeah, and it is inevitable.
Yeah.
But
what
it'll
look
be
like?
Something that they can build off of.
Where does it and what does it look like? It's probably coming pretty soon. Their schedule is about to get ridiculous here. I mean, this is a tough game, but Arizona is right around the corner. Kansas is right around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's just one big game after another. It's the nature of playing in this league.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to each and every one of them.
Jake and Ben are coming up next. They'll have a Jazz keyword or nickname right here on The Zone.
Show's over. Show's over.
Well, I've so enjoyed our little chat.
Will you get going?
Goodbye.
You're wasting my time, so get out.
My suggestion to you is that you try again tomorrow.
I'll take that advice into account. Get going. See you.
See ya.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show.
Fox Sports Radio.
On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show.
Fox Sports Radio.
On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you, Christian, for starting off the show with some Guns N' Roses.
You're wearing your shirt.
I'm wearing my Guns shirt today. What is your favorite Guns N' Roses song?
Probably this one. I'm not a diehard. I certainly became familiar with their work as I got older, but I'm not like a deep dive guy. I've never listened to an album front to back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not even Appetite for Destruction, which is the album this song was on, and really most of their hits.
Considered one of the 25 greatest albums in the last 50 years?
I like Don't Cry, Don't You Cry Tonight. You know that song? Mm-hmm. I was kind of thinking about that as I was putting it, because they're all, this is a great song.
Yeah.
This whole album is good. November Rain, which is not on this album, is super good.
Paradise City, good cover, right?
Christian, Guns N' Roses were a rock band in the 80s and very early 90s. You're obviously somewhat familiar with them because you played the song, but you never know.
Yeah.
What is your favorite Guns N' Roses song, Christian?
I like this one, obviously. Live and Let Die is pretty good.
What's funny is this is in your parents' wheelhouse. As
Yeah,
far
that's
as
how I
age
know them, yeah,
range goes.
for sure. That's how I
where
know
I
them.
have a major gap is I don't have anyone in my life, which you really don't either, other than you're 5 years older than I am. So you are closer to when this album came out, of it being within your understanding of modern music.
Yeah.
I missed it because, I was 1 year old when this came out. 1 year old when this came out. You were 6 or 7 or whatever it was.
I remember specifically my buddy Jason. His older brother,
That's what I was gonna say.
Brandon, was into Guns N' Roses.
And my older brother was 4 when this came out. So I'm not sure he didn't have the friends that had the older brother.
But then when I was hitting my groove, they were still doing newish stuff. When I'd sit down and watch music videos on the music television station, like November Rain was considered, the pinnacle, this major music video. So, yeah.
Welcome to the Jungle is a great song.
It is.
It's become a radio song.
Yeah,
a sports radio song.
Nobody else in sports radio can use it.
Correct. But it is a sports radio song. But by itself, without that context, it's a terrific song.
Just like nobody can use our song at the end of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else out there can use that.
What's
it called again?
It's the original.
I don't even remember.
Island
something.
Island Living, or
something. The reggae
great.
show
Yeah.
song about the Jake and Ben show.
Yeah. Two amigos on the airwaves.
Sorry, that's taken.
Yeah. Don't use that, Jim Rome.
I never saw Guns N' Roses in their heyday. I was too young for that. However, I did see the bloated Axl version that toured with Bucket Hat or whatever that guy's name was for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And that was fun. I saw him at the E Center in a suite. No big deal. He
Nice.
couldn't, much like Elton John, could not hit the high notes
Yeah.
that he used to be able to.
Yeah. Did they write Paradise City? Is that not a cover? Why did I think that was a cover?
No, I don't think it's a cover.
Okay, good
Live
for
and
them.
Let Die is one of the
Yeah,
best
yeah.
covers ever.
That's pretty good. Okay. I like Paradise City a lot, too.
Live and Let Die, an example of the cover, way better than the original.
Okay.
The wings thing that was the original. And wasn't it for a Bond, like a James Bond
Oh, was
movie?
it?
Do I have that wrong?
That would make sense.
I think it was. But anyway, great covers. They had some great covers later, but I don't think Paradise City was one.
Yeah, you're right. It's not. I always thought that was. I don't know why.
Hilarious band breakup story where Axl keeps all of the name and songs and then bitterly doesn't let anybody else play them.
That's the goal. That's why when you leave this show, it's still going to be the Jake and Ben show. When you depart for greener pastures or whatever, browner pastures, whatever it is, it's a stay in Jake and Ben. For some reason, your name's staying first. And I don't know if I ever get another co-host.
The worst one was Creedence when they broke up because John Fogerty couldn't sing any Creedence songs for like 30 years. His iconic voice was the only thing that mattered in that band. But his brother, Tom, just kept on.
Keep going.
Kept on going.
Yeah. Well, the name mattered. Again, the Doobie Brothers there's no original members, right?
I don't think so.
And they're still the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, the Beach Boys have gone through like 32 members. The Temptations, the same way.
Yeah.
All right, Ben. 2-point loss in Chicago. The tank note people have to be happy with the ideal type of loss, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Jazz lose by 2. You get a big performance from a young player. Bryce Sensabaugh sets all sorts of records off the bench, scoring 43 points for the Jazz in a game where he just got ridiculously hot early and stayed hot throughout the game. He didn't really ever cool off. But what was interesting, actually, beyond the Bryce Sensabaugh thing, which we can dive into, was that the Jazz basically went with an entirely young core to play this game. Sans, Old Man Anderson, Kyle Anderson getting out there. But the starting lineup was Isaiah Collier, Keontae George, Cody Williams, Ace Bailey at the 4, which I thought was really funny, and Kyle Filipowski at the 5, which we were talking about the cooler. You want to lose games? Put Kyle Filipowski on Nikola Vucevic. That is a lopsided matchup, and Flip's numbers looked fine last night. His box score, if you just said, he scored some points and grabbed some rebounds, that's a good game. He gave up every basket that the Bulls wanted. So if you want to lose games, that's the best way to do it.
I guess that was kind of that's a good lead in to my take on the game last night. We didn't get to this on the post-game show, obviously. The Bulls should really be embarrassed. They should really be embarrassed at how bad that they are. How much of, I mean, the Jazz sat Nurk and Lowry. Tell me, Ben, what happened last time the Jazz did that?
Jazz lost by 55 points at home to the Charlotte Hornets.
Say that again.
Jazz lost by 55 points. The worst loss in Utah franchise history.
Now, I don't have the Google or AI up, but when do you think the last time that Vooch scored 35 was?
Oh, man, it's probably been a while.
Probably been a while because he's 35 years old.
Yeah.
And on the tail end and talented scorer, sure. But, I mean, 35. It took the Bulls to get an extraordinary performance from Nikola Vucevic, the one guy on that roster that is not going to be on that roster in the future, in order to beat the Jazz, who did not have a center on the roster last night. I mean, really? Shout out to Bryce Sensabaugh. Way to go. I mean, in fuego, as they used to say on SportsCenter. But wild. That Chicago, with talented players. Booz Ellis has tons of potential. Kobe White has torched the Jazz before. Those two had, what, Ben? 13 points between them last night? It's crazy. I have no idea what the Bulls are doing as a team, as a franchise. I mean, you're a Reinsdorf guy, so I'm sure you're going to defend him. But I was baffled at the Bulls last night, just baffled.
I had the same thought, and that was my ultimate takeaway, even beyond, again, we'll dive into Bryce because it's interesting. But I had the same thought. I thought you play in the Eastern Conference, meaning half of your games are against, not more than half your games, right?
Not serious teams.
Are not serious basketball teams. Just atrocious teams, including the Jazz last night, with all due respect to what the Jazz were trying to accomplish last night, which they did, which was how can we find a way to lose this game? And then with, 4 minutes left, the Jazz were down 12 and probably should have won the game. The Jazz were down 12 with 4 minutes left and had the ball with a chance to make a three to win that game in regulation. So that's how bad they were. But yes, watching them and just thinking, I guess this is a little bit why you are incentivized to tank, because you find yourself in the middle that way.
They're not even in the middle.
I mean, they're 19 and 21. They're in 10th seed in the East. I mean,
perennial play-in team.
They are the play-in Bulls. That's where they are. They are above, somehow they're above the Milwaukee Bucks, which just, again, unfathomable basketball happening in certain parts of the world in this NBA. But, yeah, to be 2 games above 500 in just a disastrous league that you should be able to win as many games as you want. I had the thought that, the Bulls should be relegated to the CBA, the Chinese Basketball Association, or whatever it is. Send them away because they shouldn't be in the league right now. Second of all, the Jazz, as soon as they put their foot, not to the floor, but I mean they just barely step on the accelerator, the Jazz are going to cruise past most of these teams. They're going to be, the 10th best team in the NBA in absolutely no time. Because it just clearly is not that difficult to do. It's amazing that some teams can't figure it out. And that, yes, continuing to cycle through, the lukewarm water that is the play-in tournament of the NBA is a bad idea. You need to be awful, get some young players, and then just try a little bit and leap past all this trash that is hanging out in the middle class of the NBA. So what the Jazz are doing, as brutal as it has been to watch if you're a Jazz fan, I'm sure for the last 3 years, still feels like the right approach to me, unless you just want to say, hey, we're just going to be good, and we're going to go out and find good players, and we're smarter than everybody in Chicago, which the truth is you are. Their GM is a bozo. Their owner is a bozo. Coach, I have no idea if Billy Donovan can coach or not. Could coach in college, but move on. Move past those teams, and you should be able to do it with relatively little difficulty.
I'll tell you. Was it just me last night, or maybe I caught Bill Donovan on a bad night? But coaching the Bulls has aged that man.
It's like being the president.
I mean, maybe he's using less hair dye or something. I don't know. But when he popped up on the old screen, I was like, oh, man. coaching the Bulls is really, really taking a toll on old Bill, who's kind of notorious for his young look. The Bulls, the saddest part about the Bulls is they are not trying to be a the play-in Bull. That's
Right.
not what they're trying to do. They're trying to take the next step. They looked at Houston, or they looked at Oklahoma City a few years before that, and they're like, here we go, next step. I mean, Josh Giddey is not a rookie, and I know we didn't see Giddey last night, but it's not like it's a particularly young team. They do have young players, but Kobe White's not a young player. And Vooch certainly isn't young. It's amazing he's still on that team. That should tell you how they've been trying and failing at being any sort of relevant since they hired the new guy, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. The Bulls probably should have beat the Jazz by 20.
Easily.
I mean,
At home?
maybe not 55, but by 20. And Keontae George had a shot at the end.
And that is part of the problem, is legitimately, Keontae George is the best player on the floor. And when you are an awful basketball team, a la the Chicago Bulls, and again, with all due respect to the entire roster being 3 years in the NBA or younger that played last night, sans Kyle Anderson, when you have the best player, that's not a good basketball team the Jazz trotted out. That's not a competitive team. When you have the best player on the floor, you can win. And Keontae George is just the best player on the floor. And then last night, randomly, Bryce Sensabaugh, and I mean this wholeheartedly, went full THT and scored 40 in a meaningless game. You have a chance to win. But yeah, man, it's embarrassing. And I get it. They didn't have Josh Giddey. Josh Giddey is the Bulls' best player right now. That's a loss for them. But it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing.
So it's funny that you bring up THT because I was actually thinking about this very thing last night watching Bryce because he was electric. There's no doubt, and he was plenty efficient. 15 of 22 is
a great night.
Great, 5 of 10 from 3. All of the things, but how much does being hot forgive? How hot do you have to be to hot dog it? You know, if you're going to take ludicrous shots, which I would say Bryce didn't take very many of those. So again, take it with a grain of salt. But how much latitude do you get for being in the quote unquote zone for selfish play?
Luka's entire career.
I mean, 0% is the truth.
Okay.
You have to, and this I think is actually something I learned from you. So I will tip my cap to you for my newfound skepticism about anything that's enjoyable in the world. But that is a game that you remember CJ Miles' game, the end of his rookie season. You remember Grayson Allen's game, the end of his rookie season.
Oh yeah.
You remember, and look, here's the thing: Gordon Hayward actually did it as well.
That was the least favorite game I've ever watched.
Yeah, it was the last game of the season. Went to double overtime. Grayson Allen scored 40. It was absurd.
Absurd.
Now Gordon Hayward did have a big game late in his rookie season, and it did kind of foretell things that were going to come from his career.
I hear you.
Where those may get some fans excited and be like, we just got to give him more. We got to give him more opportunities. I have quickly gotten to the point where I just dismiss it entirely. It is such an anomaly. And look, Bryce has had 2 huge games like this. He's had 2 games where he scored 20 in a single quarter in his career. Only Jordan Clarkson has done that in a Jazz uniform coming off the bench. It's really hard to score 20 in a quarter. You have to be extraordinarily skilled as a scorer. But you look across the board, this is what I wrote about last night. I mean, Bryce's numbers are down across the board. His points are down, his rebounds are down, his assists are identical, his three-point percentage is down 10 percentage points. Now, this is going into last night's game, and what happened last night is going to spike some of his numbers and make them look better. But yeah, he would be way better off having 8 12-point games in a row than 8 4-point games or 7-point games and then a 40-point game, obviously. But the numbers, at the end of the day, average out, and you say, oh, pretty good night. You can't count on that. You need somebody you can count on, and that's why even with what happened last night, Bryce has not proven himself as like a future piece of the franchise. The way Keontae has become extraordinarily consistent and battled this same issue where he would go off for 30 against Golden State and then have 6 straight nights where he shot 3 of 14. It's just like, who are you?
Yeah. Wrong footing the other team and being at the top of the scouting report are different things.
It is.
And, you know, we saw I wonder what Trey Burke's career high is. I'm sure it's like, whoa, hey.
35.
Because, because he had the opportunity to do that on a building team.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Burke's a funny example because he went from starting point guard, future guy for the Utah Jazz to out of the league in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was really quick. It was not where it was very similar to where Keontae George could have ended up.
Right.
Keontae really could have gotten there, and Bryce could get there.
So it's kind of funny. Don't confuse opportunity for proven. I don't know what's the verbiage you want to. Don't mistake opportunity for actual legitimacy, I guess, or long, a durable product.
Yeah. No, it's monkeys and typewriters, as I like to say. You put a bunch of monkeys in a room with a typewriter. Eventually, you'll get Shakespeare. It's just like, eventually, there is a randomness factor to this, and you get one guy who's going to get really hot and get the opportunity on a night when nobody is in front of him playing and the shots are widely available. Someone's going to score a broken clock, and that's not. Again, it's not to cast out Bryce Sensabaugh entirely.
No, but there's a difference.
There's more randomness to this than there is, this is something you should be able to expect from Bryce Sensabaugh. He actually has to prove himself in other ways that aren't this. And you almost worry that this poisons him into thinking that this is the type of player he should be.
Well, someone let him take 22 shots last night. That's not always going to be true.
Correct. And you know what? The funny thing is, and I look at Will Hardy. Will Hardy tries to lose this game. Goes into a starting lineup. I mean, Nurk was available and did not play.
Didn't play.
Svi didn't play. The Jazz have veterans that could play in this game that did not because they will help you lose. And it reminds me of the scene in The Simpsons where Krusty has bet on the Washington Generals. He's betting against
the Globetrotters.
Against the Globetrotters.
They were due.
Play this clip because this is how Will Hardy has to be feeling watching the games like he saw last night.
He's spinning the ball on his finger! Just take it! Take the ball!
Will is trying to lose. He's like, just go, just win. I'm giving you a victory. This is what your entire career is based on. 35 points for Vooch. Kobe White, you have the ball with 28 seconds left. Why did you throw it out of bounds? Just dribble up the court. Just take the ball. It's spinning on his finger. And he just they could not put one foot in front of the other. It's maddening. And I felt the same way about the Clippers when I watched them, and I know they've suddenly won 9 of 12. But as soon as the Jazz try, which I do think is going to begin Game 1, 2026-2027 season, I suspect the Jazz are going to spend a little bit of money this summer getting some veterans that can actually help, because you already see how the veterans do help this roster. And they let Keontae go, and they let Lauri Markkanen go, meaning go for it. Win as much as you can. The Jazz are going to climb to 42 wins, 45 wins in the blink of an eye because this is a victory that is just sitting there for you, spinning on your finger to just take it, that the Jazz can. And Will Hardy's actively, like Neo in The Matrix, trying to dodge wins coming that are just being given to him over and over.
It's funny. We were all very confused on the pregame show. So Locke sends Jamil. Jamil has to put together the starting lineup package for the radio broadcast, and so he tries to get the starters as soon as he can, or at least an understanding of maybe what they're going to be, given there's some last minute changes. And Locke let him know the starting lineup or what it was likely to be, and we all looked at the injury report, and we said, Nurk's not on the injury report.
Yeah, he's available.
So Jamil kept head on the swivel because, what if Nurk was a last minute, scratch or something like that. But anyway, long story short, we were all very confused. I even did a bit in the pregame, Ben, about Nurk's rebounding and how important that could be.
Oh, the Jazz would have...
It's so frustrating.
Jazz would have beat the Bulls by 15 points had Nurk played.
If Nurk played.
Because, yes, he would have grabbed all these rebounds. Not that the Jazz missed a lot of shots. That's how they stayed in this game. But they couldn't hit a three to save their life. Yeah, Nurk grabs those rebounds. This game's not close again. So, and I expect that to be more of what we see. I expect to see more and more of this. And, it's not going to be necessarily Bryce Sensabaugh going off for 40, but you're going to have 25-point nights from Ace Bailey. And the Jazz are going to have to continue to get creative.
Okay.
Ways to lose.
Let's play a game. Who's the next Geezer center to light up Phil?
I mean, they play Daniel Gafford tonight.
He's not a geezer.
He's not a geezer, no. He's a decent player. He's actually a very good player.
Did I see he might be out, actually?
I think Cooper Flagg might also be out. This is going to be a tough one for the Jazz to lose. Second night of a back-to-back. If Nurk played last night, unless Lauri Markkanen is really,
Does Rudy count?
No, Rudy's too good.
No,
he's like 4 points
he's a geezer center. This way, if Rudy lit up Phil, that would qualify. I just don't think that's going to happen.
They play Luke Cornett and the San Antonio Spurs coming up on Monday. Now the problem is Wemby's also on that team, but Luke Cornett could go off. But yeah, putting Flip out there, I said maybe Taylor Hendricks is the new cooler for the Utah Jazz. Flip is so miscast as a starting center again, and he may just not be an NBA player.
Completely overmatched.
I've told you, I think there's a chance he could be a Naz Reid type backup big who is not a 5, plays the 4, gives you some real offensive skills. He's got real skills on the offensive side of the ball. He's really talented. He's a very bad defensive player. And if he's starting, it's a disaster. If he's coming off the bench, maybe he can have a good 15 minutes.
I can't believe I'm defending Phil a little bit here, but I'm going to. It's not fair. He can't guard Nikola Vucevic.
No, he
That's
can't.
not fair. We've had this discussion pretty much since they drafted him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you lean him out
Yeah.
and try and move him like more of a Lowry kind of
3-4.
Try to make him a little bit, or do you beef him up and try and teach him how to play dirty and so he could be a big?
Yeah, Olynyk.
And in defense of him, I think they told him we're going to lean you out and play you as more of a wing.
Mm-hmm.
And then what the team requires is him to go guard Vooch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not really fair.
Agreed.
But I don't think that I don't think he will ever be a good defensive player. And I've been on record for a while saying that. But I don't think the game against Chicago is evidence. I mean, what do you expect?
Correct.
Vooch has him by 50 pounds and is always been a skilled guy. He's not going to miss those easy shots if you're not, capable of guarding him. He's going to have 35.
No, he's
going to old man him all night.
This is the flaw of this system, which is if you look at Bryce Sensabaugh's numbers over like the last 30 games of the season last year, he was insane. He was shooting 48% from 3 on 6 threes a game or 5 threes a game. I think it's fair to say the Jazz have kind of been trying over these first 35, 38 games. It's just like kind of. Not really trying, but kind of trying. And Bryce has been completely inefficient. I mean, completely benign. He's just not been an impactful player, really, for the most part. Game here or there, but night in and night out, Bryce has not been all that effective of a player in a system where they're kind of trying. But when they're not trying, and it doesn't matter what happens, he can look really good. So, yes, to your point, you can't blame Flip for what he did last night, but also how much you actually taking from what he does on a night-in, night-out basis for the next 45 games.
Yeah.
Probably not a lot.
He's an NBA guy, but I'm telling you, 17 to 20 minutes a night. That's him. You can't play him 30 minutes. It's just
it's too much.
Too much of a vulnerability.
Yep.
What Geezer center could still put up 35 on Phil today? Shaq?
I mean, the truth is he's lucky he doesn't have to play against him because it's Yusuf Nurkic. Like, Nurk could go off for the game of his life right now against Flip because the size advantage, which is funny, it's exactly what Flip did to everybody else during the Summer League. He's just bigger and stronger than everybody else at that level. But Nurk at this level would he would push Kyle Filipowski.
I mean, that's an accurate answer to an obnoxious question. I'm saying, could Patrick Ewing still put up 35
put up some points
on Phil?
I'm trying to think of somebody who's semi-recently retired.
Like Arvydas Sabonis could still
doubt he can move.
Knock 35 down on Phil. Like just big, heavy, old man ya all night.
Brooke Lopez. Or Robin Lopez.
Robin.
Robin.
That's a good one. All right. Let's do our the Jazz.
Marc Gasol.
Oh, yeah.
Marc Gasol would be in really good shape.
That's a good one. The Jazz Keyword Contest. Enter to win a 5-pack of tickets to go see the Jazz Spurs on January 22nd. Each show today will have their own keyword, Ben. The more keywords you enter, the better chance you have to win. So make sure you listen all day. Our keyword, Ben, you ready? Hearty.
Hearty? Hearty?
Hardy.
Oh, not like a good bowl of soup.
Not like the burger company Karl Malone used to endorse either.
Hardee's.
It's Hearty.
Yeah.
Go to kslsports.com/contests and enter the keyword Hearty.
Christian, Hardee's was a restaurant, fast food restaurant that did burgers, kind of roast beef sandwiches, if I remember correctly. That's also Arby's. Hardee's, and it got taken over by Jack in the Box?
Nope. Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr.
It's
That's
still
right.
Hardee's on the East Coast.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
But our keyword is
Hardy.
Jazz head coach Hardy.
So five packets
Hearty.
of tickets on the line to go see the Jazz and the Spurs.
When was the last time you had Carl's Jr.?
It wasn't that long ago.
Oh, was that okay? You've had it somewhat recently.
There aren't very many around.
No, they replaced that one downtown.
Oh, yeah, that one's long gone.
It's a big hotel now.
Yeah, that.
And there was there a Hardee's on 21st South by Sugar House Park? I think that's what I remember. Neither here nor there. Anyway.
You should Google those Karl Malone commercials.
Hardee's commercials, yeah, they're still out there.
They're funny. All right, top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hans and Scotty, Advanced Windows is here to help you out. We are smack dab in the middle of winter. It's cold, it's windy, and you want to protect your home from those outside conditions. Well, it all starts with your windows. Let's get you squared away with the best windows in the state at the best price. Hans, it's Advanced Windows.
Advanced Window products are so good, I've bought their windows. They're fantastic. They keep the cold out, they keep the warmth in. They're a noise-reducing window because of the 2 panes of glass, because they're amazing casing. These are the finest windows money can buy.
It's a new year. It should be a new home for your home. It's Advanced Windows. Call right now and let them get you squared away. It all starts with a free assessment. They'll evaluate your windows, see where they're at. Give them a call right now, and let's get it squared away. Somebody will come out to your house for free, and if you decide to swap out 10 windows or more, they'll take $2,500 off that bill.
801-850-9100. That's Advanced Windows at 801-850-9100.
That's 801-850-9100.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Bryce Sensabaugh coming off a big game, talking about how it felt to see those shots go in.
Oh, man, I really don't have a lot of words for it. Like, it kind of just started off with a good look from the corner, a good pass from Keontae, and then, all glory to God. Like, shots were just going in tonight, so it was a lot of fun, get back to hitting shots at a high clip, and I'm looking forward to continuing.
This update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Monday warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. Though his mind is not for rent, don't put him down as arrogant. His reserve a quiet defense.
Jake and Ben. Join the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals. We're honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contests. And then listen Thursdays to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the hammer's coming down. 20 people have been charged in a point-shaving scheme involving college basketball.
And the Chinese Basketball Association, which is apparently where this started. It started with the CBA, the Chinese Basketball Association, and then these people started targeting the NCAA, specifically, not exclusively, but specifically smaller schools, probably kids not getting as much NIL money, and getting them to shave points and ultimately fix games.
Do you think, and we've had this chat before, but do you think this is going on more than it used to, or do you think we are just finding out about it now more, that it's kind of more above board?
I do think it's probably going on more. I do. It was probably easier to get away with in the past because who's going to investigate? There's not a nationwide group of bookies, maybe there was, but your local guy at the bar who's always sitting at the end of the bar, who's taking bets on every game, wasn't going to be able to coordinate with somebody on the other side of the country being like, why did this game have this type of outcome that you could place bets on with some one-to-one guy versus now these big betting organizations that can track it and are very sophisticated. So in a sense, it was probably easier to fix in the past, but we do know the fox is just in the henhouse. And the Supreme Court in 2018 let the fox into the henhouse. They just said, yeah, gambling's legal. That's not a thing that should be illegal in this instance. We can't really find a reason why it should be. And then you realize, like, oh, yeah, maybe there's not a good legal argument for why it should be illegal, but the consequences are going to be quite damning, and we are seeing it right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. I'm open to the idea of it was worse before than it is now, and the ability to track it is going to make people less likely to do it. Allah, it's probably easier to get away with murder in 1950 than it is today because there's cameras everywhere. But I don't know. It feels like it's pretty rampant right now.
There's like a former mob guy out there that does a podcast, and granted, this guy makes his living on sensationalizing things, but he's also been hired by the NBA and other organizations to come talk to players, and he was involved in the Boston College scandal in the 70s, and he says it like it's happened. It's always happened. I mean, it's happening. It's happened. I mean, he's just one dude in one example, and he got caught, obviously, or I don't know if he's particularly got caught, but anywho, like, there's got to be others out there doing the same thing, and now we've got a Chinese gambling ring that's doing it. I mean, that can't be new. I wouldn't think.
No, I'm sure it's always happened in one regard.
Why are we finding out about it now? Now it's the Justice Department has been investigating, but are they following like betting patterns on public books and stuff like that? Because if that is the case, I could argue that this is a good thing. That bringing it all out into the open is a good thing.
If you can stop it. If exposing it stops it, I agree, it's a good thing. Now, that doesn't mean it happening and not exposing it was better. That's not. If you're point shaving games and you've lost the authenticity of the game.
It might be better. Honestly, if you want to ask yourself, why would David Stern put a lid on Tim Donaghy? It's because if you don't know about it,
the plausible deniability
you don't
is
care
better.
about it. Yeah, I don't really care that the games are fixed. I just don't want you to know about it, because if you think the games are fixed, you're not going to consume our product. So instead of rooting out corruption, we're just going to keep a lid on it.
I do have to say, my concern personally with this is the players we cover feel like it almost feels like an inevitability that somebody you cover is going to get wrapped up in this, whether it's one of our local colleges, a kid who went to college and now plays in the NBA, who is it? Blankenly, who very briefly played in the NBA, is caught up in this. Not like a big time player.
So
by any means.
if I'm reading you right, you're expecting at some point Will Hardy to be frog marched out of the facility and booked into jail.
I'm not going to say that at all.
Well,
but
that happened.
I do
in Portland.
Yeah, right.
It's not that far away.
No, it's not far away.
And
in
I'm
fact,
kidding,
it's
by the
very
way.
Close.
Joke, satire, whatever. I'm not accusing anybody of.
But no, now
Hardy
you think of
doing
all these
anything.
things of like the pitfalls for young players to not make it as NBA players and getting caught up, whether it's injury, whether it's personal life stuff. Now it's like, oh, I actually went to jail for 24 months because I fixed games in college as a freshman, and then it only caught up with me 6 years later once I was in the league. Like, I start to worry about those pitfalls and how annoying that story is going to be and how it changes our entire perspective of the sports that we cover. So I do hate it. I'm with you. If this works and this scares people out of doing it, I hope it's a positive. But, man, so many of these rules that we have made that seem like deregulation on my part, whether that's gambling in 2018, whether that's NIL, et cetera, they just seem to further and further ruin the sport. Yeah. We're really making these products worse by the day.
But people aren't being exploited anymore, Ben, so that's
all
nice.
worth it.
Yeah. All right, next.
Number 2, BYU got quite the scare last night, but they did hold off the upset against TCU.
Until it actually happens, I guess you can't bemoan it. And it did happen against UConn. It's their only loss this year. But the slow starts are concerning for BYU. And they were down to TCU at halftime again. They just had another very slow start. Was it 36-30 at the break, I think? You've got to be careful with that. And when you start playing actually good teams, and the Big 12's good, TCU, like kind of these middle-class Big 12 teams are probably still going to be competing for the tournament. But when you do start playing the Kansases, the Iowa States, the Houstons, the Texas Techs of the world, this will come back and bite you. Arizona, certainly. So they do need to clean this up.
Are there multiple Houstons?
The Houstonses? I think it's the Royal.
I've never understood that, the Utahs of the world.
The Utahs of the world.
There's only one.
There's only one of them.
Not to get distracted.
So I do worry about that. The nice thing is AJ Devon says everything that was advertised.
Worry in what way? Because honestly, the best thing that could happen to this BYU team is they get down early and then they lose by 30. Because this team needs a wake-up call.
They do need a wake-up call.
I don't know, Ben. Have you ever just skated by at something, so to speak?
Exclusively.
He's a skater boy.
Yeah, exclusively.
He said, "See you later, boy." Yeah, I know. Skate it. Have you ever mailed it in your skate tournaments until it came down to the very end? You're like, 100%. Oh, okay, I
not
gotta,
skateboarding, but yes, school. Whatever.
I got to start trying so I can.
But you're not trained to do it.
And the best thing to happen to you eventually is that you fail the class or get a D or whatever, and you're like, oh, well, I guess I should start trying at the beginning of the semester.
Shape up.
As opposed to the night before finals.
Yeah, 100%.
BYU needs to lose by 20 to Texas Tech and go, oh, we didn't climb it back in it and win it?
We gotta.
That's what we do. You don't want to have to come. You don't want to be the Chicago Bears. You don't want to have to somehow miraculously come back in every game. At some point, you got to put it on the tracks at the beginning if you're going to beat the best teams, to your point. But they need to catch a beating against a good team. They need a wake-up call for sure.
Here's their next 6 games. The 17th, which is 2 days from now, Saturday, at Texas Tech, home against Utah, home against Arizona, at Kansas, home against at Oklahoma State, home against Houston. So the nice thing is they're not going to skate by. This is not Gonzaga in the WCC, who is not well tested, who's going to get to the tournament and all of a sudden be like, oh, every player on the other team's as big as we are. BYU is not going to be able to avoid that challenge. So that's why I'm not quite as concerned about it at this point. Like, they're going to get tested, but I'm not sure I'm quite, the 12 or 13 game win streak and 4-0 in the Big 12 and the top 10 ranking. Like, it's still a little bit the preseason for BYU because they have not gotten to the best teams in their schedule yet.
If you would tell me that the real BYU is the team we saw in the second half, I would believe you. The team we saw at the beginning of the game is not the real BYU. It's you didn't have I almost said cup of coffee, but you didn't have your caffeine supplement before you got it. You didn't wake up. You didn't get off the bus.
Your swig,
your swig, whatever. Your dirty soda. I mean, you just kind of like, yeah, okay, well, TCU's in town. Ben told me that my season doesn't start until I play a good team, so what are we doing here? I mean, they've done it all year. I mean, they
have.
They need to pay the price. In fact, a bad loss might even be better. Like, you lose to Utah at home because you don't even get out of bed, because BYU is way better than that. And they proved that game in and game out, but I'm with you. This pattern cannot continue.
The reason
they need a wake-up call
is because BYU, I think, has Final Four potential this year.
Right.
Like, they're that good.
Right.
AJ's that good. Richie Saunders is that good. Robert Wright's that good. They have those pieces to make a very serious run in the NCAA tournament. They can't accidentally get there. They're going to have to play well, and they haven't had to play well yet to be where they are.
God, keep your pants on, Christian. What's
What's
next?
Keep your pants on,
God,
buddy boy.
Jeez, he's just screaming at us in there. It's ridiculous.
The Giants making the first big move in the NFL coaching world. John Harbaugh.
$100 million is the speculation. 5 years, right around $100 million. So if you're wondering why he took that job, we figured it out.
He should have gotten fired from the Ravens years ago.
Yeah.
This is I think a good hire for the Giants. Who knows, how it goes. But the Giants seem to be better when they have an adult who's had experience at the helm. Tom Coughlin.
Mm-hmm.
And this is more in that vein. Not crazy bozos like Brian Daboll, but serious people. So I think it's a decent hire. And for Jackson Dart's sake, I hope it succeeds.
Yeah, it's not a bad landing spot. You've got a quarterback who has some runway. You've got a running back who's going to last 2 years, but he'll at least be fun to watch in Scatterboo. And then we'll see where they go from there.
I'd hire Lawrence Taylor.
But you can win in New York. I mean, that's not a loser franchise historically.
At times it has been, but not. Yeah, they have success too.
Yeah. They've had enough high level wins that it's not the Jets.
Yeah, the old man, though, is on his way out, so we'll see how the kid does.
Takes over, yeah.
This is his hire, apparently, reading into the reporting. So
pretty uncreative, but a coup nonetheless.
Stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold. And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG. Frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need.
We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. The passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. You just see all these things happening. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Hey, you don't want to be like Kentucky basketball when it comes to doors and windows, as we're watching the highlight of Kentucky where maybe it's okay, maybe it's bad, I don't know. I'm buying it from a big box store. Maybe it's good for where we live. I have no clue. When it comes to your doors and windows, Ben, these are very important things. It's very important that you get things done the way you want it and the way is done right.
Yeah, you've got to make sure that you've got the right product in your home. The worst thing you can do and the most expensive thing you can do is get cheap doors or windows on the front end and have to replace them again a second time. And that's not going to be the case with Peach Doors and Windows. It's why they've been around for over 30 years, because they stand by their products, and people in our state will stand by them. You can go check out their Google reviews to see the proof, or have one of their contractors come out to your house. Check out what you have, the views that are possible that maybe you're not utilizing.
Check it out on Google. Go to peachbuildingproducts.com. Give them a call. Do that free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, or go to their showroom, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it, but without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple. Simple comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, it's Utah versus Big D. The Jazz are in Dallas to play the Mavericks. The game tips off at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars are in Utah to play the Mammoth. Puck drops at 7 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Ian Cole talking about holding Toronto to only one goal.
You don't want to take away time and space. You want to make sure that those skill guys have a tough time, getting shots off, making plays. And I think we did a pretty good job of that. And like I said, it's the right mindset. And it wasn't just our D, right? It was our forwards too. So we can keep good gaps, but if they don't track back, it's going to be odd man rushes all night. And so they did a great job.
Stay tuned. Nick Olczyk will join us at the top of the 11 o'clock hour to talk Mammoth hockey here on Jake and Ben.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hans and Scotty coming up on Friday from noon to 3 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. Ben, I used to get in these long debates with Gordon about if I were a general manager, would I ask the star player what they thought about roster moves? And my answer was always absolutely not.
Yeah, the second you open that door, it's really hard to close.
And what happens when you have to tell the star player no?
Yeah.
What happens when LeBron comes in and says you should re-up J.R. Smith to a 25-year contract? What happens when you have to be like, no, are you crazy? Then it's just bad news. I think my same take would apply to coaches.
Okay.
There's a report out of the Athletic. Steve Kerr reportedly wanted to draft Franz Wagner over Jonathan Kuminga, who's demanded a trade, according to the Athletic. I would be so angry. And which general manager drafted Kuminga?
It was probably, what's his name? Who's now running the...
Bob Myers?
Bob
Was
Myers.
it
Probably
Bob?
Bob.
Or
Probably
was it, who's their guy now, the former player?
Dunleavy?
Dunleavy.
I think it was probably Bob.
I would be so angry if I was a general manager and I saw a report that
had come out.
That had come out where Steve Kerr is passing the buck and going, well, don't look at me, dude.
Yeah.
It wasn't my decision.
Right.
I would be so mad. I'd be like, why did I even ask your opinion then?
That happened with the Jazz and Desmond Bane and Udoka Azubuike.
Yeah.
Apparently, Quinn wanted Desmond Bane and Dennis Lindsay wanted it Azubuike, and now we all know about it. And now Quinn gets to say, look, I'm on the right side of it when you guys are supposed to be a team.
Right. Be like, why are you in the room?
Yeah. You know what? You're not in the room anymore.
You're out. I'm not going to ask for your opinion if when 3 or 4 or whatever it is years down the road, you're going to be like, well, I voted for Kodos.
Yeah, right. Because you also don't want to get into that game of, well, you remember you wanted to start this player or you wanted to do this and I told you not to do it. And I was right. You can't get to that point where you're chipping at one another.
Do you realize that I voted for Kodos episode of The Simpsons was during the Clinton-Bob Dole election?
30 years ago, right? 96? Yeah.
Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos. Don't blame me. I wanted Franz Wagner. You see that guy?
Yep.
That guy's an all-star.
He's great now.
Baller.
Yeah.
Look at this Kuminga bozo. And it makes me think, how much of a chance did you really give Kuminga there, Steve? If you were anti Kuminga and you were invested in that opinion from the beginning, how fair were you with him? How much did you set him up to succeed? There's cracks in the Steve Kerr armor, I think that have kind of gone ignored. He's done some things that are kind of bizarre, but they win, so it covers it up. But this is, I don't know. I don't like this stuff. And that's obviously coming from Steve Kerr or somebody pro Steve Kerr.
Let us not forget that Steve Kerr dismantled the 7 seconds or less Suns to go and get Shaquille O'Neal. He traded Sean Marion, and I can't remember who else. Very good players to get washed Shaq. Like, his decision-making when it comes to team building is not sound. It's certainly not flawless.
So, I don't know. I thought that was kind of Bush League to see that.
Well, he's on his way out. He's going to be done after this year, I think. And that would make sense that he's now starting to pull the curtain back, which is a really bad sign. Jonathan Kuminga demanded a trade today.
Who's on their way out?
Steve Kerr.
After this year?
This is going to be his last year. Very strong belief that he's done, at least coaching this Warriors team.
All right. Stay tuned. Nick Olchek next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steakco, they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steakco has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com. Promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flow like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up a stage and wax a chump like a candle. Dance, caress a speaker that booms. I'm killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, when I play a dope melody. Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit bullseye, the kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Ice, ice, baby.
I was so bothered. But you know what? I'm an ego guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
why everyone. That's how people know you.
That's my persona. Is I do everything right and know it and will tell people about it constantly.
Yeah. Well.
And take offense when others don't either know or recognize
You have to carve out your role. You have to find your identity.
Sometimes you have to, break a few eggs, Ben.
Have you noted? Have you felt this? It's funny. I was thinking we're going to hopefully talk to Nick Olczyk coming up here momentarily. I do feel like the closer I get to a lot of this business, the less I know. I used to feel pretty firm in a lot of my stances and opinions on things. This guy's never going to be able to do this. This guy's going to be able to do this. The closer I get, the more I realize things happen that you can't predict constantly, all the time. And, we went from not having a hockey team to having a hockey team 4 months later. I mean, things you think you can predict and know, the closer you get, the less you know.
I once got told to my face that I'm not as smart as I think I am. And
I'm sorry again for saying that too.
No, it wasn't you, but it was somebody I respect. And they were 1,000% right.
Yeah.
Like 1,000% correct. And especially when it comes to our next topic.
Yeah.
That is NHL hockey. So that's why we go to the expert.
Yeah.
We look forward to it each and every week. He's on the Mammoth broadcast. He's our buddy Nick Olczyk. What's going on, Nick?
Jake. And what's up, boys? Nice to be back with you. And you know what? Anybody that ever tells you you're not good at something or you can't do something or you're not smart enough, just smile, walk away, and then go and prove to yourself, most importantly, that you are smart enough and that you can do it. So there's a little motivation for you. Not that you need it, but
I need
it. There's always going to be naysayers, boys. Let's concern ourselves with those that support us and pump us up.
I thought you were going to say go slash their tires when they're not looking. I was like, yeah, I get it. I'm there. How did you know? Okay, so let's talk about a weird decision that did prove to be right that I think people doubted, myself included. And again, I'm still learning some of the minutia of the NHL, but we see Dylan Guenther look like he gets demoted, right? He gets bumped down to the third line. Yeah. Daniil Boot comes up. Well, those players accounted for, 4 points in one of the best wins of the season? I mean, clearly Coach Bear, Andre Tierney, does have a feel for his team at times and what they need.
Yeah, he does. And I think most importantly, having been with this team for the last bunch of years as Andre Tierney has, he knows the right buttons to push. And I think that's the important part as a coach, is to have a feel for players that are going during a game, that are feeling it, that are wanting the puck, that are demanding it, and other guys that when they're not going, and you got to make changes to lines in game and from game to game. And it had been a couple of games since Dylan Guenther scored, and then all of a sudden you put him on that line, and it's not exactly unfamiliar territory for Dylan Guenther, considering that he has had some success in the past playing with a guy like Jack McBain. And I think the unheralded player on the roster all year that people are maybe not talking about enough is Michael Carcone. He's already surpassed his goal total from last year. He's been a fixture on that second power play unit on the right flank. And he is the kind of guy that he is the fastest player on this team, not named Logan Cooley, and how he can turn on the Jets, push defenses back, which is only going to open up more space for the likes of Dylan Guenther to be able to shoot the puck and most importantly, first and foremost, to get open. So I just think that line as a whole, you've got a little bit of everything. You've got your meat and potatoes, big boy that can drive the net and open up space for everybody else like Jack McBain. You've got the speed from Carcone and more than enough finishing ability, and then Dylan Guenther, who I think has a top 10 shot, a top 10 release in the entire National Hockey League. And I think the one thing, too, with Guenther in particular, to the heart of the question, he's such a great player, and it's easy to become mesmerized and obsessed with the shot. But for Dylan Guenther in particular, what I see when I watch him is a guy that thinks the game at such an elite level to where it's the brain that's able to find the holes to jump into. Then it's the foot speed to be able to get there and give himself enough time. And then after the brain and the feet do the work, it's the hands, it's the arms, it's the core that takes over to catapult pucks towards the net. So I think that's been a big reason why he's had as much success as he's had lately. And in that line, you have a little bit of everything, which is what made him so effective in that 6-1 win against the Maple Leafs.
All right, Nick, we're past the midway point of the season, and I'm going to give an NBA comparison. I hope this question makes sense. But, if you're covering a team that's going to make a playoff run or do some damage in the playoffs, they really need to be rounding into shape and playing their best basketball with, what would you say, Ben, like a month to go in the season?
Yeah.
We've seen Jazz teams limp into the playoffs, and it just usually doesn't go well. The best teams kind of rounded into shape about a month and a half out. What's the parallel in hockey? I mean, when do you want to round it into shape and be playing your best hockey to go into the playoffs?
I think you could use that same exact formula for every walk of life. I think you could use that in any business. You want to be in a great spot heading into the final quarter of the year for basketball. Be playing really good a couple of weeks or a month before you head into the playoffs. Same with football. I think it's the exact same with hockey is that you want to be firing on all cylinders and feeling really good about yourself and your game and getting healthier, if at all possible, considering the condensed schedule this year, a couple of weeks before you get into the playoffs. And look, the one special thing about hockey that a lot of other sports don't have is you could be playing all right, and then your goaltender catches fire, and the goalie is the one that's able to get you through all the way through the playoffs, and you never know what ends up happening there if you got a hot guy between the pipes. But overall, I would agree that you want to be playing your best hockey. It's an upward trajectory. Are the Mammoths exactly where they want to be in every aspect of their game right now? No. And I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, because if you peak too early, you're going to run out of steam, you're going to run out of health, you're going to run out of energy, and then when you get to the playoffs, it's going to be a wake-up call. But if you never peak and you don't hit that perfect timing in terms of having your game in full stride, it's going to be a struggle when you do get to the playoffs, because the majority of the other teams are already going to be in that phase of their game. So I think the whole year is it's a build. You're building to get to that month before the playoffs, a couple of weeks before. So in hockey, with the playoffs starting mid-April, you're looking to be playing really good hockey mid-March, towards the end of March, so that way when you go into the end of the season, if you're playing important games and you're trying to increase your seed when you do get to the playoffs, you want to be playing your best hockey then. And so I think with where the Mammoth are at right now, they are certainly on the right trajectory to be able to accomplish that type of part of their plan.
Speaking of hot guys between the pipes, Karel Vejmelka is on one right now over his last 9, really the last month. 7-2-0, 93% save percentage, right, or 92% save percentage. He's only given up a couple of goals in every game. Maybe one time they gave up 4, but he's just been. It seems like he's really on one.
He has, and I do think, and unfortunately, a lot of our great fans don't get don't have access to the super advanced analytics as far as how Utah defends in different aspects of their defensive games, whether it be off the rush, whether it be off the cycle, or the amount of chances that they allow from the slot, which is just the area right out in front of the net. There's one area of the ice you'd want to shoot from as a player. It's from the slot. And Utah's numbers are all in the super dark greens, which means they're top 5, top 8 in a lot of those categories. So while there needs to be a ton of credit heaped on Karel Vejmelka, I do think that a contributing factor to his success this year, when he has won games and has gone on really good stretches, is that the defending in front of him has been outstanding. And he would be the first guy to tell you that his group of defensemen, his centers, and at times when the wingers got to be able to come down low and help out, they have done a great job in front of him. So what does that mean? Now, I could go on a 10-minute tangent and talk about all the different things, but for me this year, even more so than last year, is a term you'll often hear us talk about on the broadcast, which is box outs. It's kind of like you're moving furniture. As a defenseman, as the low forward, you want to find a way to move the other attackers out of the front of the net so you can allow Veggie to be able to see the puck. Because as a goaltender these days, with as good as they are, as good as Karel Vejmelka is, if he sees it, he's going to stop it. But you run into some problems and some issues where if he's got to look around an attacking forward that's trying to screen him, that's trying to deflect the puck or look for a tip in front. I think Utah D and the low forward have done such a great job of kind of clearing out the front of the net, boxing out, and making those opposing forwards and their life that much more difficult. So in a roundabout way, I think the defending has played a huge role in it, but for Karel Vejmelka, I mean, what a cool, calm, collected cucumber he is. Big saves at big times. I can't even tell you how many wins this year you can look back and say the breakaway save he made in the second period to keep the 2-goal lead for the Mammoth was the biggest save and the biggest difference in that game, because all of a sudden you give up that goal, it's a 1-goal lead, and the other team feels a lot better about their game and less tall of a mountain to climb. So I just think the timeliness of his saves have been the biggest key to the success that he's had this year, and a big reason why he was the very first goaltender in the National Hockey League. And I'm going to repeat this so all of our fans can really hear it. The first goalie in the league to get to 20 wins. It's been a special season for number 70.
So tell us about tonight's matchup, because Dallas coming in with 63 points appears to be pretty good. However, they haven't been good lately. So is this an opportunity for an upset maybe?
Well, no doubt, and I think you're catching the Stars at a good time, because for a long time there they were absolutely humming along. And this team, when you look at the division, to be able to get to where you want to get to, you got to beat the best teams in the league. There's no question. But other than the resurgency here in the 11-game win streak of the Tampa Bay Lightning, the 3 best teams in the entire National Hockey League is in the Central Division, with the Avalanche, the Stars, and the Minnesota Wild. And to your point, the Stars had gotten off to a little bit of a rocky start, and then they just caught their stride, and they were on fire from here to the moon. And they've come back down to earth a lot lately. 2 wins in their last 10 games. And this is a team that if you make their best players defend, a guy like a Jason Robertson, no American-born player has more goals in the last calendar year, was not picked for the U.S. Olympic team. So I'm sure there's added motivation for him without a doubt in his game. But if you can force a guy like that to defend, that'll only go further, and not only not allowing those guys to score, but it'll tire them out and make them a little bit more frustrated. And the other part, I will heed warning, the Dallas Stars have one of the best power plays in the entire National Hockey League. And the last time that these two teams played in late November, it was 2 power play goals from the Dallas Stars that were the deciding factor in a 4-3 win. If Utah has a disciplined game, if they were a little bit more disciplined the last time they met, Utah wins that game in regulation. They win that game at 5-on-5, 3-2. But the difference is if you take penalties and you're a bit undisciplined with your play after the whistle or even between the whistles, that's what's going to give this team an upper hand. So discipline is going to be something I'm sure is talked about going into this game. But you give the Stars chances, they've got more than enough ability to make you pay. So defensively, they're going to have to be on their game, but discipline, that's an area I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on as tonight gets a little bit closer.
Looks like Mikhail Sergachev is playing better. Am I correct?
Yeah, he is, and it's actually a big milestone for him tonight. I'm glad you brought him up. He's playing in his 600th game in his National Hockey League career, and you look at the ascension that he's had, leading the Mammoth blue line in points. But he goes so far beyond just the points. You know, he's got so much patience with the puck, and I urge any of our fans to when they watch the TV broadcasts is when Utah has possession of the puck in the offensive zone and then they go low to high, meaning that they pass the puck from below the goal line, behind the net, all the way back to the top. And it does come to Mikhail Sergachev. Watch how much patience he's got with the puck to hold on to it. And yeah, maybe to throw a couple of jukes at the defender coming out at him. But he's constantly trying to allow his teammates to shoot into space, kind of like a quarterback holding on to the ball a little bit longer in the pocket, allowing his receivers to get into open space. I think more shooting is something that has helped him lately, not only score goals, but open up passing lanes, because then as a defender, if you go out at a guy, you don't know if he's going to pass, you don't know if he's going to shoot, that kind of puts you in no man's land from time to time. But the patience and the poise that he has with the puck, I think, is one of his huge strengths of his game. And look, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, a leader on this team, and the number one defenseman, and has been so pivotal to the power play too. So every area of the game of hockey he touches for the Mammoths, and playing pretty much close to 4 minutes more than the next closest defenseman in terms of time on ice per game. So I know there's a lot there, but I think that kind of helps paint the picture of what he means to this team. And congratulations again to him for playing 600 in his NHL career tonight, because I'm sure as a kid he just wanted to play one, and he's had a wonderful career so far to this point.
All right, we have games at the same time tonight, Nick. So if you're up in the radio studio, come over and say hello.
If I can find a way to hop over the benches, run across the ice, jump up the glass on the other side, and get up there, boys, I will.
I know.
I will do that.
I know. See, Mike
you
Smith.
may need to bail me out, though. You may need to bail me out of jail, though, if I do that.
Mike Smith on the basketball side has a stare allergy. I was hoping that you might not have the same affliction. So.
Those guys do an amazing job too. I did want to say that. We actually, Kim Becker and I, our hosts, went and did a little hit on the crossover hockey and jazz show the other day. Mike and Alema do a phenomenal job in the studio. So good luck to both teams, and let's make it a couple of wins for Utah tonight.
All right, thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Appreciate it.
You're the best, boys. Keep it up.
There you go. That's our buddy Nick Olchek. I mean, Mike's stare allergy is real.
Yeah,
it's serious.
Did he have to take an elevator everywhere?
I don't know what he does.
He just won't come up or down.
It's tough.
Magic carpet. Looking at Nick, that's got to be. I want to ask him next time. Well, does he like that perspective sitting right there on the ice? I think sometimes it's advantageous. Football is the worst place to watch anything. So I wonder if it's easier because the rink is big.
He took a puck
the ice
to
is really big.
the cheeks last
and
year.
He did get hit by a puck last year. So I wonder if he's enjoying that spot.
Nick's appearance on the show is brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
It's cold down there too. He's just in a suit. He's gonna get to wear thermals and a huge sweater.
Dude, it's cold in the arena in general.
Yeah.
These days with the ice, it makes a difference.
Is quite a bit colder.
Bring your jacket.
What do we do this? Let's ask him.
All right, stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If the power goes out in the middle of winter, do you have a way to stay warm? If not, you need the Vesta off-grid space heater from My Patriot Supply. It's compact, safe to use indoors, and best of all, it doesn't need electricity. Right now, you can get a free Vesta and other bonus gifts when you order the Winter Survival Kit from My Patriot Supply. Just go to MyPatriotSupply.com to see everything included. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2026 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steakco, they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steakco has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference. What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steakco, they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steakco has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To Jazz at 30 update, here's Will Hardy's thoughts on the team's young players' effort last night.
I think our team is playing a lot of really good basketball, and we're getting better in a lot of areas. Tonight is an example and a reminder for us that the same things are going to be important to us no matter who plays. I thought defensively, the third quarter, we did a really good job because they scored 6 points in the paint. And then in the fourth quarter, they had 22. More than anything, I leave this game really encouraged with our young players and their fight, their competitiveness, how connected they are. You know, I do believe we're playing a lot of good basketball.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Settle down, everything is fine. Take your eyes off the floor. She said, no, I'm not alright. I lost my head on the door. She's antisocial, antisocial, she's an angel, yeah. I'm in deep with this girl, but she's out of...
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Join Hanson Scotty coming up today at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3:40, 235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Ben, I have a hot prediction to make for you. Okay? Here's my bold prediction. Troy Aikman will be leaving Monday Night Football.
Okay.
All right. Here's how I landed there, Ben. Have you ever heard of the comedian Dan Soder?
No.
Apparently a very funny man. Does the Soder podcast.
Okay.
But he also happens to be childhood friends with?
Troy Aikman.
No.
Oh.
Mike McDaniel.
Oh. Well, how did I not know that?
I don't know.
How did this comedian I never heard of not know? How did I not know who his best friend was?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
But he said some things on this comedy podcast about being upset that Mike is no longer the coach of the Dolphins. He said some mean things about the old owner, but then added, quote, I think Troy Aikman blanking got Mike fired. When you watch football as a fan, you notice when broadcasters are slanted for or against you. Having a friend that's an NFL coach, you listen more to how people talk about your friend. And Troy Aikman bleeps on McDaniel in a way that it's like he doesn't like Mike, unquote. Now, remember that the Dolphins hired Troy Aikman as a consultant in this coaching search, right? So this comedian is saying that Troy Aikman, his opinion was Mike McDaniel should not be back as head coach of the Dolphins. He even said in this podcast that Mike had been assured that he would have one more year.
Oh.
But blaming Troy Aikman. Now, consultant, Ben, Now, think in recent history, who has been the most effective consultant?
He was Glenn. He's a doctor. Doc Rivers.
Doc Rivers.
Yeah, Glenn Rivers.
Now, Doc consulted that the Bucks fire their coach.
Uh-huh.
What was the next step? What was step 2?
Probably unrelated, purely coincidental. Glenn got the job.
Now the
Doc
head
Rivers
coach.
is now the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks.
So, I'm just saying, Troy Aikman, next head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
Leaving Monday Night Football. Unless he was going to try and do a Doug Gottlieb and still do Monday Night Football and also coach the Miami Dolphins.
I could see him trying to get more of a job in the front office. I don't know head coach, but maybe. You look at what Harbaugh is making, and I bet you those numbers, once people actually recognize how much money there is, I get why he says, well, I'd rather do that than make whatever he makes, $7 million for Monday Night Football.
No.
or
He's
however
making
makes.
like $20 million.
Is he already making 20?
Well, that's how they signed him away from Fox. He and Joe Buck.
That's right. They got huge.
They got paid.
That's right. They got huge money to leave. Okay, so maybe it's not the money then. But I could see him leaving, I guess. There has been a weird narrative about him, the gloves coming off a little bit more lately. He's been more willing to be ultra critical of teams, coaches, players, etc.
Good, he should be.
Maybe than he was earlier. And that, you know what? That could be entitlement from money, which that is the job. You know, if your job is to go out there and speak honestly about what you're seeing, and you have $20 million in your back pocket where even if you get fired, you're going to be fine for the rest of your life, you should feel more comfortable talking.
I think he's a really good analyst.
I do like him.
Not every star quarterback they've put in that chair is good at it. He's good at it. He's always been pretty good at it.
Yep.
I never liked Tony Romo. It's kind of funny that everybody loved that guy, and now everybody's out on that guy to the point where they're talking about demoting Jim Nantz.
Mm-hmm.
How bent would you be if you were Jim Nantz?
Yeah. This guy you've been...
Yeah, I've been propping this bozo up for years.
Pulling him along with you.
Now you're demoting me?
Now he's a true anchor.
Where they are going to put Greg Olson back in the seat that he abandoned in favor of Tony Romo. Isn't that right? No. Is Olson's
Olson got
CBS,
replaced
right?
by
Olson
Brady.
is Fox.
He got
was
replaced by
Brady.
Right, you're right, Brady. Who am I thinking of?
Was it Drew?
I can't remember.
Was it Mark Sanchez?
I don't think it was the Sanchez, no.
Huh. Yeah, I can't remember.
He was on there. He was a little further down the road. Oh, Phil Simms.
Yeah.
So Phil is not, he's not moving back into the lead chair. Old Phil. That was a good move, old Phil.
Matt Ryan tried to do it for a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Drew Brees has tried to do it a little
this
bit.
last year. Matt's leaving to take the. No, there's an article out there. I was just reading it. In fact, that Kirk Cousins is going to land a gig with CBS for their pregame NFL today.
You know who would actually be good at it? I would bet is Mike McDaniel. He's a yapper.
Really?
He's a big time yapper, and he is one of these football gurus. I mean, I bet you he can tell you everything about the sport. Everything. Scheme, understand, and every coach can. But I bet you he really has a way to break it down at a geeky level, and I think he's enthusiastic about it. I think he's excited about it in a lot of ways. Coaches don't always want to talk about the X's and O's. They will with each other. They generally don't want to do it with, like, the average person, the layman. Mike McDaniel seems like he's kind of excited about talking about it. I bet he would be good at that job.
I bet you he would tell you how much he knows.
He knows, yeah, certainly.
He would make sure to tell you that.
Yeah, that's what Tony Romo has done also.
And he doesn't really.
He did wear on people.
No, he had a silly gimmick, which is fresh for about 10 seconds.
Yeah, but then he also got lazy. Apparently, like behind the scenes, he got very lazy.
He was so bad last week.
Yeah, he's not that. He certainly doesn't seem to have the enthusiasm for it that he once did. And then apparently he's not going and doing all the pre-game meetings like he once was.
Well, Tom Brady doesn't do any of that.
At least Tom Brady doesn't have to.
He doesn't?
It's crazy. Tom already did the Super Bowl last year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like his first season, they're like, you're our Super Bowl analyst. It's a big jump, even for Tom Brady. So maybe I enjoy the broadcasts. I enjoy most NFL broadcasts, and I do like Aikman. I think you're right. That would be a loss for them. But he and Buck seem to have real chemistry.
Well, maybe he'll hire Joe as his offensive coordinator.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
I think Mike Tomlin, honestly, would be a good analyst. I know there's a lot of buzz out there about him.
He's going to be a studio guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he would ever be.
He could be a color guy, too.
He could, absolutely.
I bet they'd put him in the studio.
But I bet he's a studio guy.
You know, John Madden was a coach. I guess you see more players as color guys than coaches. But
You excited for the new Nicolas Cage John Madden movie?
No.
Christian Bale plays, what's his name from the Raiders?
Al Davis?
Yeah. I think, isn't it?
Haircut Senior.
Yeah, isn't he playing Al Davis?
Listen, I kind of want to see it. I'll eventually see it, I'm sure. I just am having a tough time picturing Nicolas Cage as John Madden, and the pictures that I've seen.
It looks like Nicolas Cage.
It's not doing it for me. But then again, I've thought that about other movies, and then
They work.
I
certainly never thought I would have enjoyed Winning Time.
And it was really good.
The way I did on HBO. I'm with you. I ended up enjoying that. Though I didn't go back to the second season, I did enjoy the first.
You know what was annoying about that is they canceled the show, so they fast forwarded to the end. It's like it was like Game of Thrones last season, all in one episode, where they're like, we got to wrap this thing up.
No, it's gonna happen.
And they show the culminating scene, and then they, like Seinfeld, yada yada yada. What do they call that? Where they put in what happens to the characters or whatever after
like
that,
coda
after or whatever. They did that for like all of the Lakers. Like they show the first 2 seasons of Magic or whatever in the show, and then it's like, and then the Lakers went on to win this many titles and this and this. It's like the most wrapped up in a little blurb at the end of a show I've ever seen.
Yeah. All the President's Men has the famous one where it's the typewriter. It cuts like it feels like you're in the middle of the movie, and then all of a sudden it's like, and then they got Nixon.
Wait, what?
I thought that was the build-up. That's what we're building up to. There's no arrest scene. It just cuts to the typewriter telling exactly what happens.
Did you ever see the show Rome?
I haven't watched
on HBO. It's great. It's honestly one of my favorites. But they did not have the budget, obviously, for big battle scenes because they would just fast forward through these famous battles. Like the whole season would be culminating in this famous battle.
You come back and 6 people are dead.
Yeah, they show the aftermath. There's like dead bodies everywhere, and there's one character still alive. It's like, let me tell you about this battle.
I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Yeah. So it was the great show, but did not have the budget for big battle scenes, obviously. All right, stay tuned. We'll wrap up Jake and Ben next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Celebrate 10 years of horsepower and ski power with your family and friends. Ski Joring Utah returns to Heber City, January 16th and 17th. The Wild West wildest winter tradition. Grab your tickets today at proskijor.com. Use code ZONE25. Buy one ticket, get the second for half off.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Dylan Gunther on if he believes this team can make the playoffs.
I think that's just the big picture. I think, every game's a fight. So I think if we play like that every game, then, we'll have a really good chance.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, wrapping up a Thursday. Ben, Oregon has 2 quarterbacks now?
Apparently. Dante Moore, who was the projected number 2 overall pick in this year's draft, or no, I should say number 2 quarterback, but likely would have ended up being the number 2 overall draft pick, announced yesterday he was going to go back to Oregon. Oregon just got trounced by Indiana, but will not have to face Mendoza next year because Mendoza is going to be the first quarterback taken and most likely the number 1 overall pick, which would have put Dante Moore right in line to be selected by the New York Jets. He opted to stay on one side of the country in green as opposed to go to the other and suit up for New York, which, probably the right move. The Jets, Dante Moore is not a ready-made product. He needs a lot of development, and if I recognize that about myself, I would not go to the Jets to have to be developed. Mendoza might fit a little better there, and I would be curious if the Jets would try and trade up. I think they have the second pick and the 16th pick for Sauce Gardner from Indiana, so they're going to be able to try. I'll be curious if they try and move up and get a quarterback. But Dylan Raiola from Nebraska, also who was the top quarterback or one of the probably top 3 quarterbacks in the transfer portal, announced 3 days ago, he was going to Oregon. Assuming he was going to get the starting job. I think the reports have now come out saying he was willing to redshirt if Dante Moore came back. I think this is fascinating, because, yes, you have 2 quarterbacks now. Would Raiola re-enter the transfer portal, especially in light of everything that just happened at Washington, another Big Ten school where they are suing their quarterback to not leave for LSU, and it seem like they're going to succeed in that route. But are we going to see players, and by the way, probably really intelligent. Dylan Raiola has 2 more years of raw eligibility, 3 if you count his red shirt. Are we going to see guys redshirt in the middle of their careers just to gain an extra $4 million to transfer and not play? I don't think a lot, but that is not the worst move I've seen a financially savvy college player make. I need to redshirt. I'm going to go play for a team that already has a quarterback. Why not get an extra year of eligibility and make this extra paycheck? Because, look, if I have to play, I'm the backup, fine. But if I get the redshirt, I extend my livelihood and the amount of money I can make significantly. I mean, by 20%, 25% at the college level by getting that 5th year.
I love the I guess my answer is I don't think that they necessarily go hand in hand. Like, we'll see it as a strategy to put an extra year of pay in your pocket maybe. But I think it's more about the position. Like, there are certain positions on certain teams where you are a star. And you're probably going to go into the NFL because you get the attention and you get the opportunity. And the last, how many Oregon quarterbacks have been first-round picks?
Yeah, USC quarterback, they're going to pay serious attention to you.
Throw picks was Bozo at Auburn, and transfers to Oregon and got good coaching and got the right opportunity, and the rest is history. Justin Herbert was a walk-on. So is it worth waiting a year for that position at that school? That is more what I would look at it. How long would you wait to be Ohio State's quarterback?
Running back of Georgia.
Right. I just think it reminds me of when Mike Leach called, what's his name, the weirdo, Minshew Mania, and said, do you want to go play 3rd string at Alabama, or do you want to come here and lead the country in passing?
Yeah.
Mike Leach's quarterbacks were going to lead the country in passing.
Yeah.
There's just positions. So would I line up and take out, redshirt a year and be patient for Utah's quarterback? Probably not. Oregon's quarterback, 1,000%. That Nebraska guy should be patient. He could transfer to Northwestern and start tomorrow and not get any attention.
Yeah, absolutely. He could transfer to 75 schools and be the starter this season.
Lane Kiffin's,
that's why he left Nebraska, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Lane Kiffin's quarterback is going to get a ton of attention every year. In fact, where his latest quarterback, who wasn't even supposed to start, why am I forgetting? We just watched him play like 10 minutes ago. But he started... Chambliss. Yeah. He started way down the rung. But you play well for Lane Kiffin, and you're going to have all the attention in the world, and it might get him drafted.
Yep.
So would I sit out for just any job if I were a quarterback? No way.
But for the right job.
To be patient, to be the quarterback at Oregon? And now you're talking.
And there's incentive to do it. You're not melting away money anymore. This is not, I need to get to the NFL as quickly as possible. A lot of these guys, Raiola, I don't know exactly what his projection would be as an NFL draft pick, but he's probably making more money in college than he will his first year in the NFL. He might as well stick around as long as possible. Chambliss is suing to stick around, right?
Right. And as far as the Jets go, I don't think they'll trade anything. I think they will make the number 2 pick in a 1 quarterback draft, and they will pick a complete bozo who will go in and fail right away. But the good news is that they won't pick a quarterback next year. So maybe they'll be at the top of the draft, but they won't give up on a quarterback after just 1 year. So they won't be picking a quarterback again next year. So the logic in staying at Oregon seems sound to me if you're trying to avoid the Jets.
Avoid the Jets, yeah. Which, again, it's just crazy that truly, Zach Wilson is a name that is getting muttered in these backroom conversations between Dante Moore and his agent. I mean, they say, look, man.
Don't be Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson had a hell of a college career. He is a really good player at BYU. And he went to the Jets, and he's a career journeyman, and he might not even be a career player anymore. I mean, he might be out of the league.
Stinktown.
Yeah. Don't
Sam
go there.
Darnold had to rehab his career at 3 different franchises to get the Jets stink off.
It is funny. The Jets stink is the opposite of USC. I mean, Keaton Slovis stunk after he left USC. He was not good here, but because he had played at USC, he got a chance to play in the NFL. Really, that has that much value going back to why you want to play quarterback at Oregon.
None of the USC quarterbacks are any good in the NFL, except for the redheaded guy.
Or Darnold.
Or now Darnold. But, I mean, you look at, like, Leinart, John David Booty, and all these big-name quarterbacks that everybody thought was awesome. They actually sucked. They just went to USC.
Jackson Dart's okay. We'll see if Jackson Dart makes
And
it.
USC moved off him.
Yeah, they had to. Yeah. They felt like they had to. They got it wrong. But, yep.
He actually got his shine in spite of USC.
Yeah. Well, he laned, right? He did the lane
he
thing.
went to Lane. Yeah, makes sense. Get those positions.
Yep.
At LSU, Lane's quarterback is going to be a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
And now that's, what's his Sun Devil?
Is it Sam Levitt?
Yeah, Sam Levitt.
Good for him.
His agent brother landed him a good spot.
Yeah. Well done.
Well done.
He was fine. He's a good player.
What's up with Lane's continual connection with Utah?
Does he have a lot?
I don't know. Jackson Dart.
You're right.
Sam Levitt's family has connections, right? Dallin went to BYU and Utah State.
He's usually gotten them secondhand, Levitt and Dart, but yeah, certainly he's willing to keep an eye on him.
All right, Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. We will talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Christian.
On the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRIP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRIP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRIP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems?
Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. Let's get it, folks. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I think we got some hot bikes. How are we sounding back there, Lloyd?
We're doing all right.
As terrible as usual?
Oh.
Come up a little bit, all right?
How about me? How am I doing? Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2.
How's that sound, buddy?
A little bit more. Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
A little more Scott. Nobody's ever hurt from that.
No, nobody's ever wanted that.
Nobody's ever hurt from that.
Oh, no.
Everybody always wants more Scott. In fact, I got a message the other day, I think it was on Monday, that said, hey, if there's any way that you could just stay quiet and let Scott talk.
Stop it. Nobody's ever said that.
Multiple people have said that.
Hans is the best. Let him shine.
Yeah, we get emails saying like, hey, you and Lloyd are holding hands back.
You're holding hands back.
Let that horse run.
Hey, I got you a gift.
What? I left it again? Where?
At Tim Daly.
Son of a gun.
That's all right, man.
Your
That's
beanie?
all right.
It's the gift that keeps on giving, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Lloyd. So beanies are to Scott as canes were to Lavelle Edwards.
Oh, man.
Scotty's got mini beanies.
I do.
And he will remove it at some point and then be like, oh, things are good. And he'll leave.
Oh.
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
And it's funny because last night I was leaving the game, the Utah State game, and I'm like, man, where's my beanie at? Like, it's cold. I'm like, oh, it's in my car somewhere. Hey, did you go to the Nike store?
I'm not going to tell you what brand this is, but yes, I've been shopping.
Yeah, because you saw that was the one that our guy at Tyler was wearing yesterday.
Yeah, Tyler. No, this is a bit different.
Oh, okay.
It's a bit different.
All right.
But I did go shop for some new clothes.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I'm sick of looking like a schlub.
Oh, man.
Amanda has told me a couple times now that
look,
she doesn't want to be with a man that dresses like he's still a college student.
You're rocking the new body. You look like you're chiseled. Well, you've always looked like you're chiseled out of granite.
No.
But
I looked like I was chiseled out of turd for about 6 months or 6 years.
And so, like, look, if you got it, flaunt it.
Oh, buddy. Yeah, it's a skin-tight hoodie, but feeling good, man.
Is that the XL?
Nope, this is actually a 2XL. I still had to stay in the 2X. My shoulders are still filling out of 2X.
That's the thing. The shoulders are what's going to get you.
Yeah. It'll still – actually, my shoulders and love handles still will push tight on
Yeah.
a 2X.
Love handles. Stop.
Yeah. There have been no handles there since 1994.
Yeah, I mean, 94 they were starting to shave off at that point.
Yeah.
But you still had enough muffin top to open up a shop. Like it was still edible muffin top.
Hey, all right, Lloyd and I have seen this. I want to start because I'm walking into dangerous territory here, and I'm fully aware that this may backfire in a very spectacular fashion. But the original Anaconda, you like that movie, right?
I did, and I have seen the second.
Oh, you have?
I have seen the second.
Okay, well, hold on.
I thought we talked about this.
No, we did not. We said we were going to, but we never talked about you actually going to it.
Yes, I went to it.
Okay, all right, hold on, Lloyd. As Hans talked to you, I'm not even going to look at your face right now because I want to guess whether you liked it or not.
Okay.
All right, Lloyd, have you talked to Hans about seeing this movie?
No, I have not.
All right. I'm not looking at Hans' face. This is an okay, all right kind of situation here. Hans is not tipped off whether he's liked this movie or not because I left that movie and I was driving back to my house with me and Brody. We always go to movies together. And I was like, is Hans going to like this movie or is he going to hate it? Do I suggest this movie or not? Because I could see it one or two ways. He either liked it or he absolutely thought it was dog crap. And it's only going to be one of those two.
And I really didn't talk to you about it.
No,
Okay.
You did not. So, Lloyd, where are you at? What do you think Hans thinks of the new Anaconda movie?
I think he's going to like it.
I think, you know what? I want to argue with you. I actually think he kind of liked it. Hans.
I loved it.
Yes!
I knew it.
Yes.
I loved it. I loved it because at one point, and are we in spoiler territory?
No, yeah,
No.
we are.
We're not.
We kind of are. It's actually still, it's not like it's at the dollar theater yet.
Lloyd got chewed out for a spoiler on, what I can't even remember.
On season 2 of Stranger Things.
Yeah, he got.
Yeah, that came out like 8 years ago.
He got hit for a spoiler on the season 2 of Stranger Things. So, I'll be careful. This is what I'll say.
The cameo at the end did it for me. Yeah.
Only because I might be one of his biggest non-LA fans in the world,
She's okay. She's Jenny from the block. Her, I don't know.
But
okay, great.
Jack Black, he's so niche and he just is who he is. But when he throws that karate kick and when he does the coming again, it's like everything he does is predictable, but it's hilarious. And there's a scene.
Yeah.
There's a scene in that movie
that killed me.
That I could not breathe. I could not breathe. And Zane is brilliant.
Yeah. I love Steve.
Where has
Zane,
he been?
Is it Zane or is it Zahn?
Zahn. I think it's Zahn. Steve Zahn.
Zahn.
I don't know where he's been because he's a great actor. Like, he always plays the same character.
He's brilliant.
He and Steve Buscemi, everything they're in, they always play the same person.
Well, and reuniting Jack Black and Steve Zahn from the movie Saving Silverman, which is a top 5 all-time comedy for me. It was watching those two with their chemistry, and it was great, man. It was out of 10, I'd give it a good solid 7.
Paul Rudd, awesome as well.
Paul Rudd, really funny.
Yeah. He's got the sniper rifle.
Yeah, man, and I love Paul Rudd. We fell in love with Paul Rudd on Clueless.
Oh, yeah. Hanging with the homies.
I love your random polls of where you like people. I really do. It's one of my favorite things.
But isn't that where you guys fell in love with Rudd? Clueless?
No, actually. I actually hated him on that because
You
he's like,
did?
man, kind of an annoying brother.
Honestly,
yeah.
I only watched it once, and I didn't even know he was in it because then I went like decades without watching it, and then I didn't know that was him in it. But my wife loved Clueless when we were dating, and so I watched it again. I'm like, oh, okay, all right.
Well, it was funny because Amanda and I were watching The Breakup, and I said, man, Ralphie is still a pretty good actor. And she's like, what? I'm like, that's Ralphie from or not.
Yeah, Ralphie.
Yeah,
yes.
That's Ralphie from The Christmas Story. And she's like, what? But that was Ralphie, the kid from A Christmas Story in The Breakup. It's funny. My brain, my eyes just catch something, and it just locks onto it. But the two things that Rudd is good in is Clueless and This Is 40. And then he's done a really good job in this one.
And 40-Year-Old Virgin, because that and This Is 40 are kind of the same movie.
That I haven't really got into that one as much.
Well, that's probably because it's got the one guy you don't like as the lead character.
Okay.
But if you just eliminate him and just have him and the wife that are in This Is 40, it's still awesome with those two.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because they're the same characters in This Is 40 as they are in 40-Year-Old Virgin. Like, they play the same married couple with the same daughters.
Oh.
Like, so This Is 40 is essentially a sequel to 40-Year-Old Virgin. Sorry.
You're throwing me off.
Knocked Up.
Knocked Up. There,
That's
okay.
it. My bad.
Yeah, you threw me off the 40.
Yeah, my bad.
But the Knocked Up with Katherine Heigl, yes. I know that one.
Okay.
But I liked it. I would suggest it. If you're up for just goofy, stupid.
Yeah, you just want to just let your mind just bleh. Enjoy it.
It was worth the $11 per ticket.
Yeah.
And the idea of it is pretty darn funny. We're going to remake Anaconda because I own the rights. And then halfway through the movie, it's just hilarious.
What are you guys doing? Oh, we're doing a sequel, a reboot, Anaconda. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, man, we got a lot to go.
Yeah, let's get to it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for your starting lineup.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your starting lineup. All right, the announcement came out earlier today, and trust me, the ramifications and the dominoes that are going to fall from this look, a lot of people are going to get caught up in this before it's all said and done. But 20 men have been charged in a point-shaving scheme involving 39 college basketball players on 17 NCAA Division I teams, including 29 games being fixed, according to a federal indictment unsealed earlier today in a district court in Pennsylvania.
And that's only the ones that they know.
Yes.
That's what we can prove. Think about what you can't prove. Think about how far-reaching this is. And as you just mentioned the headlines here before we kind of jump into the details of what they found in this federal investigation, college sports, professional sports, people are already very skeptical about the way it's officiated, about the way it's played, about the way it's performed, and about its outcomes. Because anybody in America can cross a border, and what are we up to now? I think 38 of the 50 united?
Yeah.
Or is it more? It might be more.
It might be more, actually.
I think it might be closer to 42 now of the 50 united that offer some form of gambling, whether it's going into a casino or it's giving you opportunities of an app to just open up an app and put a bet down on a game.
Yeah.
A prop bet, for crying out loud, on how many points one individual in that game can score. And it's supposed to be by chance, but the mind can't help but wander into, this isn't chance. I know it's not chance because this guy is averaging 12 points a game and somehow he just scored 2. So tell me what happened, because I put a $2,000 bet that this guy against a terrible defense would go over his season average of 12, and he just scored 2. How? That's a terrible defense. The 2 leading scorers in the last 8 games against this defense went for 24 points apiece. How does this happen? And that happens all the time in gambling.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And now what this does, Scotty, everybody that's ever had a bad beat stops and says, whoa, wait.
What happened?
Wait a second. So my fears and my concerns and my pessimism is all confirmed. It's a point-shaving conspiracy. And that's so damaging. Because now you're messing with Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're messing with the people that really matter, and that's the people that are making billions billions and billions and billions off of college and professional sports, because there are a couple of NBAers that were pulled into this whole federal investigation that have been named. Nobody of any note, but certain names that have been pulled into this investigation and named. And Scotty, when you hurt Vegas, now Vegas has to get involved. And even though they're the ones that ultimately force this, Vegas has to get involved and say, I want max penalty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to throw the book at people. You got to make an example out of somebody. Here's the interesting thing. These are the schools named in the indictment. And I think this is important to note because this is something that we've looked at for a while. Abilene Christian, Alabama State, Buffalo, Coppin State, DePaul, Eastern Michigan, Fordham, Kennesaw State, LaSalle, New Orleans, Nicholls State, North Carolina A&T, Northwestern State, Robert Morris, St. Louis, Southern Miss, Tulane. You know what all of them have in common? Nobody cares about their basketball teams. They are flying under the radar, and that's it. You're not going to see this happen at Alabama. You're not going to see it happen at UCLA.
You're not going to see it be caught.
Yeah, that's true. But if I'm a shark and I'm looking to move a line, and Tim Murray, who's going to join us coming up at 2:30, good friend of ours who does a show down in Vegas, and it works for Visson, Gambling Network.
Yeah.
But he and I were joking because I was in college, and I would, I had ways of betting Big West basketball games because I knew the Big West inside and out. I was doing a lot of radio work for Utah State at the time, and I made, some tuition money in college knowing that, that line is way out of reach because nobody's really paying attention to that. And he's like, and Tim laughed at it. He goes, if you want to make money, know the most about the smaller teams and the smaller conferences because nobody's paying attention to them. And that's the thing. If you see wild bets coming in on big name programs, that's going to raise a lot of red flags. Here, if there's a lot of movement in a Kennesaw State LaSalle game, nobody's really going to pay attention. And so these sharks are out there, and they're looking at individual teams and individual players. Where can we infiltrate, and what can we do? These are kids that aren't making any money. They're hardly getting any NIL money. They're more apt to need money, and you can resonate with them because a lot of them don't have professional aspirations because they know, this is all I've got. And when I'm done, I'm going back to my hometown, and that's it. And so they're going to be easier swayed. It'll fly under the radar. These are the schools that are going to be a little bit more susceptible than other schools when it comes to this stuff.
Go through the list a little bit slower just because I think we've got listeners that are keyed in thinking, wait a second, who are the names? What are the schools? Go through that list again so people are familiar with the schools that have now been pulled into, talked about, indicted with these players on their team.
Abilene Christian, Alabama State, Buffalo, Coppin State, DePaul. Now, DePaul's probably the biggest name on there.
Outside of Tulane.
Yeah. Eastern Michigan, Fordham, Kennesaw State, LaSalle, New Orleans, Nicholls State, North Carolina A&T, Northwestern State, Robert Morris.
That's a big one.
Yeah. St. Louis is a big one. My moderate one. Southern Miss, decent size. Tulane, that's they and DePaul are probably your most notable ones on there.
So, again, 39 college basketball players on these 17 Division I teams and 29 games being fixed. Going back to 2022 is kind of when they suspect this kicked off. 4 of the players charged are Simeon Cottle, Carlos Hart, Kamian Shell, and Omar Karsiri. Some of the other names that are pulled into this, 2 of the players named in the indictment, Sedquavius Hunter and DeQuavian Short, were sanctioned in November by the NCAA for fixing New Orleans games. And when I talk about, Scotty, throwing the book at them, all right, so what does throwing the book at these guys look like? The bribery charges carry a maximum of 5 years. So the bribery charge essentially is the fixer coming to the player and saying, here's $10,000 to $30,000. I think that was the number that was stated, wasn't it? It was between $10,000 to $30,000 for a player to shave and fix a game. So they take that money. That's the bribery charge. The fraud charges, however, carry a maximum sentence of up to 20 years. So, how do you stop this? How do you stop it? You don't show leniency. Now, I know that our country right now is really, really big on nonviolent criminals in prison systems. They're really big on it. And I do think that there is a lot of room to grow with nonviolent crimes. And certain things could probably be served at home with certain restrictions and very, very large penalties, financial penalties. But in this case, I think the way you send the message is you strip freedom, because this is gigantic crime.
Yeah, this is horrible.
And I could see these kids are probably pretty ignorant to just how big of a crime it is, because they don't understand the magnitude of gambling. They don't understand who's involved. But those are some of the people that really run the country. Those are the big money people that have massive sway. And when you're talking about people that have massive sway, you don't wrong them, because they're the ones that run the judicial system. They're the ones that are in the pockets and in the ears of the judicial system saying, and I know it's a nonviolent crime, and I get it, it's a 19-year-old kid. But that kid knows better. That university needs to suffer. But this kid, he has to be put on display, because we can't have the general public feeling like it's not to chance. Especially when we start talking about the NBA and the NFL.
Yes. Yep.
So, okay, so then give me an option. How else do you stop it? You can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. They don't have money. You can't fine them at $1.2 million.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, like, oh, yeah, he got served a $2 million fine. Okay, the kid has no money. Like,
he spent the $10,000 he was bribed with.
Yeah, like, what are you going to sue me for what?
So, okay, well, let's go to his parents. Wait a second. He's an adult. These college kids are, every one of them falls into the adult. You can't go to parents. It's the kid. Kid's already broke. So how do you do it? How do you send the message? So that every single college kid, and by the way, back in my day, which is stupid to say, we did not have the internet yet. It was out there,
yeah,
but we were just starting to stumble into emails and stuff. And news stories like this might slide under the radar for me, maybe. I might read the Des News from time to time, and I might be sitting in a locker room, and more intelligent guys like Chris Hoke and Carlos Nuno would sit there and say, hey, Hans, did you hear about the gambling thing? But, Scotty, honestly, it probably slides by me. I probably don't hear it then. I think every college kid has a phone, and every college kid is going to be on Twitter, or every college kid's had some access to social media. When it hits that these individuals were sentenced to 20 years prison time for taking money and on fraudulent charges, every one of them will, if they're currently engaged in that activity, they're going to throw up on their lap, and they're going to start making calls to conceal information. And the ones that aren't, but were thinking about it, are going to be like, no, 20 years, no way. I just don't know how else to stop it.
Yeah, that's and a lot of people look at and they hear the term Vegas, and they think of seedy underground, fixing games, all that other stuff. Here's the thing, Vegas, nobody wants these kids prosecuted more than your odds makers and even your online, DraftKings or whoever. Nobody wants this fixed more than those guys. Because number one, they don't want to lose money on a game system. But number two, they want some level of integrity. So if somebody puts money on a game, they feel like it is truly chance. It is based on their opinions on how a game is going to go. And if the general public starts to feel like things aren't on the up and up, would you ever bet on a boxing match? I wouldn't. Never in a million years.
No.
Why? Because I always think it's fixed.
Especially a Jake Paul match.
Exactly. Whether or not it's fixed or not, I don't know. But in my mind, I see boxing, I think fixed. I immediately think that. Now, that's not fair to a lot of good boxers
What
out there.
about UFC?
UFC, not quite. No, I don't think that yet. But I think Don King, I think of everything else that's been dirty with boxing. I think of things that have gone on in the past. I still think Tyson took a fall for Buster Douglas.
So the only thing I want to try to soothe that just a little bit, if I can. But I know that those are fixed. And I know as far as Hollywood is concerned, and when they're building movies, it's always around the contact, the mixed martial arts or the boxing world that they really bring that in. But what I've learned about those sports, whether it's UFC or boxing, if you lose 2 or 3 in a row, you're done. In the UFC, if you lose 2 in a row, you might get a third chance. You might not. So if somebody's telling me to take a fall, then it has to be connected to Dana White. And I've got to have insurances that if I take a fall, I'm getting a 5th fight. Otherwise, I take 2 falls and I'm gone.
Yeah.
And then what good am I to the odds maker anyway?
Yeah.
And okay, so if you come to me and I'm fighting John Jones, who's never fought or who's never lost, and they're saying, hey, you gotta win this and it's going to be this. Well, now John Jones has to be on the fix. And is John Jones going to put a blemish on his record? There's certain ones, but then there's boxing matches that Vegas might still put odds on that doesn't matter, like the schools that you're just talking about. Maybe you get a fighter that's come up the ranks and he's going to take $150,000 to take 2 falls, and somebody's going to get mega rich and give him 20% of the cut. I don't know. Those things can get deep like that.
But everything you're saying is reasonable and realistic and is accurate. But I'm talking about me, the general public, that doesn't know a lot about UFC, doesn't know a lot about boxing. A lot of us just think, it's fixed.
Yeah, it's fixed.
It's fixed. Now, everything you're saying is true and real, and they're trying to keep it as clean as they possibly can, and these players want to have a long career. Everything's right. I'm just talking about perception. Perception's reality. And these, college basketball is concerned. The NBA, they've got a perception problem with their NBA finals and their officiating. Everybody's always thinking, fixes in. That's why the NFL got real, like it was kind of a joke on the script with the NFL. Roger Goodell shut that down fast.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I don't want any perception out there that things are going a certain direction that is outside of what's happening on the field.
I've got so much more on this. Maybe we hold it for 12:30 because I've got a couple of really deep thoughts on this. And a reason why I don't think it's as far-reaching as maybe some might think. I'm going to try to tamper some of the nerves that are out there with all sports fans, and I'm going to give you some reasons why I don't think it's as far-reaching as a lot of you might be thinking, hearing about 39 college basketball players today involved in 17 Division I teams and 29 games being fixed. I'll give you some thoughts on that.
We'll get to it next. Coming up, you're not gambling with your house when you call Tim from RGS. Hey-oh. How about that? You know you're going to get the job done. You're going to get it done right, and they're going to get you squared away. Tim's hanging out with us as we can get his mic on. Tim, you got us? There we go. Now we got it.
That's a true pro right there, that transition.
Man,
look at this guy.
He's been doing it for a minute.
Just a few years.
Hey,
just a few.
How's life, by the way? We haven't talked to you in a while.
I know. I missed December's and part of November's. That's what it was. We had our semifinal game and had to drive down to Cedar City and get our butts kicked by San Juan. Not 5 straight. I'll tell you what, man.
You're not still thinking about that, are you? That's not still on your mind at all.
They're a small school, and I get it. They've won 5 straight state championships. You tell me, I don't care who they are. That's freaking amazing.
That's amazing.
Anyway,
that is amazing.
But going to your point, though, obviously my son playing FCS ball and played Abilene Christian this year. Obviously football, but I'm telling you, man, it's hard. These kids grind for nothing, right? They don't get NIL. I mean, NIL money, there's nothing, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like. And so I can completely see this stuff happening so easily, and it sucks, and it's the reality. But that's why football's so pure, man.
Kid taking a few dollars.
And look, we got to get into it. But Scott, Saturday can't come soon enough, baby.
Let's
go.
What's going on?
We only have the best team in the entire NFL.
Josh
with the
Allen,
best record.
First game out of the gates.
And I'm telling you what, I still don't know 100% if the Broncos are legit. But if they come out and they play well on Saturday, they're the freaking team to beat, which I can't believe I'm saying.
I agree completely.
And I think the Texans are going to whoop up on the Patriots.
I agree with you on that.
I think so. The Broncos have a chance. Now, let's be honest. This year, the Super Bowl goes through the NFC. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. That's so deep, and the AFC's not there yet. But, hey, Scott and I have been texting every Sunday.
Every
We're just
Sunday.
enjoying about this life. This has been an amazing year. So
You found the combo.
Here's
Good
the
for
thing.
you guys.
This is why, and I've said this before. I don't think you were here when I mentioned. This is why Tim is a good friend, number one, and a smart football viewer, because he knows you've got a lot of obligations on Sunday. I've got a lot of obligations on Sunday. We're all not watching it live. So Tim will text me, and he goes, "Are you live?"
That's right.
Oh, that's awesome.
He doesn't say anything one way or another. He's like, "Are you live?" And I'll be like,
"I'm
about 20 minutes behind. We'll chat here in a bit." And that's like, that is the most conscientious person on the planet.
I don't want to ruin the game or our friendship.
Yeah.
Are you live?
Week 2 against the Colts or whatever, the game was over. I was celebrating. I was upstairs so stoked because we just won the game, and I walked back downstairs, and all of a sudden I'm like, what the flip? What?
Leverage?
Anyway.
What is that nonsense?
Yeah, I'll tell you what's interesting. I think Sean Payton found his new Drew Brees.
Bo Nix might be that guy. I'll tell you what, man, and then you got the defense. you can do – look, it's a Kyle Whittingham style, right? You got an amazing defense that just does your thing, keeps the offense, and you can – your offense can make some mistakes because your defense is so good, and so he's allowed Bo Nix to grow up, and it's been pretty outstanding. Now, look, I'm not going to say Bo Nix is Drew Brees, but he might be.
He might.
How I'm trying to think the right way I can say this without all of us getting into trouble. Why is Riley Moss getting picked on the way that he is? Never mind. Don't answer that. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
What's the answer?
I just think that he's out on an island a little bit. And you got Surtain on one side, so people want to pick on Riley Moss, and he's the recipient of PEI calls that aren't real.
Oh, okay, so more into the point shaving potential.
No,
but anyway, yeah. Hey, look, we talked forever. Look, here's the thing. We'll transition this back. We're here for gutter, siding, windows, decks. Call us up. We want to take care of you. We're in our slow season, so we're willing to do a little bit more than anywhere. Our sales guys, we got 2 big things going on right now. 1, they've got some extra discounts they're offering, but 2, prices were supposed to go up January 1. Because of our relationship on their manufacturers, they're holding us off. And it's kind of until supplies last. I know that sounds cheesy and it sounds salesy, but it's true. It's just once the material's gone, then the price goes to the new price. So it could be another month, it could be a week, we just don't know. But really right now is truly the best time to buy anything because you're getting 2025 pricing and we're doing additional discounts.
And that's really smart of you because you bought a lot of inventory to kind of lock in on that price. And so there's inventory here that you can purchase directly and it's also ready to go.
That's right. It doesn't, and you can install it anytime you want. If you want to wait till the weather warms up, it does not matter. We just need to get it purchased and get the material locked in, and they do that. They get the pricing, and so.
Where are we at right now with exterior remodeling in our state? In terms of where you've been, let's say over the last 5 years, people still ripping siding and ripping off stucco and rebuilding a home?
It's still James Hardy siding still number 1 by far. I was actually at the James Hardy / TimberTech decking conference all week. In fact, I got home yesterday. And it's amazing to see some of these new products and some of these new exterior products. It's pretty incredible. It's all based from James Hardy, but there's so many different new and fancy things from that. And our sales guys can show the homeowners that. Really what it is just get us out there, let us look at your home and give you some ideas. No obligation, but we just want to take care of you. And also the last thing, too, we haven't really talked about it enough, but we talked about it for just a brief time in the fall, but we are the official partners of the Jazz and the Mammoth.
Yes.
So it's taken a long time to get that, and honestly, it took us a couple of years. It's a big deal.
That's
it
awesome.
is. We're the only guys, exclusive exterior partner, and so.
And thanks for keeping us peons.
Yeah,
because we're a couple of nobodies.
That's right. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. You guys are great. But because of that, they give us a lot of tickets that we can share with our listeners. So, when you buy jobs, we've always got lower bowl tickets to the Jazz to give away, and sometimes some hockey. Just kind of depends. But we've got tickets to give out to our listeners that buy from us. So just give us a call and give us a chance. Let's see if we can earn your business.
801-280-3110. You'll call. You'll get somebody on the line. They'll come out, and you're like, okay, you know what? I like this. I like the pricing, and I'm going to need some Jazz tickets. And, they can work with you on that. Call right now, 801-280-3110, RGS, right here on the Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Will Hardy's trying to find a way to get Ace Bailey back in the lineup, trying to get him back into a groove after sitting out a few games.
You know, Ace, his last couple of weeks has been pretty disjointed. Him starting, maybe that gave him a boost of adrenaline, some excitement. I do feel like getting him a little bit longer runs while we're trying to get his cardio back. But being able to play him heavier minutes tonight also allows him to settle into the game. There's not as much pressure on each possession. I thought he did a lot of good things. His weak side defense, his awareness when he is the low man has gotten so much better. His athleticism shows itself defensively a lot off the ball. His ability to close the gap, be in the paint, and then fly out to close out. So that's the part that we're most excited about, is Ace's ability to impact the game on both sides of the ball.
It is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you for life.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, be listening all day today for your chance to win a 5-pack of tickets to watch the Jazz take on the Spurs on January 22nd. That's right, 5-pack of tickets. Every show will announce one keyword. The more keywords you enter, the better your chance will be to win. So keep it locked in and listen all day long. We're not giving you a keyword now, but we will hear very soon. So you said you don't think it's as widespread as people are fearing.
Yeah, I think so. And I'll give you an example of that. So college athletes in particular, by and large, have a very loud mouth. And you know when somebody has money and when somebody doesn't have money. You know when a kid comes from parents with money or when they come from parents that have nothing. You just kind of know where everybody stands. I remember 2 teammates showed up on opening day when I was a freshman at BYU, and they were driving a new 4Runner, and they were twins. And I was like, okay, yeah, I know why they're here. I know where they came from. Nobody's driving a new 4Runner in 1996 to a college campus. And so you all know when you show up. You know who you are and what you are.
Yeah.
And you all have a loud mouth. It's really hard to pay a kid inside a locker room and have him shut his mouth. And so I'll go back to what I've always thought about the moon landing, because there's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there. The moon landing is factual. It happened. It happened with 0% chance that it didn't, because there were over 50,000 people that were involved with the construction, the broadcasting, and the lifting off part of things. Within 10 to 15 years after that moon landing, one person of the 50,000 could have made millions by providing proof.
Yep.
Okay? It's the same reason that there's no way that the Morris brothers or the Engling brothers and Morris made it off of Alcatraz. There's no chance. They were the 3 that had the most likely chance of escaping back in the late 60s. And they built a couple of different movies, including a Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood made it off that island.
The Escape from Alcatraz. How did that movie finish? Oh, they left it open.
Yeah, they left it open.
He found the carnation and crunched it and threw it back in the water and left it open.
Yep.
But there's no way that the Engling brothers and Morris made it off of that Alcatraz, because I think that there was a 10-year or maybe a 15-year margin where they could have come forward with their story, presented truth, and told their story and made millions, and they never came forward. So I look at it the same with gambling, with a lot of the gambling scheme. There's too many big mouths. You know too much about everybody. If you had a teammate that was doing it, you would have to ring the alarm. Otherwise, you're complicit. Otherwise, you aided and abetted. Otherwise, in some form, you're a part of it.
Yeah.
If you started showing up, Scotty, in a new Lamborghini, and you're rocking $1,000 shoes, I know something's off with you. And I say, what, dude? What are you doing? Tell me what you're doing. Oh, Hans, radio got real lucrative. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
I like how we all laugh.
Like, where are you getting your money? And the second you say, I think it's probably best I don't tell you, because it's best you don't know.
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
Yeah.
Everybody knows, as close as you and I are, where we talk 3 hours to each other every single day, and we share breaks, and then we share conversation post and pre. It's still not as much time as you and I would share in a locker room at a college level.
Yeah.
So just put it in that term. So the reason I don't think it's as far-reaching or as broad, you've got big mouths, you've got young stupidity, and people would figure it out.
So when I was doing the LDS mission thing in North Carolina, I was in Chapel Hill, and my companion and I found a way, and I'm just going to leave it at this, found a way to go to a Duke North Carolina game. Breaking all kinds of rules, not allowed.
Oh, boy.
And we're like, are we going to do this? Yeah, we're going to do this. All right, we're going to tell anybody? No, we cannot tell anybody.
Was this hymnal money?
No.
Oh.
Well, maybe a byproduct of it a little bit. So anyway, we go to the game. We come home. Nobody knows about it. It's just the two of us, right? And we're just going to be like, you know what? we're taking this to our grave.
Yeah.
We're not saying a word. Within 4 days, the mission president knew.
Oh, how?
Because we couldn't keep our mouth shut. Because we're a couple of 20-year-old morons that did something we thought was really cool. And we're like, hey, bro, don't tell anybody. But guess where we were? We went to the Duke, North Carolina game. I saw Rasheed Wallace out on the court. Can you believe that? Okay, you can't tell anybody. Boom. That spread like wildfire.
Oh,
and within 4 days, we were in an office getting chewed out and being threatened to get sent home.
That's it.
Because exactly what you're saying. You're 20 years old. You have something you're excited about, but you're like, I can't tell anybody. But I'm going to tell you, but
that's it.
It ends here, right? We're in the vault. Oh, yeah, we're in the vault. Bro, guess where he just went? Guess how much money he just made? And it will, like wildfire.
Do you know how many murderers would get away with it if they didn't have guilt, or they didn't
want to
brag, or they didn't feel like somebody's got to know? There would be so many more that would get away with it if they just wouldn't tell somebody, or they wouldn't have Google searches of how to strangulate,
how to dispose of a body in the desert.
People talk. They just talk, man. And people are perceptive. And you're around people. You've got to be a complete loner. Guess what you can't be in college sports? You can't be a loner. Now, we had guys that were as close to a loner as you can possibly be, but when we're running 2-a-days and we're running a 6-week camp, and you got to be there at 5 a.m. for treatment, and we start lift at 6 a.m., and you go 5 a.m., and we're just finishing up our film sessions at 9 p.m., you are forced to be with me 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. These athletes are around each other. So I get it, man. This is a big scheme, and this is a lot of people. And I think the reason these kids were caught were probably above and beyond people leaking. This goes to people being stupid with their gambling. That's what this is. Just understand that if you get a tip, like for instance, let's just say that somebody got a tip on this Broncos game taking on the Bills on Saturday, and somebody got a tip. And you're like, oh, man, I got this tip. I know for a fact the Broncos are going to win. The Bills are taking a dive. Okay, what's the number that doesn't ring the bell? This is going to be a first-time bet by somebody named Hans Olsen that just opened up his app and just went across the Arizona border because he lives in Utah. And what's the number? Because I want to put $150,000 on it.
Well, how about this?
But that number tips.
In the indictment, a group of people bet $424,000 on the first half score of a Kent State Buffalo game. You can't tell me that's not going to cause alarms all across the world of gambling? You morons, what are you doing?
That's the problem. And here's the issue with that. I think in that world, you might be an outsider that gets one tip in your life. One. And you know you can double your money. How much do you put on it? You know, oh my gosh, Tulane has taken the dive. We've got 2 players that are shaving points tonight. Tulane has taken the dive. I can't believe I've got this information. And you come to me, it's like a scene from
Goodfellas?
Goodfellas.
Okay.
When the guy shows up in the pink Cadillac.
Oh, yeah.
And I say, I told you not to spend the money. Yeah, but it was just a one-time gift. It was a gift for my wife. You and I are sitting there, and you say to me, Hans, first of all, you're not supposed to have this tip. Second of all, if you put more than $2,000, we're all going down. And I'm like, wait a second, I got one shot. I know I can double this. I'm going to go to at least $5,000. How's he ever going to know?
Yeah.
And I get the tip because of your loud mouth, and I put $5,000 because I feel like I can walk with 10. You see how dirty? It's so dirty.
Yeah.
And then you call me and you're like, you just tipped the whole hand. Everybody knows. Why'd you put $5,000 on it? You tell me you didn't put $100,000 on it. Well, I thought I told you 100. I thought you said 100,000. Because, dude, if you knew it was going to hit, and you're already that level of a criminal,
let her roll.
Well, they did. $400,000
on a first half of a Buffalo Kent State.
Oh my gosh. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
Somebody made a big mistake.
Yes.
That's what tipped the hand. That's probably what really kicked off this whole investigation.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed coming up next. Coming up at 1 o'clock, our good friend Ken Pomeroy. Lloyd tried to chase him off the station, but, hey, he's back. He'll join us coming up at 1:05. Kurt Heelan will join us at 2:05. And our good friend Tim Murray will give us some insight into the Vegas world coming up at 2:30. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I got to tell you, though, if they took the leash off, let alone if the Jazz still had Walker Kessler, this is a playoff team. That may sound like
hyperbole.
Hyperbole, homer take. The Jazz are beating teams like San Antonio and Detroit, and when they get the green light to play against teams, they're beating them.
As soon as the Jazz flip the switch, they're going to be competitive really quick. That doesn't mean win a title, but they're going to win more games than they lose next season because they're going to add pieces around what they already have, and they're just going to try every night.
Because Lowry's taking it to another level.
Yeah.
And Keontae's a guy.
Yep.
And then you throw in Walker. All of a sudden, you're talking about winning
44 or 45 games.
Right.
Yep.
It's not that far off.
No, it's next year. Jazz are going to win 40 games next year. I really firmly believe that. Barring injury, that's where the Jazz are.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, guess what, folks? It's time to take your business to the next level. It's time to take your employment opportunities to the next level. It's time to invest in yourself with a executive MBA program from the John M. Huntsman School of Business. It's a great program. It's going to teach you the foundations of business, everything you need to know to go to the next level. But here's the great thing. They're going to work with you to make sure that the semester's right, the amount of time you need to take is right. They will customize that program even down to where you take the classes. You can go completely online or one of the many satellite branches and campuses up and down the Wasatch Front. There's no excuses whatsoever. Registration fee, guess what? They'll waive that for you, and they will also make sure to get you an opportunity to get that education you deserve. It doesn't matter how old you are, how much time you have available. There's no excuse. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program right here on Utah State University.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Dev Simplified are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into to beautiful completion. DevSimplified.com. From the start or in the middle to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplified.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplified.com, your software pros.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, it's Utah versus Big D. The Jazz are in Dallas to play the Mavericks. The game tips off at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars are in Utah to play the Mammoth. Puck drops at 7 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Mammoth red hot, stacking points after points, something that Ian Cole knows is important for this squad right now.
We're disappointed in how we let some points slip away early in the year, but as of right now, this is kind of do or die. If we wait to find our game or we wait to turn this corner, we're going to run out of time, right? There's only 82 games in the season, so, we need to play well and play well right now, and I think we're making great strides there.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at kslsports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of What You May Have Missed. Eventually, Hans, the slow starts of BYU basketball, it's going to catch up to them. But it hasn't yet. And they end up getting the win over TCU last night, 76-70. They trailed by 6 at half. But BYU responds, outscoring TCU by 12 in the second half, winning that game 76-70.
Well, remember I was telling you in that rivalry game, Utah jumps up, whatever it was, 9-0 or something like that. Now, Utah shot terribly from the perimeter, but even in that game to start, BYU was something like 2 of 9 or 2 of 10. It was pretty rough. Last night they started 1 of 11 from long distance before halftime, and they trailed at halftime 36-30. They couldn't hit from outside, and they couldn't quite figure it out. Things were kind of slowed down. Then A.J. DeBonsa figures it out. He goes crazy. He scores 17 of his 25 in the second half. Richie Saunders figures it out. Robert Wright, he figures it out. Robert had 15 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and they started to come together. So, yes, the slow starts are brutal, and at some point it's going to catch you in the Big 12. The Big 12 plays too good. Look at TCU now.
Oh, yeah.
They've lost 3 in a row. That's a good team.
Yeah, it's a great team.
And they're just getting sunk in the Big 12. It's brutal for them. But this is what I love. So you have a team that has a slow start. But I've got 5 or 6 different guys on my roster that I can go to and say, fix it. Fix it. I can go to Kebakeda and I can say, okay, have you seen how hard they're banging A.J. DeBonsa? Have you seen what they just did to Richie Saunders? Richie just took a spot up 3, and they ran right through him. Go change it. Go beat somebody down. You got 5, go deal out 5. Or I could say, man, they're finessing us to death. Robert Wright, come here. They want to finesse us to death? Let's go. If they want to hit crossovers, then give me some movement in the lane, and let's start hitting fire with fire. Or Richie Saunders. All right, all they're doing is they're closing down. They're tripling and doubling on A.J. They continue to force one-on-one, and they're pressing Cable wide, and then they're hitting zone, and they're making Robert Wright's job really difficult. Just trail and spot up. That's all we want you to do. Trail and spot up. You hit 3 of the next 8 shots, and we're back in this thing. I can go to so many guys with a job and just say, get the job done, and we'll turn this thing around. And that's what I'm seeing as I'm watching, because I stayed up and watched that stupid game.
Well, and that's what's really impressive is their ability to flip the switch. So you can go glass half empty, glass half full. Sure, they shouldn't be playing with fire like this, but as you mentioned, they've got so many bullets in the gun right now that allows them to flip a switch. Somebody's going to flip it.
And you know what their most deadly bullet is Kevin Young.
Yeah.
how much experience that guy has and an understanding of, I'm seeing the big picture. Yeah, I see what Utah's doing. They're triple teaming AJ. Anytime AJ gets within 8 feet of the paint, they're closing down. They're crunching on him. So what do? And he's got answers for that.
Well, and I thought he had a really great quote last night after the game. There, everybody's like, well, how do you handle, what was the message in the locker room? He's like, stay the course. Yeah. He doesn't freak out, doesn't get upset, isn't throwing stuff against the lockers, isn't MFing everybody inside. He's just like, you know what, just keep doing what you're doing. Things are going to be fine. We're going to be okay. We got a plan. We'll make some slight adjustments. Just keep doing what we're doing. Eventually, our talent will win out, and it happens more often than not.
And it happens more often than not. And who was the game changer? Keba Keita with a minute left.
Yep.
Huge block shot and turns things around. Who's the game changer? Ade Bonsa. AJ figures things out and starts to deal when dealing was really important. So I love this team, but you are 1,000% right. They give up 9 points to start a game. They find themselves in a 7-point hole against Texas Tech. Yeah, Texas Tech. It's over.
Yeah. By the way, Tech rolled over Utah last night. Utah trailed by 12 in the half, ends up losing that game by 14, 88-74 in Lubbock. All right, we are live here at RGS. Tim's hanging out with us as always. I saw a news story pop up the other day, or actually I think it was this morning. I had a realtor who I'm on, for some reason I can't get off his email list, but he's like, hey, for the first time since 2022, rates are under 6%. It's like, for all of us that's got a 2.8 or a 3%, have fun with that, everybody. I'm staying in my house. I'm going to die in my house with that rate. So if you're in those rates and you don't want to give it up, you certainly don't want to give it up, then turn your house into your dream home. You don't have to be looking for your dream home. Make your own home your dream home.
You're dead on. You know what? We actually are happy to hear that, because what's going on and what's happened in 2025 was just a lot of consumers were just worried. They don't want to spend the money watching the rates, watching the tariffs. 2025 in our industry was a very, very tough year. Everybody across the nation was down. Having said that, I've also never seen so much optimistic. And they're so the fact that rates are 5.99 in many cases without buy downs, it's just going to create that momentum. And so it's really exciting. Now, to your point, that's why we're in business, and that's why we do so well, is that our niche and our focus is, look, we're not new construction. We're here to remodel your home. Whether it's the siding, the windows, the gutters, the decks, we're here to just take care of Mrs. Jones, and let's get it happen. You know what I mean? It's just it's been a fun ride.
I'll tell you one reason Scotty and I just love and adore Tim and this company and the family. It's because of your heart, and it's because of your integrity. And I just want people to understand out there that are thinking about remodeling the exterior of their house or getting new gutters because you've got a gutter issue. You want to go with somebody who's reputable. You want to go with somebody that's been around for 5 generations. You want to go with a company that's going to give you the right price and not be like, well, here's the thing. We're going to give you a 20% discount. That's the reason that you don't hear Tim deal out a lot of discounts and huge percentages, because nothing is upcharged. It's just great integrity. And this is what I know from working with Tim and working with RGS, and actually not working with Tim, but working with Tim's team as we were building my mom and dad's house. I call RGS, they come out and they fix the problem. And was there a problem? There were 1 or 2 problems, but they did the entire exterior, and they would come out and fix it and take accountability for it. So that's what I love, and I just want to get that message out there for you.
Well, and I appreciate that. And look, I mean, let's just say one of the things we screwed up on. We did some stone work on his mom's home, and we covered up 3 electrical outlets with the stone. It got missed. When the house got wrapped, it wrapped it, and we didn't cut the outlets, and the stone was done, and there was no electrical outlets. Like, oh, crap, where are our outlets at? Well, they called us up, and oh, my gosh, yep, we screwed up, and we got back there and immediately fixed it. So I use that as an example in that anybody that tells you they're not going to screw up on your home is lying to your run, because mistakes 100% happen. We have the best of the best of the best installers, managers, sales team. Everybody is like A+ here, and we still screwed up. But I think the difference is when you do that, you own it and you fix it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, what we tell homeowners all the time.
Or is that
you are a little intimidating?
Well, It's probably both. No, look, joking aside, no. I mean, look, all of our work comes with a no question 10-year warranty, right? So if anything happens, a piece of fascia blows off, a Brock falls, whatever it is, doesn't matter. For 10 years, we're going to own that house. And then
how cool is that?
10
years.
That's a long time.
That's a lot of winter weather that can damage your place.
Well, and truthfully, really, you only need 2 years. And the reason why is all the manufacturers say that every product needs to go through 4 life cycles. Now, because we have 4 distinct seasons in Utah, we get 4 life cycles in Utah in a year. So if you can go 2 years, in most cases, if it's going to go bad, it's going to go bad in the first 2 years. But we just do 10 just as a good. And look, let's be honest. If it's year 11 and you say a piece of fascia blew off, we're not going to bill you. We're just going to fix it, right? It's just who we are. Now, hands, we might charge double.
Yeah.
But everybody else,
we're going to get you.
No, it's just what it is. And the reality of it is we've got who we are because of that. And I think our Google reviews speak for themselves. I think we're over 1350 now. I don't know what it is. But we have a 4.9 rating. And I think that's important too. If you see somebody with a 5-star rating and they only have, 15, 20 reviews, run. Because they're either bought or their friends or family. I do not ever recommend hiring a company with a perfect 5-star rating because they're probably not real reviews. You want to hire somebody in the 4.8, 4.9, maybe the 4.7 rate, read their reviews, read the comments. That's the other thing. You want to make sure that your company, if you're hiring someone, that look at their reviews, but look at their comments on the good and the bad. You want to make sure that whoever's bad, how do they respond? If it was good, how do they respond? I mean, look, we've got negative reviews. I'll just tell you, go to Google and you'll see them. But you'll also see our responses every time. And in most cases, to be honest with you, our reviews aren't even customers that we've done work for. It was our guy cut somebody off on the road. And unfortunately, we've got about 5 of those.
Okay.
But when you have 1,300, I mean, 5's not a big deal. But
And you got Ross in a truck?
Yeah. Greg.
It's a good thing my dad's isn't wrapped.
Yeah.
Or we'd have about 100 negative reviews. I love my dad, but yeah. Anyway.
We love you, Senior.
There's a reason he's got a parking spot out front. You don't want him working around the parking lot.
You got it.
801-280-3110, 801-280-3110. Again, 801-280-3110. It's RGS right here on the Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow. Cavino
and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Ken Pomeroy is going to join us here in just a moment. Fired up to chat with him, as always. Get to his website, kenpom.com, and check out all the stuff that is available there for you. Great insight, great analysis, and he's the best.
And if you're wondering why BYU runs 13 games in a row, I think it was 12 in a row after the Utah win, and fell from 9 to 11. Is that right?
Yeah.
Maybe Ken can shed a little bit of light on that, because I think that a lot of people wondered, wait. I know it wasn't this dominant win over Utah. It was still a win, and they still grabbed it in the final minute. Even though Utah kept it within 2 to 5 points, I still felt like BYU had a decent control of that game, but Utah they really showed up.
Yeah.
But BYU falls from number 9 to number 11, and it's people like Ken Pomeroy that understand it, and hopefully he can shed a little bit of light on that.
Well, even Ken Pom has BYU ranked 13th. Now, granted, when I say Ken Pomeroy runs a site that is all statistically driven. There's no opinion involved.
No emotions.
It's all computer rankings.
No emotions, no opinion.
Yeah.
It's just the facts. I mean, it's the numbers that show the ranking.
Well, joining us now, it is Ken Pomeroy from KenPom.com, one of our favorite people on the planet. And this is your fun time of year, man. You're coming up on it. Do you feel like this is the time of year where your computers actually have a good vibe on these teams right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're at the point where, halfway into the season, a little bit of conference play mixed in. There's certainly plenty of data now, and I mean, it's not everything's determined, and there still will be surprises, but I think the ratings are a pretty good representation of who's good right now in college basketball.
So, Ken, we talked to a lot of different listeners out there that struggle to understand. I struggle to understand at times, but BYU goes on a 12-game win streak. They beat Utah. They now are on 13, beating TCU. They were at 9. They fell to 11. Help people understand how you have a 2-spot tumble after a win, and then help people understand how important that is or isn't.
Well, it's probably not that important. I think people obsess about those kind of small changes, way too much. First of all, BYU fans should take, just watching the team, just take comfort in the fact that the team is obviously very good. They're certainly capable of making a deep run in the tournament. I don't know if they're a national title contender quite on that level, but certainly a team that can get to the Final Four, and that should make everybody very excited. So if you're wringing your hands over, dropping a couple of spots, whether it's in the AP poll or my ratings or anybody's ratings, you need to step back and maybe reassess how you get enjoyment out of following your team. Why that happens, at least in my ratings, is that obviously you're not playing these games in a vacuum. First of all, there's other teams around you, and if they have better performances than you do, you can still get jumped even in a situation where you win. So there's that. But also, my system takes into account scoring margin as well. And so, some of these games, certainly the Utah game was closer than you might have expected for a top 10 team. And so when that happens, you're going to get dinged a little bit in the ratings.
You do have your Player of the Year standings right now. A.J. DeBonsa at number 3, Boozer from Duke, number 1, Josh Jefferson at Iowa State, number 2. But you can't ask a lot more for A.J. DeBonsa on how he started the season.
You cannot ask for anything more. To me, he's really one of the most fascinating situations in the country, just in terms of the fact that BYU relies on him, I guess, trusts him so much. He just uses such a large share of the offense that it really is pretty impressive for a freshman. And I expect that trend is only going to get more impressive as we head to the tournament. Like, we're going to see, Kevin Young just really put the ball in A.J. DeVonce's hands in every, critical situation. And right now, I mean, they do that right now, I guess, but I think we're going to see DeVonce get the ball in his hands even more frequently than he is right now. And so I'm really, fascinated to see how things play out. I mean, the MO of BYU so far this year has been, I think, at least when I watch them, certainly the TCU game, great example of this, where, it wasn't like you ever, I don't know that I ever really thought that BYU was going to lose the game, and yet it was a close game most of the way. But you always kind of know that when you have A.J. DeVonce, go to him down the stretch in the final 5 minutes, put the ball in his hands, and he's going to create something. He's either going to, get to the foul line or create points on his own. And to me, he's Cam Boozer's, he's going to be the national player of the year. But obviously Cam Boozer has more help around him, I think, than A.J. DeVonce does. And to me, that makes A.J. DeVonce a much more interesting case the rest of the season.
If you haven't got to KenPom.com, get out to KenPom.com, and you can better understand the numbers and what Ken Pomeroy does. He's a genius in his field. He's one of my favorite guests every single year. Get him a couple of times, and you need to go out and just check out his stuff, KenPom.com. So, Ken, Scotty's taught me how to spend some time on the site and kind of read and understand, but kind of give me your thoughts, because I know that there are numbers that identify everything. Right now, through whatever it is, 17 games, right now through 17 games for BYU, do their numbers identify them as a good tournament team? Somebody that might be good in tournament play, whether it's numbers or it's a personnel. Do you feel like it's built for a potential big NCAA run?
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing is that there really isn't like a singular formula for NCAA tournament success. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of college basketball, is that you can different styles can still be successful. The one thing that was noteworthy about BYU is that on my site I color code various aspects of a team, red and green, depending on if they're good or bad. And like BYU has green in just about everything, which is actually really unusual. Like even the best teams, like they're not going to be great at everything. You don't need to be great at everything to be successful. But BYU is at least good in everything and great in some things. And I think that speaks to the consistency we've seen from them this season. Obviously with just the one loss, but it just seems like, as I mentioned, with the TCU game, like you just watch them, and even when the game's close for a while, when they're playing a weaker opponent, Utah game as well, you just don't really have a lot of doubt that they're going to pull out that game in the end.
I was talking to by the way, in regards to that, I was talking to a coach once, and he was referencing a team that wasn't very good, and he goes, yeah, their Ken Pom numbers have more red on it than a slasher movie. And I was like, okay.
Who said that? Just a coach?
Yeah, just a coach was talking about some other team. But, I was around the Utah State coaches, and they're like, hey, a new Ken Pom number. Everybody's talking about average 2-point attempt distance. When did you add this, and what does that mean?
Yeah, so I added this, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. And, average 2-point attempt distance, it's, pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
The average distance of your 2-point attempts. I try to keep these stats simple that I put on the site. And so, it is what it is. But obviously you want to be, theoretically, you want to have shorter 2-point attempts. That should lead to higher 2-point percentage. And so that's the idea. It really is. It's one of these things that, in one sense, you want to have a better 2-point attempt distance. Like that's just something you should probably strive for. But there are teams that don't have great 2-point attempt distance and still, they're very good from the mid-range or whatever. Purdue is a great example of this. Their 2-point attempt distance is pretty bad, but the 2-point percentage is actually good, and their offense is really good, best in the country. So, So it's a kind of a half of a skill stat and half of a style stat. It's one of these things that's really sticky for coaches. So, if a coach is great at 2-point attempt distance one year, they're probably going to be great at it the next year. It really speaks to the style of offense they try to run.
Ken, in that line of conversation, how do you calculate your luck category?
I love this, by the way.
Yeah, this is a fan favorite.
Yeah.
It's one of those things I've always thought about. Every year I think about killing, but people talk about it a lot. So the luck stat is it's basically just looking at a team's performance in close games. And so teams that are winning a lot of close games are deemed to be lucky to some degree. And it's not to say, we put out the caveat, not to say that teams don't have skill in winning close games or that the idea of clutchness doesn't exist, but there's certainly a lot of, at least some luck that goes into winning close games. And you can almost see it on a nightly basis in college basketball, where somebody just makes a crazy shot at the end of a game, or there's a bizarre officiating call at the end of a game, or we've seen a couple instances here in the last week where a team makes like a shot at the buzzer, and you really can't tell on replay whether they got the shot off in time, and the refs kind of flip a coin and figure out if that shot is good or not. So that's the idea behind the luck concept. If you see a team in my ratings that is ranked higher than conventional wisdom, chances are they're going to be low in the luck stat. They'll be viewed as unlucky, because my system's trying to look at things from a predictive standpoint, whereas like the AP poll is looking backwards almost. It's basically looking at what you've accomplished. But if you look at teams that have lost close games in the past, that's really not something that's going to follow them going forward. Like it's going to be much more random going forward. So that's the idea behind the luck stat.
Ken Pomeroy of KenPom.com joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Following Utah State, and Utah, we're going to talk more about them coming up here in a second, but so much of what they do is based on, they're not a particularly great half-court offense, but they get out, they force steals, and I can always tell how the game went based on their fast break points because they score so well in transition. Is there a way to really look and dive into fast break opportunities, or do you just kind of look at steals and average possession length, and that's kind of telling you a little bit more of who they are?
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly infer that from those two stats. In fact, you can obviously dig deeper and look at just fast break opportunities directly. It's not something I have on my site at the moment, but you can do that. But yeah, I mean, certainly you look at what Utah State has done in terms of forcing steals, and obviously, Mason Falls-Lev is the steals god of the country, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, you look at that, you look at their possession length, and you sort of paint that picture. The one interesting thing about Utah State I got to shoehorn in here is that through their 6 conference games, they have an offensive rating of 132, which means they're averaging 1.32 points per possession, which that leads the country, by the way, in terms of just in conference play. We're not saying Utah State has the best offense in the country, but it's very, very good. And talk about a team that has a lot of green on their page. I mean, they lead the conference right now, 2-point percentage, 3-point percentage, offensive rebounding percentage. They've just been devastating so far offensively in conference play. And, for the whole season, they've had a very good offense. So very, very exciting things happening there in Logan.
So they're ranked, by the way, they come in ranked. BYU on your KenPom rankings are number 13. Utah State's 22. So, Utah State's having not a lot of separation there. When you look,
probably closer than people would think. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the other thing that I think is kind of interesting, because Utah State, they force so many steals, so they got their hand in the cookie jar a lot with deflections, on the ball turnovers, things like that they're forcing. But they also get called for a lot of fouls because of that. And, they're the only real red that you have on Utah State is their free throw attempt for field goal attempt based on the opponent. So they're sending teams to the line a lot, but they're also getting a lot of steals and getting fast break opportunities because of that. So do those kind of wash out a bit?
Yeah, I mean, this gets back to the idea that very few teams do everything well. And part of the reason for that is that there are trade-offs. Obviously, as you point out, a defense that tends to, wants to force a lot of turnovers, tends to, commit fouls. That's a great example there, Scotty. And, no question, those things cancel out to some extent. But, it gets back to the idea that, different styles and different philosophies can be successful. And, coaches across the country, how have they been influenced coming up through the ranks? All have kind of different reads on what they want to value. But it's certainly obviously a case where Jerry Calhoun thinks that, it's worth a trade-off, forcing all the steals and obviously steals and possessions. I mean, that's the main benefit. The trigger fast break points, which is a nice sub benefit. And even if you commit a few extra fouls, it's going to be worth the trade-off.
So, Ken, as I'm looking over the numbers and just trying to get a big picture idea of the Ken Pomeroy numbers, it feels like it's saying to me that the Big Ten right now is the lead dog in conference. Outside of that, you've got the Big Ten and then maybe Big 12, and then you start to go ACC, SEC. But is that what the numbers are showing, that the Big Ten is the powerhouse conference right now?
Actually, if you look at my ratings, you average all the teams in each conference. The SEC is number one right now. So it goes SEC, Big 10, Big 12. And Big 10 and Big 12 basically tied in my ratings, going back and forth day by day, depending on various random things that, are difficult to explain. And then after that, there's a pretty significant drop-off to the ACC. And that's not to say that that's how the tournament bids are going to line up. The ACC is actually probably going to end up, really punching above its weight in terms of getting bids, because they do have a number of teams kind of down in that, 9 to 12 seed line range. But, the other three conferences I mentioned, Big 10, Big 12, SEC, they're a little better at the top. And perhaps most importantly, well, not most importantly, but for the calculation, most importantly, they don't have a bottom really. Like the bottom teams are pretty good. So, you look at the Big East and they have, 4 or 5 teams outside top 100, the ACC has 4 or 5 teams outside of the top 100. The Big East has 2 or 3. That's what drags down the ratings of those leagues to some extent, but also the fact that they just don't have a lot of teams in the top 20.
The Mountain West is not going to be certainly a 5-bid league like we've seen over the last few years, where they've been able to get a lot of teams in the tournament. They may be a 2, at best maybe a 3, but probably in that 2 range. But yet, if you look at their ratings, the Mountain West last year finished with a 8.06 rating. Right now they're 8.05. So they're not that far off of where they were last year, but they just don't have those key wins that are really helping their numbers. What's your overall impression of that conference?
Yeah, it's been pretty strong. I mean, you have to, look at, it's really like the issue of the bottom of the league is stronger than it has been. I mean, really, with the exception of, say, Air Force and San Jose State. But, you got teams like New Mexico that have improved this year. Grand Canyon coming into the league and being solid. Wyoming has improved. Fresno State is not the doormat that they were last year. So, those kind of stories, they're not going to gain a lot of national attention, but that's part of the reason why the league is better. Unfortunately, you do have the cases like Boise State, who people, might have thought would be a tournament team, and they're obviously dealing with a pretty bad losing streak at the moment. Nevada's been struggling, and UNLV under Josh Pastner has been a bit disappointing. But, overall, the league's been pretty healthy in its kind of swan song in the current iteration. And, it's still, still a really solid league. It's just, when this league has produced a lot of bids, it's usually having 3 or 4 teams like right on that cut line, and they just end up on the right side of it. And this year, they might end up on the wrong side of it.
Do you like the new Pac-12 that they're forming in terms of a basketball standpoint and what that could look like next year?
I mean, I like it. I'm really interested to see, how it performs. You kind of look at how some of those teams have performed this year, and it hasn't been quite as strong, although, Fresno State, as I mentioned, maybe a bit of a surprise. But, You look at like Oregon State and Washington State, and they've been disappointing. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what that league looks like. It's, to me, it's not something that I would consider a power league. Obviously, the name of the league would maybe lead you that way, but they'll be better than the Mountain West. They'll clearly, I think, be the sixth best league in the country, but they'll still be, I think, quite a bit away from like the Big East or the ACC, which are the two leagues that they probably could target for overtaking from a basketball sense. But I think they'll still be, a step away from those leagues.
Ken, I know that you've already been generous with your time, and I don't want to get sidetracked too far, but because you are a numbers guy, Scotty and I have been talking about this big point-shaving scandal. 20 men have been charged in this scandal, 39 college basketball players a part of it, 17 NCAA Division I teams, 29 games that have been fixed. We're talking about up to 20 years of prison time for people. In your understanding of how a game plays out, how obvious is it when there might be a point-shaving event going on in a game?
I think it's not obvious at all. I mean, that's part of the problem, and it's like part of the effect of something like this happening is that it's not obvious. Like sometimes players just play poorly. Like unless you're a star player, like you're going to have good games and bad games, and some of those bad games are going to look really bad. And it's not because you're fixing games; it's just because basketball is hard at the Division I level. So yeah, that's really like the shame of all of this is that as a fan, I mean, not that this wasn't happening before, but it'll certainly get people's minds more. You watch a game and you see somebody make a dumb play, and it's like, were they fixing? Are they on the take? Or are they getting paid by somebody to screw this game up? So that's the real tragedy of all this is that it does call into question the sanctity of various performances, and in the vast majority of cases, anybody having a poor game or making a dumb mistake is just completely innocent. But this shows that there are hopefully rare cases. Hopefully they're just rare, where obviously people can be on the take. And I got a lot of thoughts on this. I don't know exactly where to go with it, but I'm not sure how we get out of this. Like, I think that there's a notion that, these people got caught and they're going to get jail time. That's going to deter people from doing this in the future. But I'm not totally sure that it will. I mean, a lot of these people are in desperate situations where they have no money. They're not getting NIL, and they see a big payday, and, they'll probably risk it, assuming that, maybe they can avoid getting caught. So I'm not, it's a sad day for college basketball in some sense, but I'm not sure that it's going to stop here.
Ken, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. Looking forward to chatting with you again a little closer to tournament time, and it should be a fun one, man. Thanks for all you do.
Thanks, brother.
All right, thanks, guys.
Huge fan of the website, kenpalm.com. I have been a loyal subscriber of Ken for years and years and years. I'm telling you, especially when you're filling out your bracket, this is an absolute must. kenpalm.com. Again, kenpalm.com. All right, joining us now, it is Tim from RGS Exteriors. Now, we've talked about the exterior of your home, and you guys can do a Mammoth outside of the home, but also RGS, RG stands for rain gutters. That's where you guys started, and we've been unlucky with the snowfall this year, but that doesn't mean we're still not going to get bombed, and you could have some problems on those gutters if you're not careful.
Yeah, I would have sure thought by now you would have had some major ice problems, right?
Yeah.
Who knows? But it's coming. The thing is, we do a lot of heat ice melting systems, and the thing is about those systems is that you don't. It's kind of like insurance. You don't really want to pay for them, but you pay for them for when you need them. And when you don't need them, it doesn't matter, and it's a waste of money. But man, that one time you got 2 feet of snow on your front porch, you're so glad you have them because now the grandma's not going to come over and slip and fall on your steps and break her hip or break her leg or So it's kind of what the whole premise on that is. And we haven't needed them yet, but I guarantee we will. Before this winter's on, we're going to need those ice melting systems at some point in time.
Well, if you just take care of the gutters, if you just fix those gutters, get them moving the water away from the house and get the ones that are broke, that are forming big icicles, get those taken care of. That can change a lot of things. How many people wait too long, Tim?
Everybody. Me included. Yeah, Scott's right. His raised hand on mine, too.
I'm trying to think how many times. I think it took me 3 years. I think I was in the house 3 years when I finally – no, I think I was in the house 4 years when I finally had your guys come out and fix my gutter problem on my house.
The thing is, here's two – and I'm really glad you brought that up, Pounds. There's two things to that. One, we just naturally put things off just because we're busy, we're lazy, whatever. We just, I'll get to it, and then we never do. And then the other thing is like, I'll wait till I can afford it. I got to save some money up for that. So the problem with those two examples is that both times by waiting actually costs us substantially more money. Yeah. We average about a 10% per year price increase. So if you want to just guess, hey, I got a price 5 years ago, what is it? Add 10% to that, and then 10%, and then 10%. That's a ballpark number. It's not always exact, but it's close to that. Okay, so if you wait till you can afford it 3 years from now, it's not gone up 30%. It's gone up probably about 40 by the time it compounds itself. A, and then B, the other thing is that depending on when you need it, it's when it's an emergency. And then if you're it's like, oh my gosh, I got ice, I've got to melt off now. You got to pay ice melting systems. Where if you just get it done when there's not snow and ice, it's cheaper anyway. One thing that we're trying to convince homeowners to do right now is because we're in that shoulder season, because we are a little bit slower, full disclosure, this is our slow season, is call and get it done, or at least scheduled today. Because like we mentioned earlier, you're going to get 2025 pricing. So that's about a 10% savings. Plus the salesmen are discounting every job anywhere from 5 to 10% depending on what the product is. So you have anywhere from a 10 to 15% real-time savings right now. And we have some 24-month same as cash options. So you could literally get the job done today and wait 2 years before you even make a payment. Jeez. So now we're talking you have to make a payment till 2028.
Not even make a payment.
Not even make a payment.
And those are 2 tax returns that you could be using during that time.
And which, by the way, a little inside note, I've been hearing rumors that we are all going to be blown away with how big our tax returns are going to be this year. That the beautiful bill, whatever it is, has got some tax savings that we don't even realize.
That'd be beautiful.
It's going to be huge. And so everyone keeps telling me, just wait till those tax returns come. You're going to be slammed because it's going to be better than ever.
Did you just say it's going to be huge?
Huge and beautiful.
I'm a Canadian now. Like I said, I'm hockey now. But look, bottom line, we've got these opportunities to do 24 months. You don't have to pay any bills. We've got the discounts. So literally, if you ask me when is the best time to buy a project, it's literally January and February. It's not even a question. And it's just because we're negotiating prices a little bit more now than we ever do. Just because we're trying to fill the coffers. We're trying to keep the installers going. We've built out such an amazing team, and we don't ever want to lose them in the slow months, so we discount them just to keep the crews going. So you have all those benefits. And like we talked about with the Jazz and Mammoth, we got tickets, blankets, and you name it. We're just going to make it happen for you. Just give us a call.
Send some people out to the game.
And that's a great thing. You've been around for 4 generations. You can get creative with your pricing. You can get creative. You have so much leverage because you've established something so big and powerful here, but also with the family touch to it, that you can leverage great deals to make sure, okay, Mrs. Jones, what do we need to do here? We can do this now. We can wait a year and do this. We can then do this, because you're going to be around, because you've been around for 4 or 5 generations.
Well, and I'm really glad you brought that up, because, look, I don't want to earn your business for 10 days. I want to earn your business for 10 years.
Yeah.
And so, or 20 years or 30 years. So the reality of it is look, if right now all that's in the budget, even with the financing, is just to do the front of the house, so let's do the front. But let's get you the price on the other side so you know what it is, so that you can kind of determine when you want to do it. And look, we do that all the time, and I will tell you, it's interesting. We do the front so many times, and then before the project's done, the whole house is done.
While you're here.
The other thing that's beauty about the financing, this is something that's really good. We use an independent company to do all of our financing, and it's a soft credit pull. So it's based on credit scores, but it's a soft pull, it's not a hard pull. But here's the beauty of it. When you get approved, let's just say the job's $5,000. They're going to approve you for whatever you're approved for. It could be $70,000. So, like, you may only want $10,000 for your project, but they're going to approve you for more. And so the beauty of that is, if you decide you want to do more, the money's already there. You don't have to do this again. It's a done deal. It's like an open checkbook if you want it. If you don't, it's no problem. Just do what you want. We're here to just make it as easy as we can, and just make it so that homeowners can get their jobs done and get it done today.
801-280-3110. That's Tim with RGS Exteriors. Nobody's going to treat you better. Nobody's going to do a better job. It's 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors right here on the Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I have a lot of people say to me, okay, so why America First Credit Union? Well, there's a lot of reasons why to go America First Credit Union when you're thinking about your finances. Here's a few. You've got low ongoing rates, so you can stay competitive even after your intro period begins or ends. There's no annual fee, so you keep more of your money, and that's what matters most. There's no balance transfer fees. How nice is that? So many different financial institutions institute the no balance transfer fee or a balance transfer fee. They've got a member first service, so decisions are made locally with your best interest in mind. I just talked about my experience of American First Credit Union going with their new Platinum credit card where I got 0% interest for 6 months. American First Credit Union can help you in so many ways. Let's just talk about a business loan. You're thinking about starting a new business. You need that upfront money. America First Credit Union can get that money for you quickly so you can start that business. I went in and took advantage of that Platinum card, 0% interest for 6 months. That's available to you. You can start that online. I actually started the process online, and I went in and finished it at a branch, and it was done in a short period of time. I had access to the money same day. America First Credit Union. They're here for you because they started here in the state of Utah in 1939. Started right here in Utah, taking care of local farmers and building our community and economy. Now they're here for you with 116 branches. America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2026 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
New year, new deals. At Paris RV, we're blowing out the 25s, and many of the manufacturers are throwing in extra rebates. Hook up to the open range conventional 177BH with bunk beds, only $13,878, $159 a month, $0 down. Or climb aboard the Solera 22N motorhome for only $78,888 or $647 a month, 10% down. Or load the toys into the Voltage V-Series 3500 toy hauler for only $69,577 or $563 a month, 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Celebrate 10 years of the event that started it all. Ski Joring Utah returns to Heber City, January 16th and 17th. Brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union. What's Ski Joring? It's the perfect mashup of horsepower and ski power, where cowboys, horses, and skiers race through an obstacle course for thousands in prize money. Bring the whole family for fun, food trucks, music, and high-speed racing. Don't wait. Get your tickets right now at proskijor.com. Use code ZONE25. Buy 1 ticket, get the second for half off.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your good, the bad, the ugly. We'll get to your good here in just a second, but it's your chance to enter to win a 5-pack of tickets to the Jazz and Spurs game on January 22nd. Listen all day today for 1 keyword in each show. The more keywords than you enter, the better chance you have to win, so make sure to listen all day long. Go to kslsports.com/contest, and where you see the word keyword, type in ACE. That's it. ACE, ACE, where it says enter your keyword. That will get you entered in to win that 5-pack of tickets.
Well, for the good, the word should be sensible.
Sensible.
The word should be Bryce Sensabaugh, because Bryce put up a career-high 43 points in that game last night against the Chicago Bulls, and I was able to go back and forth and watched a lot of that game, and Bryce Sensabaugh was unhinged. 21 points in the first quarter of that game. That's the most points by a player off the bench in the period since play-by-play tracking for all 4 quarters began back in 1996.
Wow.
That's the most points by a bench player, not by the Jazz, but in the NBA since 1996. And he really, his 43 points helped keep the Utah Jazz in that game. No Larry Markkinen last night. He was out with illness. Chicago didn't have OKC, Josh Giddey.
Yeah.
He was out with a hamstring. And this was a pretty sweet battle. It was back and forth. It ended up with 26 ties and 17 lead changes. That's one of those games that I don't care. There's no superstar. There's no Lowry. I don't care if I'm watching Bryce Sensabaugh and Nikola Vucevic go back and forth as your scoring leaders. It was a great game. Great energy. And actually, the result is what you wanted. They lost 128 to 126. Now, Bryce probably didn't want to lose a game in his career high performance, 43 points. That's always nice to have a W tagged by that.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, okay, 43 points.
But
the loss, show me how many assists or how many attempts he had. Because if he's scoring 43 points on 68 attempts, then we got problems. But I'm sure he would have liked to have the win attached to it. But still, nonetheless, Scotty, 43 points.
That's awesome. And you know what? You're just seeing these, and I hate using this terminology when it comes to actual human beings, but the Jazz, when you see these guys continue to grow and develop, you're looking at potential assets in terms of look, Bryce Sensabaugh was on nobody's radar. Now, guess what? There's going to be people around the league at trade deadline goes, that's a guy we could get. That's a guy that can help us out. And as the Jazz continue to position themselves to go all in on something, whether it's moving up in the draft or getting a star, whatever the case might be, when Danny Ainge wants to go all in, he's got enough bullets in the gun to be able to do it.
Yeah, and you wonder how much this pushes Will Hardy to say, all right, let's take 43 for a ride. Let's go see what we can do. Let's build him into something.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to mention just in the good, because Keontae George, Bryce was unhinged pretty much through 4 quarters, but the first quarter was insane. Keontae George turned on the gas there in the fourth quarter, and he put in 15 points in that final quarter, and he had the final 3 that could have won it. And Keontae George is continuing to show that he can switch it into gear. He can be a freak. Mm-hmm. When he wants to be a freak, he can be a freak. And that's really good signs, too. And I thought Phil Pawski was great last night.
Whole world news coming up next. Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I got to tell you, though, if they took the leash off, let alone if the Jazz still had Walker Kessler, this is a playoff team. That may sound like hyperbole, homer take. The Jazz are beating teams like San Antonio and Detroit, and when they get the green light to play against teams, they're beating them.
As soon as the Jazz flip the switch, they're going to be competitive really quick. That doesn't mean win a title, but they're going to win more games than they lose next season because they're going to add pieces around what they already have, and they're just going to try every night.
Because Lowry's taking it to another level.
Yeah.
And Keontae's a guy.
Yep.
And then you throw in Walker. All of a sudden, you're talking about winning
45 games.
Right.
Yep.
It's not that far off.
No, it's next year. Jazz are going to win 40 games next year. I really firmly believe that. Barring injury, that's where the Jazz are.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
University of Utah Health is staffed with the finest men and women in all of medicine. Bottom line, they've got all the major awards to show it. They've got all the incredible surgeries and performances to show it. When you're thinking of needing a knee replacement, a hip replacement, when you're thinking of having multiple headaches and not understanding why, you got to think of University of Utah Health. You can find your physician, or you can search by need at uofuhealth.org. The website makes it really easy. Go on there, say by need. It'll give you options, or you can enter an option. It'll pull up the physicians that can help you get better, and it's that easy. uofuhealth.org. When something happens to Lowry Markkinen, he was out with illness last night. Guess who helps him? It's the great men and women at University of Utah Health. When you've got an issue with Logan Cooley, he damages something, it's the men and women of University of Utah Health that get him repaired and back on the ice. You can find them at uofuhealth.org.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Need to scale your workforce for a peak season? Express Employment Professionals offers contract staffing so you can scale with ease and maintain productivity. Get started at expresspros.com. When it comes to hiring, it's about people, and that's where Express Employment Professionals comes in. Express experts connect you to qualified candidates, matching skills to your business needs. Hire differently with Express. Visit expresspros.com to find your local office. That's expresspros.com. Express Employment Professionals, building your workforce, supporting your success.
Have you ever wiped with a piece of dry single-ply toilet paper and wondered, is this as good as it gets? Well, it's not. It gets a lot better thanks to the wet, extra-large cleaning power of Dude Wipes. They comfortably clean up whatever TP leaves behind for no more maintenance wipes. Make the trade of the season and switch from TP and start experiencing the confident clean of Dude Wipes. Available at Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Dude Wipes. Best clean. Hands down.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth are scorching hot right now in the middle of a homestand, racking up point after point after point, and Dylan Gunther just wants his team to keep that winning mentality.
It's been a good stretch. I think we've talked about this stretch for a little bit and have looked forward to getting a little bit of time at home. So it's nice to be getting points, and we play a really good team next game, so just make sure that we're ready to go.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. You got you and me, brother, in our hands. You got you and me, sister.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is another edition of Whole World News, spanning the globe to find something that hopefully will at least interest you. By the way, Hans, real quick story, as we've been talking a little bit about the gambling situation going on right now. We do have a situation brewing where a man decided to open fire on his roommates because of a lost bet. Had a prop bet. Had a prop bet on the amount of touchdowns scored by Josh Allen, rushing touchdown scored by Josh Allen. He had it at 1.5, or no, he took 2. Josh Allen got 1, and he thought he should have gotten 1 more. Was upset with it. Apparently, it lost some other bets, and friends started to tease him, so he took out the gun and started blasting the walls.
No, he
with
didn't.
It. Yes, and threatened them. Because not only did he lose money, he was losing dignity.
So what's happening?
And by the way, this is in your great state of Florida.
Oh yeah, okay. That's not surprising. What's happening to him? Is he?
Yeah, he's now been arrested.
Okay. So this reminds me of a story, and I know we don't have much time, but I used to go stay the night at my friend Robbie Rotson's house. And
Robbie.
He was a rancher, and his grandpa actually owned one of the biggest ranches in Weiser. So I liked going and hanging with Robbie, but we always had to wake up early and go do ranch crap, which I hated. Milk cows and feed cows and collect eggs and all that crap. Move pipe. Robbie was we had to move pipe through alfalfa fields. Yeah. Yep. And if you've ever done that through potato or alfalfa, having to just rip it through the potato vines or rip it through the alfalfa is the worst.
Sucks.
And then getting the gophers out of the lines absolutely sucks. But anyways, so he had a young brother, Nate, and we used to love to tease Nate. And so what we'd do is we would spit on our fingers and we'd flip it across his face while he was sleeping.
Sorry, Tim.
And so we'd done like 5 or 6 big just right across his face. And he woke up and he was pissed. And he stomped over to the closet and he's like, "I'm shooting you both." We were probably 15. He's probably 13, 14. he grabs his shotgun and he throws the cock on it. And Robbie and I run into Robbie's room. We shut his door. We lock it. We start to barricade it. And he's standing at the door. He's like, I'm going to fire through the door. Man, you think that you're pretty tough and cool.
No.
Until somebody's
got a gun.
Until somebody's racking a 12 gauge. And then you're like, this isn't funny anymore. I know you lost some bets, dude. But, okay, get the gun out and be like, I'm going to shoot up the house. But the second you pull the trigger, like he never pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Nate came to his senses. And he couldn't do anything else because I was already, too big. But
wait, what did you do to him again?
I don't think we need to.
Let's get back to that. What did you? I'm starting to understand why nobody wants to room with you on the road.
You guys used to do it all the time. Everybody did it to their younger brothers.
No.
You basically just put a loogie on your two fingers and then you just flip it across their face while they're
never
sleeping.
did that.
Pretty much, but I was the youngest boy, so, But I don't
Tim,
remember.
you did it. We all did it. Throw Tim's mic on.
I'm just sick now, like just watching this and just.
Yeah, well, he did rack
And
a
by the
shotgun
way,
on us.
these are the stories Hans can tell. Imagine the stories he can't tell.
Scotty's been a part of sometimes where I'm like, nope, no, it's not happening.
Yeah, I know. When Hans will tell stuff and it's like, whoa, and then he's like, I can't tell you that anymore.
Well,
it's like,
by the way,
he tells us stories on the air or like off the air that I've heard.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure there's a whole other level.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, by the way, Robbie Routson listens.
Hi, Robbie.
He's an engineer up north, I think, in Ogden. So, Robbie,
What's
if you're
up, Robbie?
listening and you want to back up that story, feel free. Because Robbie was more scared than I. Because I'm sitting in the closet with Robert. We'd barricade. We'd lock the door, and we're sitting in the closet. I'm like, Robbie, is he going to shoot us? And he goes, I think he might.
so Robbie was like,
"That's not the
no,
reaction."
he'll be fine.
Oh,
he's
no.
like,
No.
He's coming in here.
He's like, just stay down. And I'm like Nate might actually shoot
You're
us.
like, Robbie, can you stand in front of me?
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, why are you using me as a coat? Just stay on my shoulders. Protect my neck.
Tim's with us. RGS Exteriors right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, you need that barricade outside your home. RGS has got the siding. They've got the brick. Really, frankly, if you can dream it up, you guys can come up with it.
Hey, look, they always say that Hardy is like woodpeckers can't peck through him. I don't know if anybody shot a shotgun through him.
Would Hardy protect an idiot Hans?
Sure will. Hey, you know what? That's what we need to do one day. We're going to get a sample up. And we're going to let Hans just go at it, and we're going to see how strong.
Oh,
his
yeah.
stuff is.
So you can put your fist through it.
Yeah, and see if his shotgun can penetrate it.
Joking aside, we've actually done some TV commercials that are on TV, but we've done them a lot. James Hardy's actually fireproof. Kind of a cool story. California, was it last summer that they had all the big fires where they lost towns, Paradise or whatever it was a couple of years ago? Anyway, there's some areas in there that homes were completely burned down right everywhere, and then there's homes that are standing completely perfectly up. And believe it or not, it's from the James Hardy sighting. Because Hardy is so fireproof, it literally can withstand. In fact, a lot of these mountain areas, when homes have certain standards that they require for fire, James Hardy 100% handles it. So it's incredible.
That's awesome.
You cannot light it on fire. It's because of cement. It's a cement-based product, so it's a pretty incredible product.
And it won't fade. It can be baked in the sun. It's not going to fade.
Doesn't warp.
It doesn't warp. I mean, really, it's the perfect exterior.
It's so good for Utah because people don't realize we have such extreme temperatures in here, and because we're the desert and where we're at, I mean, we have so much expansion and contraction, but Hardy doesn't do that. The other thing that's beautiful about it is that not only does the paint last forever, like you said, but 20 years from now, I'm like, what were we thinking? Why did we do that gray? What the heck? Now gray's a color, but 20 years from now, it's going to be purple or something. I don't know. The beauty about Hardy, you can just repaint it. It's no big deal at all. You just want to change colors. You don't have to change anything of the product. It's just as good today as it will be 20 years from now. You just throw a new coat of paint on it, and you got a brand new looking house.
It's awesome. All you have to do is call right now. And it all starts with somebody coming out to your home, because there's people out there like, oh, man, I'm hearing everything Tim's saying. I'd love to do it, but I don't have the hundreds of thousands of dollars. A lot of times you'll have a guy come out to a home and say, we can do it for this. And people are like, huh. Yeah, that's better than I thought it was.
There's a lot of times where it's way cheaper than you thought. Now, let's be honest, there's times it's more as well. But the thing is that what we tell you don't know till you get us out there.
Yep.
But the biggest thing is going back to, we've talked about it before, we got some amazing specials right now, 2025 pricing, plus the discounts, plus the 0% for 24 months. All these things are you just don't ever have, and you have them for this month. But the biggest thing that we're taught in Utah, not to spend within our needs. Don't do it till we can afford it, till we can pay cash. The problem is with that mentality, if you wait 2 or 3 years, you're going to pay 10% average per year. So if you wait 3 years, you're going to pay an average of about 35% more than you would if you do it today. And we have so much amazing financing options. Even if you're paying interest, you're going to pay less interest than you will be in the increased premiums on the home. And so it's an absolute no-brainer to do it today and finance it and just get it done. And a lot of times we'll actually price it out with monthly payments for you. So we'll give you, here's your cash price, if you will, but then here's your monthly payment price. So that way you can look and see what's going to be best for you. We're here just to take care of you.
Let's go. 801-280-3110. Call that number right now, 801-280-3110, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steak Co., they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steak Co. has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Time to catch up with one of our favorite people on the planet from NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. It is Kurt Helin right here on the Zone. Kurt, how are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing, guys?
Man, good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear your voice. Yes. Hey, before we get started in all the NBA stuff, I'm a little curious how much the NBA is concerned, because the NBA is under a huge spotlight. So I think it would be harder to pull off in the NBA than it certainly would at Abilene Christian College. But in terms of this new world of gambling we're in, how concerned is Adam Silver making sure that the integrity of the game stays where it needs to be?
You'd like to say it's hard to pull off, but, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups got arrested a few months ago.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It is a big concern, and it's specifically with that information. I think we've talked about this before. It's really difficult to get a player to throw a game in a position like the NBA players make so much money that unless let's put it this way, the players who could influence a game and actually throw a game, you couldn't buy. Like that's just, the price would be too high. They're not going to do it. But the player prop thing is a real issue, as is, look, and we're getting into this time of year when teams are going to tank and guys are going to sit, and if you've got that inside information early and can get bets in on a team or on they're going to be resting these guys, or a player prop, where somebody's kind of injured and not playing or is going to take themselves out, which is allegedly what happened with Rozier. That's a real issue, and it's a real concern for the league, who is especially prop bets. They're trying to get that stuff, trying to get prop bets reduced, but in a world with those prediction markets, good luck. I don't quite know how it's the Wild West. I'm not sure how you regulate any of it.
All right, Kurt, help me understand this, because as we went through these 20 kids that have now been arrested and 39 that were involved, and the schools that they were playing for, it's not NIL schools. These aren't rich kids. They need the money. Even if it's 10 to 30,000, they need the money. Why would anybody in the NBA be a part of a point-shaving scheme when they're being paid millions? Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. By the way, I could use $10,000. I don't have the influence to shave any points, but I think in the NBA, there's always greed. I don't think you can ever go bankrupt underestimating people's greed, or overestimating people's greed. There will be somebody who's willing to do it, and in some cases, as was alleged in some of the stuff that's gone on, these are relationships where long before this guy was an NBA player, they had a relationship with this person who went into gambling or organized crime or whatever. And so this relationship kind of previously existed, and it was more capitalizing on that than, somebody trying to approach Lauri Markkanen or something and trying to pitch this to them. I'm not sure that works really well, but there's always going to be guys with relationships or relationships that get built, and especially if said player likes to gamble a little. And it's just, that's the concern, is that they see this as an easy way out to get some money, even if it should be pennies on what they're, Terry Rozier's making 20, well, it's not making now because it's going into a trust account, but until this is decided, but he was going to make $23 million this year. I don't know. What are you doing?
Yeah. Hey, when you're looking at the Jazz right now and you lose by 55 to Charlotte at home and then go and beat Cleveland on the road, what kind of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde are we working with here?
Yeah, Utah and Cleveland are both Jekyll and Hyde this year. They're both fully capable of beating or losing to anyone. So that one was a little bit of a surprise. But I think part of it is, this is especially when Laurie plays, when Laurie Markkinen's playing, and I'm wondering if he sits, and I think somebody else has written about this, like he suddenly sits a game a week or something, right? Like he's going to miss some time. You don't want to, if you're thinking about the lottery. But this team, when they put everybody out there, is capable of putting together a really good night. There is genuine talent on this roster with George and everybody else. And you can go out and win some games, and Will Hardy's going to have them playing hard. And so you get nights like that, especially now. We're in this weird, guys, and this happens later in the year too, like towards the end. But you're in this weird dog days thing where teams see the All-Star break in a few weeks, and everybody's legs are a little bit tired right now, and you just get some weird results. It's not just the Kings are on a 3-game winning streak. Weird stuff starts to happen, man.
So, if I were to ask you who the player is that has the most points off the bench in a single quarter in NBA tracking history, could you name it for me, Kurt?
Yeah, I can now because we were discussing it last night with Bryce Sensabaugh's hot first quarter last night. And by the way, I don't even know who he took that record from. I would have to go, but it was one of those things. Without going into it, like just for highlights and stuff. Now there's the joyous office Slack, but those office Slack conversations are a lot more fun when they're just about basketball. And so, yeah, there's one that kind of goes on every night, or is going on right now because of the game today. And we were all there was Bryce Sensabaugh watch was on, like, for the guys doing the highlight packages. So that was, but he's played well this year, but that was kind of insane.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the Jazz are doing a good job of developing some pieces that if they need to go all in on something, that they have the assets, both with the picks and the players to do that. How much is this crazy class, though, of 2026, this draft class, are people really looking at, making sure that they're in the upper part of that draft to snag what could be, a generational type of talent?
Tanking is going to become a discussion the second half of the NBA season. Like, it's one of those things that's the league is already like, already discussing how we can limit tanking. Like, can we tweak the lottery or do this? And that's a whole separate discussion that I'm not sure has great outcomes no matter what you do, but it's going to be a thing this year. You're already seeing it. We talked about Laurie maybe sitting some games because you don't want to win too much. The one to watch is Washington, where they traded for Trae Young, but gentlemen, Trae Young is a floor raiser. Trae Young will win you some games. Like he is an offense unto himself when he's hot, when he's hitting his shots and he's finding guys. He can make things happen, and the Wizards don't really want things to happen. So his calf contusion became now he's out past the All-Star break, and we'll see how. I don't know if he plays 10 games for the Wizards this year. I'll be shocked. They do not want to start winning a bunch of games because their pick is top 8 protected. They want to hold on to it. I think there's going to be a lot of that. I think you're going to see if Anthony Davis isn't traded, he's not going to play much. Like, there's a whole bunch of teams that are just going to start shutting guys down.
Well, I mean, we can just say that any time of the year with Anthony Davis, and you'd be accurate.
Well, that's true. That is fair.
So, Kurt, I guess we're all kind of just watching the Utah Jazz, and I do think because we are in the market, we get pulled into this. Keontae George has really blown up, and Keontae has played a lot better. But I think you said it to me quite a few years ago when we started doing these conversations. Somebody has to score the points. And we get caught in this market is thinking, well, these Jazz players, they got to be worth a lot. When Keontae George is doing what he's doing, and it's great, how much worth can you attach to a player like that? And would he be somebody the Jazz are looking to move, or would he be somebody the Jazz are looking to build around at this point?
I think ideally build around. I think ideally you would like to keep him and, Walker Kessler, who has had no shortage of interest from teams, and if he were healthy, we would be talking about him as a potential trade target this year because there's a bunch of teams looking for centers. I think ideally you'd like to keep both of them and, get lucky in the lottery and bring in whomever, but if you get one of those top 3 picks and suddenly I was telling this to somebody the other day, we were having this discussion about, and, I brought up Washington before. Washington and Utah are 2 teams where, you don't think about it with Washington, but with Alex Sarr, and they just got Trey Johnson, who's, this last draft, who's guy can just get you buckets, and he's starting to find his footing in the NBA. You've got a nice young core started. You've got some good young, interesting players that are kind of interesting to watch. You don't have that guy yet. And I think you try to hold out in this draft and get that guy, because if that guy lands, suddenly you're like, well, now all the pieces start to fit together, and we don't really want to trade these guys because we've got all these young players on the same timeline that are really good together. There's a lot of fans for George around the league. How good that, like you said, somebody's got to score the points, but I don't know that in his case, he's so young, and that ability to go get buckets, even if you don't think he's a number 1, which I don't know that he is, man, there's a real value for those kind of, Austin Reeves is going to get paid being that guy this summer, right? Like if you can find those guys, they're really valuable. And I think Utah ideally would like to build this just out of the draft and then go use their free agency to go get the players that go around the young studs, as opposed to having to, it's hard to get those guys in free agency unless you're the Lakers.
Well, we appreciate your
Even
time.
Then,
yeah, that's true. Hey, thanks for joining us.
And then it takes Nico Harrison doing something really stupid.
Oh.
Yeah, get him back in the legue.
Yeah.
Get him back in the league and get him working with Danny Ainge somehow.
Yeah, so that we can be guaranteed
funny,
a number 1 pick.
Like, yeah. I know you guys got to go. I was just saying it's funny to watch how Mavericks are handling the Anthony Davis trade and not wanting to get suckered into a bad deal, because someone in ownership learned their lesson, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
They sure did.
Yeah. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks as always, Kurt.
You're the best, Kurt.
Take care, guys.
There he is, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. As we are live here at RGS Hands, and I've used them, you've used them. I mean, they do such a great job here.
They do an amazing job, and whether you've got gutters that are falling off the side of your house or are leaking and allowing icicles and ice dams and ice buildup, or you want to change out the entire siding of your home, Tim and RGS can help you. Tim, there really isn't an exterior project that you wouldn't take on that's not a roof.
Yeah, I mean, really, the reality of it is our niche is tearing off old stucco, stone, old vinyl, and replacing it with hardy. Having said that, we do everything. You name it, and we do it. I mean, it's just anything somebody can dream. What we always tell homeowners to do is go look at Pinterest, go look at House, look at all these things and get ideas and get pictures, and then just bring them. And when the sales guy comes out and says, we want to make it look something like this.
What's the most extravagant siding you're putting on right now, or exterior that you're putting on?
Yeah, there's some really cool thermally modified woods. And so what they do is they bring this wood. There's a couple. One of them, they bring this wood directly from the rainforest, like from Brazil and stuff like that. So it's like it can handle the climate. It doesn't need to be stained, and you can put that on. There's some thermally modified wood, so it's dealt with heat, and it's basically preserved, so you don't need stain. And so the stain comes with it, and you don't ever have to stain and paint it in theory again. That's some.
But it's actual
incredible
wood siding.
It's actual wood. It's incredible. Now it's
and
really,
it holds.
It is awesome. Very expensive, but it's freaking cool.
Is it like ironwood? I know there's some hard teak wood. There's like ironwood.
No, it's not like that. It's just like almost like it looks like a cedar almost, but it's just a really cool modified wood. Then there's some really cool metal extrusions that look like wood. That's kind of the craze right now, right? If you want to say what's popular, it's the James Hardy. Hands down is the most popular, but the next most popular and pretty cool stuff is just these things that look like wood. And everyone loves the look of wood but hates the maintenance.
Yeah.
And so anything we can do to make something would look like wood that doesn't, you don't have to stain and maintain is what kind of the trend is right now.
Mm. Well, and that's the thing. There's so much options out there, and it can be a bit overwhelming. Like if you don't really know what you want, but you want to do something, you have your guy come by and he can do the computer rendering and all that stuff to make sure you know exactly what you're getting into.
It's very overwhelming. We're probably underselling that because, if you just do some gutters, it's not overwhelming, right? That's a very simple project. Or some gutter covers or some heating systems you don't melt. Those are simple. Or windows even. Windows is very, generally speaking, it's just which window do I want. Mm-hmm. But when you go to the siding, it can be so overwhelming because can be very complex. It doesn't have to be, but it can be. So like you said, the best thing to do is just to get one of our guys out. They'll take a look at it. And then they'll give you some ideas, kind of get some budgets, and then we'll just go back and put a proposal together, put it in a computer rendering, and come it back. And then you can literally, with them sitting in front of you with a computer, say, I'd like to see that in gray. You know what? Can you make the trim white, and can you make the siding brown or taupe, whatever? Literally in real time, you can just click buttons and kind of change it, and then you can kind of play with it. And you go, hey, instead of lap siding here, I want that to be shake. Instead of shake, I want that to be the vertical board and batten. You literally can kind of play with it, and then you can get a little better idea. Once you go through this process, then it takes the overwhelmingness out of it.
It's real simple. Make that phone call. Let's go. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Tom Homo, former BYU AD, soon-to-be mission president in Oakland and San Francisco.
When I left L.A. as a high school player to come up to Provo, that was a tough move. I felt all alone, and one of my closest friends was Kyle Whittingham. And when I got up here, the Whittinghams were very good to me. We've always stayed together. We've never really separated to where we're not thinking about each other. Obviously, the rivalry brings us together in a super unique way, but I've spoken to Kyle since he's made this move, and I am wishing him only the best. We will stay in touch. When I'm on my mission, I'm going to text him when I see that he needs a text from me, or I'm going to call him when something great happens for the Whittinghams.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz continue to try to make a push, and what an incredible night last night for Bryce Sensabaugh, continuing his hot play with 41 on the night.
It's been good. I think I showed it a good amount last year, just in terms of getting my shot off quick and shooting at a high percentage. So just trying to get back to that this year. I start off a little slow. I've had some good flashes, but I just got to trust in it. I know what I'm capable of, and I know what I can do. Shooting the ball, and it's the forefront of my game. So I just got to trust in it, and that's the kind of player I want to be. So.
That is your Jazz at 30 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by U of U Health.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
On a warm summer's evening, on a train bound for nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep. So we
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, you know what, Hans and I, well, Hans is a spectacular individual, cool dude. We do radio. We think we're hot stuff every now and then. We don't hold a candle to this guy.
No, he's good.
Tim Murray, one of the best dudes on the planet from Visa Network, kind enough to join us. How are you, sir?
What's up, boys? I would disagree vehemently to that, but I appreciate the introduction. And, hey, if we want to get into it, BYU Notre Dame right now, let's do it. Let's go. Come on. What, is that why you guys say that?
Sure, that's it. Yeah.
Tim, insider all things preview? Notre Dame. When you saw the matchup, though, Tim, that had to shake you up a little bit.
I was pumped, man. You and I actually were together, Hans. We were about to call the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, and I was bummed because USC is I can't say words on the air because the FCC would get mad at me. But they didn't want to play Notre Dame, and then they kept doing the runaround, and eventually it was like, oh, let's play in week 0. So while I am upset and sad to see that rivalry go, I'm pumped for this year, man. I know it's far away. It's middle of October. Both these teams are doing well in the portal. That's going to be a big-time college football game, and it's going to be in Provo. So, Hans, I know you're going to be asking Kalani Sitake if you could find some eligibility and maybe get back out there.
There you go.
That would be so amazing. I'm pumped for that game. Do we know the week that's set? Is that week 1, 2, or 3? Have you heard on Notre Dame side of things?
I heard October, but I don't know. I don't have that under great authority.
All right, so we got to break this down. The story came out earlier today, college basketball, and you and I, we talked a little bit about this as well, where you were concerned that if there would be issues with gambling, it would be at these smaller conferences that don't necessarily are on the limelight, kids that aren't making NIL money. So to a certain extent, is this not very surprising to you, or where are your emotions out on this?
Well, I'll be honest. I've just kind of started diving into this story, and I appreciate you guys having me on because it made me maybe do a little bit more due diligence on it. You and I, Scotty, we were down in Tucson talking about sports gambling and what it means for the landscape of college basketball, some of these lower level schools, and you see these numbers coming out, whether it's it's $458,000 bet on a Towson, North Carolina A&T game, and initially, guys, my radar goes up because I'm thinking, and I've never worked behind the counter, but I do know plenty of people who work behind the counter who take our bets, right? And they don't normally let you put that down. Now, this must be, if I had to guess, and I think there's more things coming out, I think these were some big-time consumers or customers, so they were able to get some of these higher limits. If I walked up to the Circa Sportsbook today and I said, let me pull up the betting board today, and I said, hey, I would like to put down $458,000 on Liberty minus 8.5 against New Mexico State, they would not let me do it. There are limits, because they would be like, wait, you usually bet whatever, and now you want to bet $458,000? What do you know, right? So there's radars set off. So it's just kind of surprising to me. And I know there's a lot of people out there, guys, that are going to say, see, this is what happens. This is what happens with legalization of sports gambling. And I would say this, it's not that simple. And here's the thing. This has been going on before sports gambling was legalized across the United States, and I think we're 38, 39 states right now, right? I mean, there's a Netflix documentary about the guy from Arizona State who was on the take for a year. There's offshore accounts, there's bookies, there's all of this. So finding these things out is actually, believe it or not, this is a good thing for Vegas and legalized sports betting, because they don't want these types of things happening. But yes, there is a concern, certainly, when you see something like this happen and you see players for DePaul throw the first half and then come back and almost beat Georgetown because you could bet on a first half line as opposed to a full game line. So yes, there are concerns, no doubt. This has been going on for a long, long time, and I actually am of the belief, guys, that the legalization of sports gambling helps us find these, improprieties, if you will, in the sports gambling world.
Okay, so Tim, you talked about $456,000, but let's just say it's Joe Schmo and he's walking up to a counter. Is there a number that they do attach a flag to it and say, that's alarming? Is it 4,000? Is it 10,000? Is it 100,000? Where the book will tag something on it and say, this is something that we need to watch.
So I don't know the exact number, Hans. That's the question, right? If it's an NFL game, and you'll see, like, my studio is inside the Circa Sportsbook, and they'll put out, for game day, limits are, I don't know what their limits are. Let's just say $100,000, right? Because it's game day. There's left information out there. There's going to be, if they don't know you, right? Once again, I'll use me as an example. They know me because I work at VSiN. They don't know me because I'm a sharp bettor and come in and I'm throwing down, $100 or, to $120,000, right? So if you get someone kind of you don't know, they're going to be like, all right, should we accept this bet? Why do they want to put this down? So there is a little bit of a flag raised, certainly, right? So do they make the run around town, right? They go to a bunch of different books. All right, we're going to go to, the Red Rock Casino, and then we're going to go over to South Point, and then we're going to go to, Mandalay Bay, and then we're going to go to Circa, and then, wherever, and kind of get down $1,000 everywhere. $1,000 probably not going to necessarily raise an eyebrow all that much. So, yeah, I don't know what the exact number is, but you look at Pete Thamel's, part of the reporting that was out there, $458,000 on Towson to beat North Carolina A&T, $424,000 on Kent State to cover a first half spread against Buffalo. Like, I don't know what sports books are accepting those bets. That's the surprising thing to me. Now, I'm not going to say I know all the answers to the inner workings of sports books and all of that, but like if I'm coming up to the counter and I'm betting a MAC game first half for $424,000, heck yeah, that's going to raise some flags.
Not the brightest bulbs out there, honestly.
Well, it was like the story that came out 2 years ago? I think it was Alabama baseball coach?
Baseball
and it was
coach,
like some dude rocks up to a sports book in Cincinnati and is like, I want to put $100,000 on, whoever they were playing. It's like, this seems odd. And then you find out that the coach was in on it. It's like, sometimes, to your point, Scotty, maybe not the brightest bulbs out there. So when you see these things, it was like the story I mentioned. There's a Netflix documentary. I think it was called Bad Sport. It was like a mini series that they had. And it was an Arizona State player, and the students found out that he was on the take. So all of these ASU kids came to Vegas wearing their ASU garb, betting on the other team. And it was like, well, this is weird. What's going on here? And lo and behold, they found out one of the players was on the take.
So I know, Tim, and people need to know out there that you played some college basketball. I think, was it D2, D3 basketball?
Yeah, D3.
Okay, so, under the radar basketball, but you were around teammates. You were in need of money. You had coaches that were probably watching you pretty close. Could somebody on your team have gotten away with it if they were taking a $30,000 scrape? Knowing what you know about 19, 20-year-old kids,
Sure.
how much they talk and how close you are in a locker room through camp and how coaches oversee, would somebody spot it? Would that kid be able to keep his mouth shut, or would you see, hey, this guy's got some Louis Vuitton on him here, and you just pick up on it?
All right, can I tell a little fun story here? Just a quick side. So I played Division III basketball. I don't think there were point spreads on our games, and I wasn't good enough to influence any lines. I wish I was, but when you're the backup center playing like 12 minutes a game, I don't know if you could really affect the point spread, if there were even. But you mentioned money. When we would come back from Christmas break, we were on campus, and the cafeteria wasn't open. So our per diem per day was $17. But our coach made us bring the receipts. So let's say we all got together and we said, let's go buy 4 pounds of ground beef and some French fries, and let's cook them at our house, and it costs $40. Well, guess what? He would give us $10 each. He would not give us the full 17.
Wow.
And don't worry, if we had a team meal, which was always at Perkins, we didn't get the full $17 a day. So I thought that was the life we lived playing Division III basketball. All for the love, baby. But yeah, to your point, Hans, like, I don't know. Things are different now. Players are getting paid, and they're getting paid significant amounts of money, as we're hearing right now, but you could always want more money, right? And you hear about these guys in the lower levels, they're not making what AJ DeBanza is making or any of these other guys are making, right? They're not making 6 or 7 figures. So yeah, that's something that you have to keep a close eye on. And that's why, so I forget the name of the company. So I used to do work with a gentleman who ran a company that essentially his job, and he partnered up with a bunch of conferences. I believe the company was called US Integrity, and they just watched for improprieties in the market. Hey, okay, why is this number moving 4 points? Because the bettors always know. And I'll give you an example. It was a year or two ago, and we had a college basketball handicapper on our program. His name is Jim Root, does an awesome job for the 3-man weave. And he comes on, he goes, hey, guys, just something to keep an eye on here. The Temple game tonight has moved like 7 points, and there's been no pushback. So what I mean by that is, let's look at Miami, Indiana on Monday night for the national championship. The point spread's right now 8.5. If it gets to 10, it's going to get immediately whacked by sharp guys, right? They're going to hit the other side. They're not going to let it stay there at 10. And there was just kind of a red flag waved on that Temple game a couple years ago because the line just kept creeping up, and there was no one on the other side pushing back on it because there's always going to be a numbers guy that's going to hit the other side. And that didn't happen in that particular game, and lo and behold, we found out that there was some shadiness going on with Temple. So, Yeah, look, is today a good story for sports gambling or college athletics? Absolutely not. But, these are the things that we have to keep an eye on. And also, like, these sportsbook operators, I just don't know how you're letting people get down these big of bets on, like, first half lines. That's to me, that's poor bookmaking as well.
So I think, and I was going to ask you the question. You kind of alluded to it. You mentioned the U.S. Integrity. I've heard of them, but I got to imagine the amount of money that casinos and sports books are putting into security to making sure that these things don't happen, and if they do happen, they get caught pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. I can't imagine that they're sparing any expense on that.
Sure. No, absolutely, because you want to keep this buttoned up as possible. I'll give you guys an example, right? I always get asked about this because, like, for example, right now with the coaching carousel going on in the NFL, hey, what are the odds that John Harbaugh was going to be to the Giants? Now, there were some sports books across the country that allow that to happen. Every state has a different gaming commission. Nevada is as buttoned up as any gaming commission in the United States. Like, they don't want weird things. You can't bet on the Oscars here. You can't bet on free agent here. You can't bet on a lot of things here because they are worried about someone knowing the inside information, right? So, like, something like who's going to be the next head coach of the Dolphins, right? We can't bet that here in Nevada. You could bet it offshore. You could bet it places that aren't regulated. So that's something to kind of point out there. But to your point, Scotty, about how this is going to be policed, yeah, I mean, they don't want things like this to happen. And in leagues like the NFL that are so heavily bet, and we don't believe more often than not there's wackiness going on, you tend to be able to bet more. But I'm going to do my due diligence today. I'm going to ask a couple people. We actually have Derek Stevens, the owner of Circa, coming on VSiN tonight, so I might ask him this because, like, if someone came up to their counter, like I said, and said, hey, I would like to put $155,000 down on tonight's first half of the San Diego game, you'd be like, what? No. Like, what do you know? I will give you $1,000. Like, it's like, yeah. So that's just the amount of money that's being thrown out there. It's like those stories you'll see during the Super Bowl where people be like, oh man, this guy won $1 million on the Gatorade color. I'm like, no, he didn't. Like, show me the ticket slip. He did not. Like, a lot of these, Gatorade color, first song of the halftime show, those are all offshore, unregulated sports books, and they do a lot of it, to be honest, to get publicity. You can't usually get a ton of money down on those markets, right? So if you see, this guy won $1 million because he was tipped off that the Gatorade color was going to be purple. It's like, can I see the ticket slip? Let me see him cash out, right? Like, I'll believe it when I see it. So that's what some of those things sometimes are a little bit overblown, more for the clicks.
Tim, do wise guys still exist in Vegas? Do people
Absolutely.
still get hands cracked, kneecaps? Does that still happen in Vegas?
I haven't yet. I still got my knees. They're healthy. But no, what we call wise guys are sharp bettors. They're absolutely are sharp bettors. And you'll hear people talk about it all the time. You know what's funny, guys, is if you listen to some of the odds makers out there, they'll tell you the answers to the test. Like, they'll come on and be like, hey, really sharp account that we respect was on this team at this number, we moved it. So when you see a number move on the board, a lot of the time, guys, it's because someone that they respect bet that side, right? They'll put out a number and then they'll let the professional bettors kind of shape the market where the numbers should ultimately get to. And a misconception a lot of the time is that sports books want 50-50 action. That's not true. They don't mind taking a stance. Look, come Monday night, I'll tell you this. Sports books across the country are going to be cheering for Miami to cover. Like, everybody right now is laying the points with Indiana. So if Indiana covers on Monday night, right now 8.5-point favorites, so if they win by 10, then it's going to be a situation where sportsbooks, the lights will still go on Tuesday. Don't worry about them. But they won't be happy. They will have lost money. So they will take stances, and they will go head-to-head with the public. They do it a lot, and more often than not, they win. and that's where you become like a contrarian bettor. That's honestly, guys, how I got into this, was like, if you fade the public. We just had the winner of Circa Millions. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's a pick'em contest every week for the NFL at Circa here in Vegas, and the winner of this entire pool gets $1 million.
Jeez.
And he came on my show last Saturday. He went 60, 29, and 1 for the NFL season.
Is that spread or pick 'em?
Spread.
Oh. Whoa.
60, 29, and 1. Chris Coyne is his name. And I asked him kind of the method to his madness. He's like, to be honest, man, it's kind of simple. I just fade the public. Like I just went in and figured out what they were all betting on and kind of picked the other side. It was a little bit more complicated than that. But yeah, I mean, you can see, like, we have a website over at vsin.com. If you're curious, we have what's called betting splits. And I can tell you right now, DraftKings Sportsbook, which is a national sportsbook, I think they're in like 34 states. Right now, 77% of bets on the Indiana-Miami game are on Indiana. So, once
give
again,
me that number again, Tim.
77% as of right now. Now, this could change because the game is not till Monday. A lot of casual bettors aren't going to start betting this thing until Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. But right now, DraftKings is reporting that 77% of the bets that they have received on Indiana, Miami are on Indiana.
Ooh, wow.
To cover the 8.5 points.
Hey, before we let you go, the traditional bettors, guys, your Sharks, the guys have been around doing it forever. They don't mess around with the crazy props, right? Touchdown scored in the first quarter. I mean, is that causing a little bit of the problem that we're getting so in the weeds on that stuff?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Sharps will attack whatever they feel like they can get an edge on, right? And those, parlays, for example, they tend not to get involved in because the house wants you to bet parlays.
Yeah.
Because why? There's more opportunities for you to miss. You put out you bet a 5-leg parlay, you get great odds, but if you go 4-1, you're going to lose the parlay. But if you went 4-1 on straight bets, you would have profited money. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. But to your point about sharp bettors, no, I know sharp bettors that attack, prop bets. As for the first touchdowns, probably not as much, to your point, Scotty, because it's a shot in the dark, right? There are people who are very good at kind of predicting who could be the first touchdown player prop scorer. Like, we always mess around with it. Hey, let's put $5-10 on, this long shot to score the first touchdown or whatever it may be. But normally the wise guys aren't necessarily on that. But, there's different sharp accounts that will attack, different markets out there. So it's definitely growing from that standpoint. And, a lot of the fantasy football and fantasy basketball guys are now getting more involved in the player props because they actually do find that that's the edge to be had when it comes to sports betting. Look, the two biggest markets to bet into are the NFL and college football, and guess what? Those are the two hardest nuts to crack, if you will. If you know your low-level college basketball, you might find an edge, in some of these particular spots. But yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. But for me, I'm a big situational guy, so I bet on Minnesota on, what was that, Tuesday night. They were a 2.5-point dog to Wisconsin, and Wisconsin buried a 3 at the buzzer to win 78-75. I was like, oh, fun. Sports gambling's fun.
Tim, you're the best, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Can't wait to chat with you that Notre Dame BYU week.
Great stuff,
all right.
Tim.
Hans, how's your guest room looking? Are you ready for a 6'6" ginger?
You are always welcome in the Olsen home.
All Notre Dame garb? Is that going to be allowed that week?
Yeah, no, probably not. But you know what? We'll just go all black because it's neutral. So
there you go.
Just all black. We'll make sure you got the seats. We'll get you up in the booth. We'll have some fun. But
I can't wait, man.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be awesome. Appreciate you guys having me on, and we'll talk soon.
There he is, Tim Murray, VSiN Network. Take a quick break. Wrap this thing up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I got to tell you, though, if they took the leash off, let alone if the Jazz still had Walker Kessler, this is a playoff team. That may sound like
hyperbole.
Hyperbole homer take. The Jazz are beating teams like San Antonio and Detroit, and when they get the green light to play against teams, they're beating them.
As soon as the Jazz flip the switch, they're going to be competitive really quick. That doesn't mean win a title, but they're going to win more games than they lose next season because they're going to add pieces around what they already have, and they're just going to try every night.
Because Lowry's taking it to another level.
Yeah.
And Keontae's a guy.
Yep.
And then you throw in Walker. All of a sudden, you're talking about winning
44 or 45 games.
Right.
Yep.
It's not that far off.
No, it's next year. Jazz are going to win 40 games next year. I really firmly believe that. Barring injury, that's where the Jazz are.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Bar WB, folks. It is the best on the planet. It's locally sourced. It's locally produced. It is such a great way to showcase our Utah farmers and ranchers. But ultimately, it's all about the quality, Hans, and you're not going to find anything better than Bar W.
Bar W beef gives you everything you need. Gives you that quality, deep beef flavor, and it also gives you that sense of home. Because when you buy Bar W beef, you're buying a Utah product. So what is this? These cattle are born in Spanish Fork Canyon. They're raised on our grasses and our grains. They're raised with every scientific angle and advantage that you can have when putting together the best beef. And then they're taken to Nephi, where they are processed in the state-of-the-art processing facilities that were built and orchestrated by one of the most amazing men in the business in Corey. So these are great men that have a great understanding of beef. They grow it right here in Utah, and it's shipped to your house free when you have an order for $150 or more.
Bar W Beef, get there now. That's barwbeef.com, barwbeef.com.
New year, new deals. At Paris RV, we're blowing out the 25s, and many of the manufacturers are throwing in extra rebates. Hook up to the open-range conventional 177BH with bunk beds, only $13,878, $159 a month, zero down. Or climb aboard the Solera 22N motorhome for only $78,888 or $647 a month, 10% down. Or load the toys into the Voltage V-Series 3500 toy hauler for only $69,577 or $563 a month, 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty wrapping up another edition of the show. This is a fun one. Remember, tomorrow we'll be hanging out with Jake and the crew at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown off that 106 South exit.
Oh, Jake gets the final word.
Yeah, we talked to Tyler yesterday. Now we have Jake, and the battle between those two guys will continue on. But Jake's the best, man. We love him. We drive Mazdas, and you'll have a chance to come by tomorrow and check out all the great savings that are going on there. But talking about savings, Tim's with us right now, and you know, a lot of people think, I waited till January, so I'm going to get those yearly price increases. You still have the 2025 inventory that you pre-bought that you can get that 25 pricing.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality of it is it's not always consistent science, but it's about a 10% price increase every year. So as a consumer, you can kind of plan on about 10% every year. So like you mentioned, we've got a relationship with our manufacturers. We're getting most of our prices held until the inventory's gone, which, again, it could be tomorrow, it could be 2 months. And so we're just trying to do everything we can to encourage people to look at it now and get our guys busy. Our sales guys have a little bit more time now than they typically do. So, you know, that's something else we haven't talked about is because the sales guys aren't as busy, they can actually spend a little bit more time with you. And they're able to dedicate a little bit more time, which is really nice, especially if you've got a complex project. It's a really good time for them to dial that in. But look, we don't talk about it enough, but anything to do with the gutters and the siding we talk all the time about. But we're also experts in decks, and we have, in my opinion, the best window on the market. It's a Marvin Infinity. Now, look, I'll tell you straight up, if you want a really good vinyl window, go to our friends at Advance, or some of we just talked about them off air, so they're some of my dear friends. They have the best vinyl window in the market. But if you want a little higher-end window, we have the best window by far. It's called the Marvin by Infinity window. It's a fiberglass window. For our climate, there's not a better window, period. And so we've got that. And then, like we said on decks, I was at the TimberTech, which is a deck manufacturer. Everyone talks about Trex as kind of the Kleenex, but TimberTech is quickly overtaking, and nationwide they actually are better. Are more people are putting TimberTech in than Trex, and this year Utah probably they will also finally.
TimberTech, I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, again, because you think of Trex, because Trex is kind of like Kleenex, and Trex is a great product, but in my opinion, TimberTech's a better product, and they have actually a PVC product that's unbelievable. It is the best of the best of the best for decks. And so because of that, I was at corporate last week. I was with the president and the CEO of TimberTech and James Hardy. And TimberTech, by the way, gave you guys some tidbit. James Hardy bought TimberTech March of last year. So now it's one manufacturing company. So because of our relationship with James Hardy, that's why we became TimberTech Deck Dealers, is because of that relationship. And I literally I was at dinner with the CEO last night. And so, you know, we have these opportunities to do these things, and so we present those to the consumers in Utah. And we joke all the time that I'm gone, and yes, I am gone a lot, guys. And it can't be a beach. Next week I will be on a beach next week.
That's the business you work in.
Yeah. But I am gone a lot because I'm going to these things. I'm literally shaking hands and kissing babies, if you will, with the CEOs of these organizations. And why does that matter to a consumer? Because who cares? So the owner goes and talks with them. Who cares? Why it matters is because I have the best of the best products. I have the best of the best pricing. And if there's ever a manufacturing problem, I go directly to the source. I go to the boss. And just like that, you know. And so because of those relationships, we can really pass it on to the consumer. So bottom line, let's just give us a chance. And now is the best time. Like we talked about, the pricing.
24 months, same as cash. You can get the job done today, not even pay for it for 2 years. And we have Jazz and we have Mammoth. There's so many different options that we have. Let's just give us a call. Let's get us in your home, and let's see if we can make it work for you.
801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors. Hans and I back at it tomorrow on a Friday edition of the show right here on The Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Dev Simplified are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it, but without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We love having you on the program. Thanks for tuning in on a Thursday.
Thanks for being with us on the program. And JJ, it's Thursday, man. You know what that means? We're one day closer to divisional playoffs in the NFL, which are awesome.
I love Saturday's slate.
Saturdays are great. The Saturday playoff games in the NFL are awesome because what it means is they have too many games. Gosh, we got too many good football games. We got to put them somewhere.
Enjoy it while you can.
I know, because it's gonna get thin over the next few weeks, and then we're gonna be wandering in the desert with dry lips, going, "Please give me some water, sir." When football goes away, yeah, I hate it every year. I hate the idea, anticipating it. Even I can't enjoy it. I can't enjoy what's in front of me right now because I already know what's going to happen in a month. If we're going to be all staring at each other, going, "Hey, everybody, the NHL trade deadline is upon us."
What's wrong with the NHL trade deadline? Why is the NHL catching strays?
No, it's nothing against the NHL. I'm saying the same thing about, the NBA trade deadline, the All-Star game and all the. Now, the good news is we're going to have.
As long as we don't have a June segment where it's like, hey, let's talk about our favorite sports movies.
Hey, we'll see you in June, by the way, with that very topic. I'm sure of it. All right.
Who's on your Mount Rushmore of sports legends? Give us a call, 801.
Yeah, I dread all of it. But you know what? We're pros. We march on. We anticipate that time will come. But for now, we've got football to celebrate. We've also got wild things going on in the world of college sports and the betting and all the things that go on here. Let's kick off the program with the cut as we do as usual. We'll get right into it because it's gotten so weird. It's gotten so convoluted, and it is an absolute disaster for collegiate sports, for professional sports. Let's do it right now. It's the cut, top of the program. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, by the way, today is going to be one of those fun days where we're able to give out even more extras that we have. You can enter to win a family 5-pack of tickets. You heard me right. 5 tickets to the Jazz coming up versus the Spurs on the 22nd. That's a week away from right now. If you listen all day today and you listen for those keywords in each of our shows, we give out a keyword, and then you call in, you give us the keyword, and you win that family 5-pack of tickets. So I'm not giving the keyword yet. Have we decided when we're going to do it? We're just going to drop it when it happens. Drop it when it's hot. I'm not going to tell anybody. Don't tell me the time. Fine. So you told me the time, but I'm not letting anybody else know. JJ and I will give the keyword for you to win the 5-pack of tickets when we darn well please. All right? That's just how it works. JJ, it's a mess with this college betting scandal. Have we heard anything about the Chauncey Billups deal and the whole NBA side of things?
Not at all. Nothing.
He's not coaching, though, right?
No, he's not. Tiago Splitter is the interim head coach of the Blazers.
I was just wondering if, maybe
he
I
hasn't
missed.
been fired, but
right.
Not sure of the situation technically.
I'm sure that they technically have to wait until something technically is and legally is a disaster, which we're headed toward. The federal government's not messing around. The FBI's not messing around. They have put together an extensive investigation that is now going to be with charges attached to it that now have players' names named, schools named, places where it happened, how it happened, games where the money was put down. The college basketball players that have been indicted or that have been charged by this FBI in connection with the point shaving scandal that they started to uncover and fixing the outcomes of games, 26 charged. Now, what's interesting about this is a former Chicago Bull, he's named in this as well, did not get charged, I think probably because he played ball. But he is named in this, and it started when he was approached by fixers. It's a real life thing, JJ. It's not just in it's not just the movies.
This isn't a movie. This is real life.
Approached by fixers, and what do? They don't go straight to the top and say let's point shave the NBA Game 7 of the championship. Where did they start? Over in China. And this player was playing in China, had played in the NBA, starts playing in China, gets approached, and took a $200,000 cash bribe to basically run his own singular point shaving scam, right? I mean, that he was asked to do. And tons of money was put on it, and it was flying under the radar for a while, I'm sure. Then it started to work its way into the college side of things, where this player would start to recruit other players to the tune of $10,000 to $30,000 a game to help point shave. And it happened across multiple universities. And what's wild about it is, and Napolis and I were going through this at the beginning of the show, we're looking at the names of the players. We're looking at how many schools were involved. Abilene Christian, Alabama State, Buffalo, Coppin State. Tell me what's in common with all these when we get to the end of this. Eastern Michigan, Fordham, Kennesaw State, LaSalle, New Orleans, Nicholls State, North Carolina A&T, Northwestern State, Robert Morris, St. Louis, Southern Miss, Tulane. What do they all have in common?
That's a good question.
Right off the bat, for me, it was like, oh, these are schools that nobody's going to be looking at.
Lower level, off the radar type of schools.
But good enough that bets are coming in. St. Louis is a good school,
but you
right?
just read off a bunch of schools that are regional as well. It's a lot of along the Mississippi schools.
Yeah.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Well, I mean, you think about like these are Division I programs.
Right.
And you see some of these teams as a 15, 16 seed sometimes in the NCAA tournament,
Sure.
like Robert Morris.
Yeah.
You know? St. Louis was pretty darn good. That was a place that I think, isn't that where?
The Billikens, yeah. Rick Majerus
ended his career there. So there are teams on here, but they just the move was to say we're not going to try to garner too much attention. But then the greedy got even more greedy, and games were started to be bet on to the tune of $450,000, $500,000. That's gonna tip some people off.
Yeah,
that's gonna make people wonder what's going on. The Conference USA preseason player of the year for Kennesaw State is named in these allegations. And not only is he named in the allegations, his name's Simeon Cottle. He had 21 points last night in a win. 89-86 win over, who was it? It was like, some small school. And the immediate thing that I said to Napolis was, did this other team cover? 89-86 feels like, when they played Fordham or whatever, did they cover? Like 89-86. And this guy played last night.
Oh, wow.
He's named in this. There are other of the 26 that are playing this season. And these guys are part of this. And so the four players that are playing right now, Carlos Hart, Camion Shell, Umar Kuresesi, Simeon Cottle, they have all played within days of right now. So this is going on right now. Now, they don't have allegations from this season. You know why? Because I bet they just got all the stuff from the other seasons and they're like finally being able. Maybe they would have, and maybe the heat was too much. They already knew stuff was coming. Not them, but these fixers. How do we get to the point where over a dozen schools were involved in this at the NCAA level? An NBA coach in a separate but similar point-shaving scheme is being investigated for the same type of behavior. And we look around and wonder, why on earth, how did this happen? What do you mean, how did it happen? I can't get online without being told that I need to get on Kalshi and bet on stupid odds on sports or anything else. I can't open an app anywhere before a pre-roll from BetMGM that tells me you could be a winner. I can't get on to any game with my kids hanging out who by the end go, Dad, how can you win $500,000? They just said you could win $500,000 with MGM cash, with fill in the blank, with there's so many of them. ESPN lost, they took their bet ESPN away, or ESPN Bet or whatever it was. But they're all in bed with these betting houses.
A lot of young people love DraftKings.
How many players?
I hear kids talking about it.
Oh, my goodness. Right? And there were some of these that a lot of players who were underage, not 21, they're signing up with their parents and their parents' credit cards, and they're making these bets, and they're making these things happen. I don't know what to think about this, because there's going to be no version of this slowing down. Why would it slow down? When these kids who, by the way, the other thing all these schools have in common, JJ, is none of these guys are going to get approached with NIL money that is going to be significant. So you have a motivation that guys who are making $3 million a year are like, don't ever approach me with that. I don't need your $20,000.
Yeah, the AJ DeBonces of the world are doing great, but what about that kid you mentioned at Kennesaw State?
But full rosters of Kentucky, Florida, Texas, even BYU.
Yeah.
Like, none of those guys are looking at it and going, I want $10,000.
Another reason why I'm sure they targeted the smaller schools.
100%. And so they had guys who were looking for people who they said, hey, are you willing to do this? Because I know you could use the $30,000. You're good enough to get that $30,000 in NIL money. Don't you freaking deserve it, man? And however that phone call happened, the funniest part that I read in this allegation too was the way that initially you saw these payments start to happen. And these payments started to come in, or a $200,000 cash payment was made with a drop at a storage unit in Florida in the middle of nowhere. Like, of course it has to be straight out of Better Call Saul, right? Like, it has to be, it can't be, it's like, all right, unit 61A, I'll roll up at 2 a.m., I'll drop the bag. In 2 days, you're going to come pick it up, all right? And then you'll have that cash. You figure out a way to get in your bank account. This is where we're at. It's become a Hollywood version because these kids are getting tempted to do it. The guys in the Chinese basketball league, they're not getting paid NBA money. They were fine to do it. And it's become this. I don't even know where to go with this, JJ, because I don't know when it would stop. Even if they were able to, they can't stop accepting the money from these betting groups. They won't. We know how it is in this business. It's hard to turn over a dollar. It's harder than it ever has been in our lifetime.
Oh, 100%.
For TV stations and radio stations to make money. And when somebody approaches those TV stations and these massive networks and say, hey, we will infuse you with $2 billion right now. We're going to buy up all the advertising that we can. And if it's not pharmaceuticals, it's betting. That's what you watch, or insurance companies. Those are the three big ones that you watch. Right. And you don't even realize how many of them you're consuming all day long.
You're watching ESPN. You're watching a basketball game. You were probably watching the BYU TCU game last night. Every single game on the ticker, there was a DraftKings spread put on there. They had it's not just putting scores on the ticker anymore. It's putting betting lines on the ticker.
I remember
when we were growing up, that's not what the ticker on SportsCenter on ESPN was used for.
It was shameful.
That's what it is now.
It was shameful when you did it because it was like, dude, that's disgusting.
Well, remember Jimmy the Greek on NFL Today?
Oh yeah.
Like
what about when you could call a 900 number for either gambling or to talk to a lady friend?
Right.
Like it's like, call up. I'm gonna give you my best picks, and it's only $1.99 a minute for you to be able to get these picks.
They stone cold lock.
Yeah, I mean, it was this hush thing. It was in the realm of call that 900 number, and make that bet, wink, and don't tell anybody because nobody can know that we're betting
now it's
on
in
it.
your face every day, and it's obvious what's going on, and there's no apology for it. What do you think these young people are going to think? This is what they're growing up with. They have no idea what the consequences are of these things. None. And ESPN and these leagues, they don't want any accountability, or they don't care. They're making money. But you're pumping this stuff in front of everybody during every game. What are you going to think? Some kid's watching the game and he sees the ticker on the bottom. What's that about? What's DraftKings? What's -3 mean? What's an over/under?
Oh, my kids ask all this stuff. They're like,
you can bet. Oh my gosh, this is fun.
Yeah. So one of the things they're trying to do,
and we live in a world now where kids love that instant.
Oh yeah.
It's the dopamine hit of gambling. It goes right along with all these other things, the TikTok and the mass and the social media, just the instant gratification, the likes and everything else. They live in this world now, and so gambling is becoming a part of that. So there should be no surprise that some college kid sees an opportunity like this. I'm going to make some bank, and doesn't see any moral issue with it.
Okay, on the back of all of these investigations rolling out, the now most worthless organization, I don't even know what its mission is anymore. But the NCAA has urged gambling commissions, as of today, they're reiterating something that they asked and requested back in 2023. How weak is that to request to these gambling commissions to not have these prop bets for these college games. And they're asking again. NCAA President Charlie Baker has asked gambling commissions again to adjust state laws and regulations to eliminate gambling on individual prop bets and other high-risk prop bets such as first-half unders, etc. So now those are the kinds of things where they would sneak it in. You got some money on this thing, and it's not just the over-under. It's the over-under on the first half. It's the amount of fouls this guy's going to have, the plus-minus on the points that somebody's going to score in an NHL game. Every time I'm watching it on the national televised deal, what do they have up on the screen? They put the two players from the team, they go, all right, J.J. Peterka, he has no goals tonight, but the over-under was a half a goal for him tonight. And then the other guy, it's the over-under is a half of an assist for him. And you're looking at it and you're going, when your kids look at it, they go, what does this mean? What is a half an assist?
But there it is on the screen right before the game starts.
And so they're asking, the NCAA goes, will you please just not do these prop bets anymore? That's a Band-Aid that will never stop the bleeding on the jugular of college sports.
They're laughing in the end and go, yeah, sure we will.
No, or they'll say, you know what? Yeah, you make a great point. And nothing will change because not even about who cares? The prop bets, you still have all the other ones that are happening during the rest of the game, which were the big things that were being bet on by these players. And they were able to put their hooks that we know of into 28 players who were willing to take between $10,000 and $30,000 per game for making it swing the direction of these fixers. Who is at the top running these fixers? I don't know. It all feels like Hollywood, so I just assume the mob, right? Don't you? That's the truth.
At this point,
I told you when I was growing up, my friend's dad was like, the NFL's fixed, the Gambino crime family's running it, and I was like, you are a nutcase, and he was, but I'm telling you, I think there's something to
who knows,
it. I don't know who runs it.
Who knows? But obviously, there's some people out there, and whether it's that or something else, there's people out there that are just looking for any opportunity to take advantage of a situation, and then you've got these student athletes, I'll call them, that they want to make money. They're young and they're desperate for cash, and for different reasons. And when you inundate our young people with the idea that this is fun and this is okay, then why the lines are blurred? They're not going to see any legal or moral issue with this. So why not do this? Who cares?
The next one
they don't understand.
The next one that's going to come up is officials, assistant coaches. I think you're going to see more and more names start to pop up because you can get right to the players. Those are the ones that are on the floor and they can make some things happen, right? But
you keep peeling the onion back.
Yeah, they said
we've seen it before.
Part of his letter that I actually agree with Commissioner Baker from the NCAA is, look, we're begging you here. We're talking about the health and safety and well-being of these athletes and the coaches and the officials. And for the sake of the actual competition. I'm glad he put that last because in the end, it's a weird thing. You don't shave the points well enough and you don't get paid and you start to lose money for some people who are in high places.
They'll be angry.
That's weird, man. It's straight out of a movie again.
Yep.
It's straight out of a Hollywood script. And there's not going to be anything done about it. And, I don't know where the rest of sports will land because at some point you're just going to look at it and go, was the result of that game real? Did we see like a pure competition in that game? And for a lot of people, that's already left the building when NIL did, when rev share started, when massive collectives were pouring money into the pockets of these athletes. And again, they don't have to go to the top anymore because the top guys are getting paid already. It's not worth it to them. So where do we get on all this, JJ? The answer is there is no fix to this.
Is that a pun?
I know.
Well done.
I'm telling you.
What a way to end that segment, Alex.
I'm just telling you.
Go.
There's no way to fix this thing. There's no way to put any of this behind you. It's going to be forever with us, and it's only going to get worse because we rung a bell that cannot be unrung. There's no end to this.
No.
There is no solution.
The only solution is education.
People getting
consequences.
People getting indicted, 28 people here. I mean, we're talking, that the number is way bigger.
Yeah.
That they're way ahead thinking of it. Dude, criminals are so dang smart. They're so ahead of the game. And the FBI has to follow so many protocols, so many rules, all the investigations. They're years behind whatever these guys are coming up with next. And it's going to just keep going. So no bow or button on this subject, it will never stop. And that's the unfortunate thing about letting gambling into the sports as much as we have. It's crazy. So, RIP, great competition. Anyway, let's talk about college football playoff coming up around the corner. We got a
brought to you by DraftKings.
Was that too much of a downer? Did I just ruin it? Hey, sports aren't real anymore. We'll be back after this.
Well, I guess we don't have to do this show anymore.
Oh, gosh dang it. All right, we'll take a break. We've got more around the corner. I told you we've got a family 5-pack of tickets to give away to the Jazz. We're going to give away our keyword at some point in the show today. And you call in with that keyword and tell us what it is, and you're going to get that pack of 5 tickets to the Jazz and the Spurs next week. We'll come back. Let's talk to Utah Mammoth. They have a game tonight. The Jazz have a game tonight. We got lots in front of us. Stay here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Because of a crash, there's already southbound I-15 delays in Utah County going from the S-curves into Provo and the Center Street exit. In Salt Lake County, usual southbound I-15 reduced speeds to start the afternoon drive heading from Murray into Midville. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of the Utah State Aggies.
This is the time of season where you're looking at roster retention and also recruiting. What are your thoughts on having to do all that at a time when the most important thing is charged to win the next game?
It's a really unique landscape. There's tampering, no question. It's against the rules, but the rules aren't enforced. We've got 3 more games left, but players have been reached out to. There's some phantom hotline that you're supposed to be able to call where something happens, which that's just nonsense.
Phantom hotline?
Telling it like it is, as usual.
Phantom hotline.
The reality is programs with as much money as they have will take who they want in the manner that's supposed to be illegal, but not. Most are smart enough to stay one step away from a true family member. But yeah, it happens.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? we're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hans and Scotty, Advanced Windows is here to help you out. We are smack dab in the middle of winter. It's cold, it's windy, and you want to protect your home from those outside conditions. Well, it all starts with your windows. Let's get you squared away with the best windows in the state at the best price. Hans, it's Advanced Windows.
Advanced Window Products is so good, I've bought their windows. They're fantastic. They keep the cold out, they keep the warmth in. They're a noise-reducing window because of the 2 panes of glass, because they're amazing casing. These are the finest windows money can buy.
It's a new year. It should be a new home for your home. It's Advanced Windows. Call right now and let them get you squared away. It all starts with a free assessment. They'll evaluate your windows, see where they're at. Give them a call right now, and let's get it squared away. Somebody will come out to your house for free, and if you decide to swap out 10 windows or more, they'll take $2,500 off that bill.
801-850-9100. That's Advanced Windows at 801-850-9100.
That's 801-850-9100.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bryce Sensabaugh talks about how his shot making has evolved following that historic 43-point outing last night.
It's been good. I think I showed it a good amount last year, just in terms of getting my shot off quick and, shooting at a high percentage. So just trying to get back to that this year. Start off a little slow. I've had some good flashes, but I just got to trust in it. I know what I'm capable of and I know what I can do, shooting the ball, and it's the forefront of my game. So I just got to trust in it, and, that's the kind of player I want to be. So.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in your DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Big wins by the Aggies and Cougars in college hoops, and the Mammoth taking on the Stars tonight. We'll get you ready next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As he pedals up the left flank, he shoots and scores! Dylan Gunther fires a frozen row, almost too good to believe. Nobody knew it was in. So far this evening, and it's 2-0. Gunther on the attack again. He scores again! Dylan Gunther goes back to back. Paterka shoots, and he scores! Boone had the screen, Paterka the shot, and it's 4-0. Another one of the new line combos finds the magic touch for head coach Andre Journey.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's right. It's a hockey Thursday for you. Big one for this Mammoth team, who are coming home, or staying home, I guess, on this 7-game home stand. This is game number 5, yes, of that 7-game homestand. The Dallas Stars, who are one of the best teams in the NHL, although they haven't been playing great hockey of late, They're still way ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
They're still well behind the Avalanche, but so is everybody else also. These are all in the same division, by the way, of the Utah Mammoth. Two of the best teams out there, and the Dallas Stars are 13 points ahead of the Mammoth in the playoff race. It's everybody just trying to chase down that second and third place in this division. And big one tonight. Now, the good news is we heard from Mike Folta yesterday that this team plays well against Dallas. They match up well, and that's a good thing. So I'm excited about this one. I think that beating Dallas would be as big as – I mean, it's a bigger deal than beating Toronto from the divisional standpoint. So
100%.
Looking forward to tonight because it's going to be a good matchup. And their last two matchups have been a total of 15 goals between the two teams, and they've been close, 5-3, 5-4. These are all fun games to be able to watch. And I think that the Dallas Stars are one of those teams that you look up to and go, okay, they have a very similar vibe of the Utah Mammoth. They have an Olympic quality goaltender. They've got a couple of guys who are on that almost superstar status, but certainly they're phenomenal players. But they have great lines 1 through 4. And I think that it's the kind of thing where Bear has tweaked this thing enough. Is that lineup going to stay? I would assume they're going to keep it the same way, where Gunther is going to be on that same line with Peterka to see if they can kind of drum something up here. And I'm hoping that they do. Hoping tonight's a big one for the Mammoth, man.
Yeah, you bring up the fact that the Stars have cooled off lately. They've only won 2 of their last 10 games.
Yep.
They have 4 overtime losses and four losses, so they've been able to get some points during that stretch, but just 2 outright wins. This is a Stars team that looks beatable right now. And this is an opportunity for the Mammoth with 2 games against the Stars at home in this January stretch to get these guys. This is a measuring stick game. You want to know how good you are? Then go beat one of the best. And based on points in the league, the Dallas Stars are the second best team in the league.
Yeah.
And so go prove yourself and prove to everybody where you're at. This Mammoth team is capable. But you want to see where you stand against the league's best. And I think that the Mammoth have risen to the occasion. They've battled Colorado really well this year when they played them. Actually got one of those games and got a win. You want to see this team show how they can do against the league's best, and I want to see that tonight. And it's really important that they continue this stretch with getting some points. At least push these guys to overtime, right? At least get that point. These are the games where you're okay with getting a point. Because overtime's weird. Just get a point out of this game, and that would be huge.
Well, this is one of the few times that the schedule is in the favor of the Mammoth because they have this stretch of home games, and they've had a brutal road-heavy first half of the season. And they're going to be able to get back to a spot where it's going to even itself out. They're going to have way more home games in the second half than they do road games. And so I think that's something also you need to consider is that they're coming back around to not having that brutal schedule. Everybody else is coming in and going maybe a little bit more wear on them. They certainly used to their advantage the other night when Toronto was a night removed from playing the best team in hockey just the night before. So that was and an emotional win for them too, on top of it.
Yeah.
So it's like the reverse of what the Jazz did. 55-point loss and then go out and beat the tar out of somebody.
Yeah.
It was winning by 55 and then coming in and going, I'm tired tonight.
Those circumstances
I'm
play
okay
into
with it.
games. For
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And I'm looking at the schedule right now, and it's home heavy, but it's brutal. There are 4 road games packed in here before they break. But Dallas, Seattle, Philadelphia, on the road at Nashville, on the road at Tampa, on the road at Florida, the defending Cup champs, on the road at Carolina, a really good team, and then Dallas again, back home before they take on Vancouver and Detroit before the break. These are some of the best teams in the league. Detroit and Dallas, again, having to play them. Vancouver's that one game on the schedule here against a team that is not currently in the playoff picture. One game before the break out of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Their next 10 games, only one team out of the next 10 is not in the playoff picture. While it's home heavy, these are heavy hitters, and they got to go out there and prove that they can battle against these teams because if you want to be in the Stanley Cup playoffs, You got to prove you belong. And what better way to prove you belong than beating these other teams that are going to be in the mix and going to be in the Stanley Cup playoffs? This is a very important stretch for the Utah Mammoth. I believe this stretch between now and the Olympic break will define their season.
Did you stay up late last night watching some college basketball? Because I did.
Oh, yeah. It was fun.
It was.
I kind of enjoyed watching. First of all, shout out to the Utah State Aggies. They are absolutely a juggernaut right now.
Yeah.
I watched that game. As soon as that game was done, I flipped over to TCU BYU. I'm actually really interested in watching BYU when things aren't going well.
Yeah, they struggled.
And I like what I'm seeing with how they're responding.
When did they take their first lead? It was like with 4 minutes left in the entire game. And they struggled. They were behind the entire way. And
give TCU credit.
You just saw him fighting back. And Kevin Young made mention of it in the postgame, too. He said the same thing. Yeah. He goes, I just love watching what you guys can do when you're hit with adversity because, you know, they've had moments. Of course, they've played really, really good teams this year, and they've had to rise to the occasion on those things. They had a stretch there where all they were doing was making these massive comebacks, you know, to be able to win games. And then they started to get to the spot where they're beating up teams in the first half and running away with it in the second. And last night was a reminder, I think, to Kevin Young's guys that the Big 12 doesn't mess around. It's a conference that's deep. It's a conference that's tough. And TCU coming in and going, we don't care. We don't care you have a big student section and a loud arena. We're going to come in and fight. And that was a nice one for them to be able to come back and get it. But, yeah, the Aggies are what? They're 15-1.
Yeah.
How many have they won in a row? Same kind of deal.
They're red hot, and they're 6-0 in conference, and it's not even close. They're beating teams by double figures.
But it's not even just 6-0 in conference. It's like they've played tough teams in the conference. Wolfpack had only lost one game until last night in conference play. So
Nevada's 12-5 on the season. That was their second conference loss. Yeah.
So they're doing it. I just don't understand how Utah State keeps doing it with different coaches. The insanity of every year to see who they're going to get to come in there and punch the ticket to the NCAA tournament. And like so many other teams are, there's a 17-year drought of being in the NCAA tournament or whatever. I mean, and Utah State goes, we don't really care who the coach is. We're just gonna put them in the NCAA
Let's
tournament.
go find a coach. We'll round up a few players. We play in the spectrum. We're gonna win games.
It's wild.
It's really. I know it's not that simple, but it feels like it, and it's a formula that's worked for them. But Coach Calhoun is coaching his butt off up there, and they got some dudes. That's a good team.
Yeah.
This might be the best Aggie team of the last few years of success. I'm serious, and they've had some really good teams. I mean, you had Namish Keita and Sam Merrill on a team together. Just as a team, you're looking at the entire team, the way it's built, the way they perform. They actually may be just as good or better than those teams, and that's a scary thought for everybody else in the Mountain West. One more thought I wanted to share about BYU is, some BYU fans may have been frustrated that they were struggling with the Horned Frogs last night. Look, there are no nights off in the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
You know who the bottom two teams in the league are right now? Utah and Kansas State. And even those games were bloodbaths, man. They had to go down to Manhattan and fight and claw and scratch to put them away. And we all saw what the Utah game was like at the Huntsman Center. There are no nights off for this team. And that's why I bring up the fact that I think that it's really fascinating to watch them battle when things aren't going their way, fighting through foul trouble, overcoming the fact that the three ball's not falling. What is that team made of? Because we know how good they are. We know what they're like when things are going well. That team is really responding well to adversity. I think they're mentally tough, and that's going to come through in March.
The Big 12 has the number 1 and number 2 teams in the country right now in the AP Top 25 in Arizona and Iowa State. Houston's at 7, just lurking there, ready to murder everybody.
16-1, 4-0 in conference.
They've
won 10 in a row.
BYU's number 11. They've won how many in a row?
13 in a row.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 that are in the top 11. And then you have Texas Tech. By the way, Utah had to go number 9 BYU and then hit the road and go right to Texas Tech. That's who's number 15 and a really, really good team. And they fought their butts off and lost last night. But that's the way that it goes, right, in this conference. And so there you go. In the top 25, you got 6 Big Ten teams. And it's just but they're not just in the top 25. They're up there. Like they are some of the best contenders here. The bracketology most recently has, I think BYU's a 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. And again, I mean, it's so tough to get ahead of anybody in college basketball. And, man, Gonzaga does the same thing. It's just like, yeah, you might forget about us for a minute, but we still end up being a top 10 team. Like, they're number 9 right now.
Crazy.
17-1. Okay, we'll take a break. Is that a Pac-12 team? Yeah, baby.
Soon to be. Hey, those Gonzaga-Utah State games are going to be fun next year.
Yes. Yes, they will. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Before we do, just want to remind you, Beehive Meals has this awesome Hero of the Week contest that we've been doing for a long time now. And what you do is you just nominate a youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood for this Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. How does it work? You nominate a person. If it's a team mom, if it's a coaching assistant, if it's somebody who just does an amazing job in the background for a team, for a sport in your community, for whatever it might be, hit us up. Go to kslsports.com/contest. And every week, JJ and I, we read those winners off, and every winner gets $250 to Beehive Meals. And that is an awesome prize, by the way. But more importantly, let's honor people who are doing good things. Let's recognize good things in the community. Go to kslsports.com/contest. If somebody is making an impact in youth sports in your neighborhood, nominate them today. They win $250 in Beehive Meals, and you can also honor them over the radio. JJ and I love talking about those people because we've had amazing folks who've won that thing. All right, we'll come back. We'll take a break. Around the corner, we've got ourselves a Would You Rather. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I got to tell you, though, if they took the leash off, let alone if the Jazz still had Walker Kessler, this is a playoff team. That may sound like
hyperbole.
Hyperbole, homer take. The Jazz are beating teams like San Antonio and Detroit, and when they get the green light to play against teams, they're beating them.
As soon as the Jazz flip the switch, they're going to be competitive really quick. That doesn't mean win a title, but they're going to win more games than they lose next season because they're going to add pieces around what they already have, and they're just going to try every night.
Because Lowry's taking it to another level.
Yeah.
And Keontae's a guy.
Yep.
And then you throw in Walker. All of a sudden, you're talking about winning
45 games.
Right.
Yep.
It's not that far off.
No, it's next year. Jazz are going to win 40 games next year. I really firmly believe that. Barring injury, that's where the Jazz are.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
AlpineHomeMedical.com. Go check out the best home medical supplier in the entire Intermountain West. They've been doing this for almost 30 years. They have been making sure that they bring wellness to your home. That's right. They deliver it right there. Have them deal with the insurance companies. If it's a mobility issue, if you need a scooter, if you need a walker for a loved one, a wheelchair, even if you need to rent those things, they've got you covered. They've got 11 stores across the Wasatch Front and in southern Idaho. And I'm telling you, if you deal with them, here's what you're going to get: a concierge service that deals with the insurances themselves. They give you great customer service, and they make sure that it's done right and discreetly. Alpine Home Medical has been doing it best, and they're best in state for the last 17 years, and there's a lot of reason why. JJ, there's awesome stuff going on with this place.
There really is. Go visit a showroom. You're going to feel the difference of a clean, welcoming experience with a team there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for whatever your needs are. Their belief is the right equipment can transform lives, and as Alex mentioned, you got a lot of options. There's 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. You can find one where you live here if you're listening right now, and you'll see what it's all about you and the experience that they provide when you go there. The staff and owners of Alpine feel honored to be a part of your journey and to help you live the life that you deserve. So that's why they say we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach windows and doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, it's Utah versus Big D. The Jazz are in Dallas to play the Mavericks. The game tips off at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars are in Utah to play the Mammoth. Puck drops at 7 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right winger Dylan Gunther talks about the recent wins for the Utah Mammoth and keeping a winning mentality.
It's been a good stretch. I think we've talked about this stretch for a little bit and have looked forward to getting a little bit of time at home. So it's nice to be getting points, and we play a really good team next game, so just make sure that we're ready to go.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. Would you rather is next? JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody. Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ooh. We'll talk about it during the NFL Blitz, but I was thinking about this because it looks like John Harbaugh, I guess we haven't gotten the official word yet, right? But it's basically a done deal.
Yeah.
It's going to be Jackson Dart's head coach at the Giants, and it's a massive deal. Would you rather be an NFL head coach in New York or an NBA head coach in New York?
NBA head coach.
Really? Because I feel like the Knicks, like the Knicks are the team that the city will burn down if they don't,
Who said you have to be the head coach of the Knicks?
Oh, yeah. I wasn't thinking of Brooklyn Nets. Sorry. But like the Giants.
That's a pretty cush job.
Giants over the Jets. Like that, no one thinks about the Jets compared to the Giants.
They do, and that's why there's so much angst about it.
For the wrong reason. It's not a good franchise.
Oh, I know, I get it, but there's something about New York. Like the Giants have had a lot of success over the years, right? But the Jets are the most popular bad team in all of pro sports, and I don't understand it. I mean, you watch SportsCenter, or you watch a national broadcast about the NFL, and the Jets come up all the time. Now, I get it. There's a lot of people in New York. They're probably trying to get that target audience when they talk about these things. But there's a lot of Jets fans out there. They're long-suffering, and they've stuck by their team for a long, long time. A lot of people back in the late 60s fell in love with the Jets and Broadway Joe, and it was passed down to generations. But that franchise has let them down ever since.
Oh, dang it. The opponents were revealed for the NFL next year.
Yes.
In early January. They always do it. It was like 10 days ago.
Yeah.
So then I was like, ooh, I got to go find if the Giants play the Chargers. They don't.
Bummer.
By the way, could you get further away from one another coaching? Just, boy, you'd hate to be.
One's in the AFC, one's in the NFC, one's on the West Coast, one's on the East Coast. They probably like it that way.
You'd hate to be brother and sister Harbaugh, having to buy those tickets.
Could get expensive.
Yeah, flying across the country.
Do you want to watch your son coach, though? Is that really exciting?
Oh, those guys.
We're traveling all over the country watching our boys coach. Like, I'm not sure I really want to do that.
I saw in the third quarter, going in at the half, you dodged that water bottle going in. That was a good move. Really like what you're doing there, son. Yeah, of course
Jim,
you want to be there.
those khakis are just a little high. I want to loosen the belt there.
Jim is, those glasses he wears are, yeah. He looks like he's wearing those Coke bottle glasses, man. It's awesome.
It's pretty crazy that it came out. It was going around social media the other day because the NFL Network did some kind of thing on it. But the Jim Harbaugh has more rushing yards in NFL history than Bo Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah, that was why I saw that. And they were asking John about it.
Yeah.
And he's throwing guesses out there. And he's like, nah, not him. No way. He could have easily just thought about his brother. But at the same time, you don't want to, Well, one, I guess it's because Jim Harbaugh had you have a long enough career, and Bo Jackson had a short enough career that,
But if you asked, what current head coach has more rushing yards than Bo Jackson?
It's hard to boot it up.
Jim Harbaugh would never enter your brain.
Although you and I watched him play a million games when we were kids.
He was a baller.
Yeah.
I remember he pushed a Colts team to the AFC title game one year. I'm like, this team's not good.
He was feisty.
He was a competitor. He was good.
All right, here we go. We're going to take a break. Around the corner, this is going to be a fun one because I'll tell you what, anytime we can sit down and chat with JT, Jonathan Tavernari, former BYU Cougars forward, a guy who knows a lot about college basketball. We're going to talk about what college basketball looks like, feels like. I even want to bring up the gambling thing with him. Not about whether or not he participated or not, but now when you hear these things and what these college kids are going through.
We're going to get JT with a confession here shortly?
Nah, it's statute of limitations.
Yeah, I bet he saw some crazy stuff in Europe when he was playing in Europe.
He got some extra ramen sent to his room when he was at college. Those guys,
that's high currency.
Those guys who are just short,
Provo, trust me.
Those guys who are just short of getting to this era, like that is, it's tough to watch the way things are now, and they go, it would have been nice to get $1 million in my pocket when I was playing, because Stevenson Sylvester, dude, Sly, don't tell him I said this. Sly is an $800,000 a year guy, right? At Utah, like
if John O'Hall's making,
that's what I'm saying. Like
cash right now.
After
Sly would have done that.
After his second year at Utah, he threatens to hit the transfer portal.
Can you imagine what he would have got in 2009 after the Sugar Bowl?
I would just sort of imagine he would have been a middle linebacker at USC. Because they would have offered him more money.
Sly would have jumped in the portal.
That's what I'm saying.
All the stuff he said about the portal and the modern game.
But he's also
Sly totally would have went in the portal.
But Sly is a businessman.
That's right.
You guys both know that he's a businessman, and he would. I know. I'm just telling you, Sly, the money that was out there for you, you probably would have had $3 million in your pocket at the end of college, if you would have been born later. Anyway, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go. JT joins us next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, go over to slcfatloss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a program that has helped JG and I not just drop weight. You've heard us preaching this, and I'm telling you, it's been an awesome 2 years for me because I dropped 65 pounds in the initial 60 days of this program, but I've also kept it off, and I've even lost more since then because the principles that you learn there just work you into habits that you can have for the rest of your life. And that's what it's done for us. We've dropped the weight. You can go and find out how it works for yourself on their website. You can get a 15-minute free phone consultation. They're open books. They'll tell you it's not going to be the injections. They're not selling you supplements. They're not selling you meals. They're going to tell you how it works from a scientific standpoint. It's all about nutrition, man.
Yeah, losing weight, just eating healthy foods and being disciplined, and with a program that's going to help you do that. With an app on your phone that's going to help you each and every day. They're going to provide studies that are going to show how the diet works and how food works for you, how to be in a caloric deficit. Just how many calories you might be consuming in a day is really going to open your eyes, and it's going to help you make better food choices because you have no idea how many calories you're actually taking in just snacking or whatever you might be doing. And those things are preventing you from dropping weight. There's so many things they can teach you. And they taught me those things, and it helped me. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. I've been able to keep that weight off. And I know moving forward, if I need to, I know how to lose weight and get results and get them quickly in a healthy way without some of the other things that you can do. This program works. It's going to help you reach your weight loss goals. And due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale. Over 20% off right now for a limited time only. So much cheaper than the injections. And you can do it naturally without that. Whether you want to look and love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or just feel more confident, maybe health's your big focus. Whatever your why is, choose Salt Lake City Fat Loss to lose that weight. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com. Lock in those 20% savings. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
What goes better with a meal? Bacon. At Heartland Steakco, they take their bacon seriously. From their double smoked hickory to their honey jalapeno, which brings sweet and spicy together for the perfect combination, to their all-new bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their applewood double smoked bacon that's smoked over real applewood chips, to their all-new maple bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of maple and bourbon for a rich taste. Heartland Steakco has your bacon and USDA Midwestern beef ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait. Order today for yourself, a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon with promo code BACON. Go and get your bacon from HeartlandSteakCO.com. That's HeartlandSteakCO.com, promo code BACON. Taste the Heartland difference.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yeah, that's a party vibe. Celebrate all those gambling wins right before you get scooped up by the FBI.
Yeah.
What a weird story.
It's crazy.
It's affected me. Like I'm a little bit shook by all this because we've talked about how all of these things could be more prevalent, right? The gambling stuff. But 28 guys getting picked up, including a handful of guys that one guy who played last night and was his conference was the Conference USA Offensive Player of the Year, preseason Offensive Player of the Year. He's averaging over 20 points a game. He had 21 last night. And they won 89-86. And my first question was, well, did they won, but did the other team cover? Like, that's a real question.
Right.
And I would assume that these guys and their names that are attached to it, if they're able to get a conviction, they will never play basketball in the NCAA again. In fact, who would ever touch them at any level of the sport? So it's just been fascinating to see the whole thing, and it's just sickening because you know it's happening at a larger level. You know it's happening at it's a bigger deal than we're rolling on here. So, all right, we're going to get into the cut right here. Let's jump in. Jonathan Tavernari, he, of course, is former forward for BYU basketball. He joins the program periodically. Love having him on. Love the energy. Let's get the cut going right now and get to JT. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jonathan Tavernari joining the program again. JT, thanks for hanging out, man. How's it going?
I missed you guys. I thought you forgot about me.
No.
Never.
No.
Never.
We've been too busy watching football, JT, but now it's basketball season. We're locked in.
I'll say, too, you've got me. College basketball has me watching college basketball earlier than I ever do. I never watch it this early and this intently. So congrats. We're watching more college basketball earlier than ever.
Let me remind you guys that one of the reasons why I converted to the Mormon church is because they have a basketball court in every single chapel. They don't have football fields and goal posts. They have basketball hoops, okay? So it's basketball season, guys. Let's go.
Fair enough. Well, let's get into it with the Cougs. 11th ranked in the country right now. Somehow dropped in the polls last week, but I don't know. You can get into that if you want, but they had to grind one out last night. What did it say about BYU last night as you're watching that game? What did you learn about the Cougars after that win?
That Mr. A.J. DiBanza, even at half speed and sick as a dog, is probably better than 99% of the other basketball players in the world. And the fact that man was sick under the weather and he still came out and was the leading scorer with 25 points, it was unreal. And, it was very, I'm going to say something that people are going to think I'm crazy, but it was kind of like, Jordan-esque with the flu. You could tell that he wasn't good. There was a time in the first half that he got bumped and he went on the ground. And you guys know that feeling when you're kind of sick and maybe you stub your toe or you hit something and you're just like, oh, I don't even want to move anymore. And AJ got up and he went to work. And so what I learned is that boy is resilient. Richie Saunders has, the confidence that probably rivaled mine, because he was 0 for 6 and he shot a 3-pointer with a minute to go that put BYU up 5. And, they're rolling right now. They're 16-1, and, they have a few top 15 matchups coming up in the next week and a half. And this team is different. This team is special.
Kevin Young mentioned that too, because I thought AJ was going to die out there, and it was, and everyone chuckled and it was like, no, we need you out there. You got to be out there. That's what you talk about, how AJ, Rob Wright III, Richie Saunders, like those guys are doing so much work. Is there there's a version of watching this thing, and I'm sure BYU fans are a little bit nervous because you're like, hey, one of those guys goes down. The NCAA, tournament looks way more bleak. Can you do that? Can you maintain something like this with the 3 guys and hope that everybody else is also going to show up on nights when maybe it's only 1 for 3 of those guys is working, or maybe only
– or you shoot 5 of 24 from 3.
Or none of them are, right?
Well, Alex and JJ, knock on wood, as a former Catholic, I'm crossing myself. Because if any of those guys go down, you can kiss this season goodbye. And I think that's just a situation, because if you look at the way that they had planned for this team, Kevin Young had planned for Nate Pickens to be a backup guard to Robert Wright, where maybe Robert doesn't have to play 33 minutes a game. He can play 29. He can play 28. You don't think that that's a big difference, those 4 or 5 minutes, but it's a massive difference. And then you think of, okay, Nate Pickens is down for the season. Who's next up? Well, Dawson Baker is next up. Had an amazing game for BYU against UConn a few months back in Boston, and then he goes down with an injury. And so some of the other guys, especially on the guard lineup, just aren't up to the level that they need to be. Much more was expected from Alexei Kostic, the guard that came from Europe, and he is barely getting any playing time. Tyler Moretz and Mihailo Boskovic needed to be knocking the 3 ball a little bit more than they are. And so, on the post, they're kind of sad where they had Kebaketa, the former Utah Ute. They have Abdullah Ahmed, the transfer from the G League, and then Kadeem Boop, a transfer from the NBA Africa Academy. And so that rounding up with, Richie Saunders, AJ DiBanza, Kennard Davis Jr., they're kind of in a solid place. But, as a guard play, I think that they could do without maybe Richie Saunders, which is kind of crazy to think because he's playing at such a high level, before they could ever do without AJ or even without Robert Wright III.
They got the win against TCU, but we'd love to get your thoughts on their win over Utah. I know you love that BYU Utah rivalry, and you had some great games against the Utes, and you had a lot of experiences in the Huntsman Center. What was it like for you to see it the way it was on Saturday? That place was rocking, and we had a great game. And a lot of people are looking at BYU. Why didn't you win that game by more? But that felt like the old days a little bit.
Well, listen, you're putting it mildly and conservative. I played Utah 9 times and I won 7. That is the famous B2A, which I won't express what that means, but it is bell to the rear end for those that are listening. And so, but I will say this. I mean, JJ, we've known each other for over 20 years. Yeah. You covered a lot of Utah games. A rivalry game, you throw everything out of the window and you are in for a dogfight. And that's what it was. Credit to Utah, credit to Alex Jensen for having the boys ready to go. Terrence Brown is an amazing, amazing player. He's going to look awesome in BYU blue next year. And, there's just so many things about that game. Like Keanu Dawes, related to a former teammate of mine at BYU, played really well. They had shooters. And can I say, like, this is not a dig to Utah. When the Huntsman is packed the way it was on Saturday, what an arena that is. Man, that's a top 25 college arena. And, you know, there are a few reasons why that doesn't happen more often. It really should. But that was an incredible college basketball environment. And so BYU just did what they had to do to win. The fact that they won and they fell on the rankings, you know, it's the stupidest thing in the world. But, you know, at the end of the day, the net matters a little bit more than everything else right now. And BYU stays solid, you know, around the top 10. At the end of the day, you know, they're going to play Texas Tech on the road on Saturday, and it's going to be a big game because if they win, I can imagine them not being at least 9 in the country. And then with Arizona and Iowa State coming up, geez Louise Jeepers, mister, if they win those games, I mean, I have a hard time not seeing BYU being top 3 or top 4 in the country at that point.
Jonathan Tavernari joining us on the program, former BYU forward and also hot take haver across the board there. JT, I want to know your thoughts on. We started the show off talking about just an absolute pall across the sports world, which is the college basketball point shaving scandal, where now 28 players, including a handful who are still playing for their teams, in fact played last night for their teams, are being charged with point shaving and taking between $10,000 and $30,000 a game, allegedly, from fixers to make sure that point spreads were had, whatever it might be, to tip it in the direction. I mean, in my mind, I'm going, oh, this has always happened, but I would only assume it's only gotten worse with how much betting has infiltrated the entire sports world.
Well, but how can it not? I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, you look at what happened in the NBA, and, you know, obviously being a member of the Brazilian national team when I was at BYU, I got to play with Thiago Splitter, who is now the head coach of the Trailblazers. I mean, look even at the gambling situation that happened over there with Chauncey Billups, that, you know, he had to step aside. And, you know, with, I think it was a former Jazz player, I forgot his name now, Malik Beasley, I think. Yes. It was the shooter that he was with the Pistons. I mean, let's be realistic, guys. You can really have the ticker on ESPN showing the over, under, and the spread and how to bet. You can have betting be embedded in all of the main sports show and sports media. I mean, you can really have all of that and not expect for something like this to happen. You know what I mean? Like, and especially at this day and age where you're getting NIL and you're getting money, you know, it's a byproduct of everything that we're experiencing right now. Has it happened a lot in the past? Absolutely has. Do I personally know of situations, you know, I've tried to stay out of that stuff. And so I can wholeheartedly say I've never experienced any gambling or point shaving or seen it. All of the things that you're witnessing. But, you know, it's a byproduct of everything that's happening. I mean, transfer portal, you can transfer. I mean, Jeremiah, I mean, like when you and I met and I was being recruited, you couldn't even barely transfer once, let alone every year in between college careers, right? I mean,
you couldn't transfer to another school in your conference.
But you lost that year of eligibility when you did that. And so all of this is ludicrous, you know, and just to highlight your point, Alex, I will say this. Just after I graduated from BYU, I was at a bookstore waiting for a flight, and I bought Technical Foul or whatever it was called, the Tim Donahue book. Yeah. And I actually reached out to Tim Donahue, and he actually agreed to meet with me, and I had lunch with him once. And I will say this, like, you know, probably he did a great job, you know, mastering the story that he told. There was a part of me that believed him, but there is also a big part of me that, like, you truly understand the tendencies and players' habits and all of this stuff. And so, you know, I will say this, since you said that I'm a hot taker, I'm surprised that more hasn't been uncovered at this point.
Yeah, and you know, one of the points we were making too was it's never going to stop. It won't stop. It's only going to get worse. It's going to get easier to be able to maybe bust some of these guys, but I don't think that and again, it was kind of a brilliant plan because they're getting guys $10,000 to $30,000 a game, they said, And these are the guys, obviously, that are not the big money NIL guys. There are all these kind of second-tier Division I schools that and guys that you would just kind of forget about, and they're not getting $1 million. So obviously, you could roll up to them and say, "Hey, we'll give you $25,000 for throwing this game. You're not making any NIL money like the guy across the street, and you deserve it, don't you?" And they probably believe that. And putting $30,000 into a pocket of a kid every game that they participate in something like this, it's hard to make that temptation go away, since money is already just revolving around the game at the rate that it is.
I mean, I will say this. When I was at BYU and I was with the Brazilian national team, I was the only player out of a 12-man roster that was not a professional. I was struggling in Rio de Janeiro. I had to eat 3 meals a day at the hotel. Now, people say, well, you were staying at a hotel. I'm like, yeah, because all of my teammates were going to, 5-star steakhouses and going out to eat every day. And I was there with the coaching staff staying at the hotel. I mean, can I tell you how many times I was offered, to just be in Brazil and a sponsorship on here or a few $1,000 in there? And I credit a lot of this to Leandro Barbosa and JP Batista from Gonzaga, because it was hard. There were times that I was so down that I was saying no. And my teammates were like, just hang in there. You know how good you are. You're going to get your turn. Anderson Varejao threw a celebrity game for a charity benefit where he was trying to collect money, but people had to pay tickets to see. I wasn't cleared by the NCAA to play. And the NCAA said if he even dresses and we see him on the bench, he is going to be fined and he is going to be suspended.
Wow.
And so Dave Rose and Dave Rice were on the phone with me on a Sunday and saying, you better not play. You better not play. You're going to get in trouble. And there are pictures of me sitting over there, having gone to church in Rio and sitting on the stands where I paid a ticket to go watch my freaking teammates play.
Wow.
Because if they had let me in, it would have been a violation. And so now, to you guys' point, the network that I've built, the relationships that I've built, JJ is one of them. Those things to me are priceless. I had my career, in Europe. I have a great career in the tech space now. But the way things are now are just ludicrous. And, you have opened up a Pandora box. We could spend a whole week talking over here on segments about all of this. There's no putting the genie back on the box. And that goes to NIL, money, transfer portal, and unfortunately, some of the vices of life like gambling and point shaving.
Yeah, JT, I hate that you had to go through the extreme on one end, but then I see the extreme on the other end. I wish there was some kind of oversight or some kind of, I don't know, a commissioner or somebody that could find a way to get us back to the middle where it should be, where players can benefit, but we don't have this wild, wild west going on where people can be taken advantage of like we're seeing with this story today. Jimmer Fredette getting his jersey retired on February 14th. About time. Your reaction to your former teammate finally getting his name put up in the rafters?
Well, a couple of things. First one is I texted him and I said, if I don't get a steak dinner out of this thing, I'm going to be very mad. Lo and behold, he said, absolutely, let's have a dinner the day before the jersey retirement. So at least I'm going to get something out of this, guys, and I'm happy about that. With all jokes aside, I was there for, 3 out of the 4 years with Jimmer. Obviously, I missed Jimmermania. I was a rookie in Europe at that point. But I will say this. I got to see this dude from when he came in as a freshman, where he didn't really understand how he could impact the college game, sometimes struggle at length in practice, to pretty much have one of the greatest individual single seasons in NCAA history. And all of the things that you hear about hard work, discipline, commitment, focus, you don't have it. There's not enough adjectives to highlight all of the effort that it went in from Jimmer's perspective for him to be as good as he became. It was great to see, right? My senior year, you could see that we were kind of bumping a little bit because of my style of play and him needing more attention with the ball. which is why I told Coach Rose, I said, bring me off the bench. I will figure it out. Jimmer and Tyler Haws need their roles. They need to be highlighted more. And man, we went on a 15 game winning streak. And just to see the man that he became, he truly is a basketball global icon. And, everybody knows him from Brazil to Canada, all the way to China. And the best part is he hasn't changed. Still makes the same stupid jokes. Still takes all of our calls. Still giggles the way he always had. Couldn't be happier for a better guy. And he did break through my 3-point record. But JJ, I think it's pretty safe to say that if the guy had to have the greatest season in NCAA college history to be able to break my 3-point record, it's pretty good company to be in.
Absolutely, JT. There's
Look,
no doubt about that.
I was just going to say, is the number 45 going to be up there at some point? Because I'm looking at some pretty good career numbers here, JT. I mean, let's put a presentation together maybe for Brian Santiago and we can figure this thing out, man.
I would appreciate that, and but I got to tell you, BYU has done so much for me. And I know we're coming up at time, and just to wrap it up, I feel like the way college basketball used to be with the rivalries and the entire the way that it used to be, right, where you had the pageantry and the regional battles. That has gone away, and it makes me really sad. It's a byproduct of this day and age. And, to your point, I went through one side of the extreme. We're now experiencing the other, but BYU meant so much to me. I mean, the fact that you guys have me on, obviously I had a really good career. I can't be considered one of the greats at BYU, but these things matter, and not being able to build their relationship with people, it's something that these kids are going to suffer, and because there's no price to it once you get to a certain day and age. And so I appreciate you guys having me. This is great. And I would definitely ping you guys offline so we can schedule a meeting with Santiago about some things that need to happen.
I could put together a pretty darn good Photoshop and some things too. I mean, we could game up some of these pictures. I could make it look like you're jumping higher. We could bump up some of those looks there for you. So we're going to be on your team to see if number 45 can get
Love it.
retired.
I appreciate it, guys.
There you go.
JT, you're the best.
Thanks, man. We'll talk to you again.
Take care, guys. Have a good day.
There you go.
He's running through some of those names he played with, and
it's wild. It was a great stretch of basketball.
I had so much fun covering those teams. They not only were they incredible, and went on runs in the tournament, just good dudes, like really good guys, and he's totally right about everything. And Jimmer's not changed, and there's a reason why I think that it was the one thing on the court, but it was the other thing of just a down to earth, good human being that people really latched onto, and all those guys were great. There wasn't like a bad egg on those teams. Well coached. Dave Rose and his staff were great. What a great run they had, and he's right. And I'm glad he brought it up. His legacy matters, and all those guys he played with left a legacy. Tyler Haws and Jimmy Fredette, and Keaney Young was a great player back in those times, and the list goes on and on of great players, and fans remember them. Now these players are in a place for 6 months. Nobody's going to remember them, and that's a missed opportunity for these guys. And so it's good to hear JT talk about how much of a difference BYU made in his life and his teammates, because that is missing today.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We have more around the corner, including we've got ourselves an NFL blitz. Yeah, John Harbaugh looks like going to the Giants. That's expected to happen maybe in the next 24 hours, but we'll see if he passes the background check. All right? I think that's what they're pending right now. Drug test, background check, all of it. Let's go. All right, we got more to talk about. NFL playoffs next, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays on northbound I-15 now from 33rd South and South Salt Lake up to the 13th South area. And there's unusual southbound slowing on I-15 from Murray in spots down to the Bangor Highway exit in Draper in Utah County. Expect to get slowed down if you're westbound on 21st North or Pioneer Crossing heading out to Redwood Road. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals. Let me just introduce you to the meal service that is going to change the way that you guys have dinner at your home, specifically the preparation part. Thinking about it, having to figure it out, that's never the fun part. If you love cooking, 6 or 7 nights a week, great. But we don't have time for it. JJ and I both, we have both parents working. Everybody's got to figure some things out. The kids are in and out at very different times all night long. I know you're going through the same thing. And so when that crock pot's over there and it's full of that Beehive Meals, a fresh, put-together meal that was cooked that day, and they're able to dip into that thing, throw some rice on the side of it, it's an amazing way to do it. And because all the meals are already prepared, and because you don't want to spend $50 on takeout every dang night, get with the folks at Beehive Meals, and we've got a deal for you, too, if you start mentioning our name on it.
Yeah, it was $20 off your first order on Beehive Meals. Go to beehivemeals.com and make that happen. Let me give you more reason to do this. Their menu is awesome. In January, Bang Bang Chicken. Do I know what that is? I don't. Does it sound good? Absolutely. Chicken Cordon Bleu, chicken tortilla soup. That's an awesome winter treat. Cilantro lime chicken.
Got the Philly cheesesteak for you.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Swedish meatballs, too. Beef corn mac. That is awesome.
That's really good.
I've had that. Barbecue pork, cheesy cauliflower soup. You get the idea. These are nice home-cooked meals, comfort food. Everyone's going to love this. This is perfect for your family. And like Alex said, you're going to do this for $3 or $4 per serving instead of wasting all your money at a drive-thru joint at a night or bringing home some pizza that's not going to be good for you. Love pizza, but let's not do this every night. Let's eat Beehive Meals. Let's eat healthier. Let's get everybody fed the right way and do it at an effective cost. And take the stress out of dinner time. Beehivemeals.com. Go check it out. Go give this a try. It's worked for our families. It'll work for yours. Beehivemeals.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus?
Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ben Sabat talks about his emotions following a 43-point night for the Utah Jazz.
Oh, man, I really don't have a lot of words for it. Like, it kind of just started off with a good look from the corner, a good pass from Keontae, and then, all glory to God. Like, shots were just going in tonight, so it was a lot of fun, get back to hitting shots at a high clip, and I'm looking forward to continuing.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. The NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. I think we're getting closer and closer to that key word, you guys, for somebody to win those 5 tickets to a Jazz game coming up next week. Stay tuned for that key word and be ready to dial it up. See if you can beat everybody else to the punch. And then the bonus is you get to talk with Alex Napolis. So that's going to be the bonus. Oh, they just go online to do it? Okay.
Oh.
If you want to call Alex Napolis, though, 801-575-ZONE, just talk to him, just see how he's doing. If there's any ladies out there listening, give it a shot. 801-575-ZONE. That's our new. You don't need to lean on the dating apps, Napolis. We got you, man. A weekly segment of just reaching out to people going, hey, I got a cousin. Oh. Hans and Scotty are going to be at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy tomorrow, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. Hans and Scotty, noon to 3. Join him there. John Harbaugh expected to sign with the Giants. Tell me about this one for both sides, John Harbaugh and the Giants.
Feels like a perfect marriage to me. When the Giants have really high-level head coaches, they get to Super Bowls. Tom Coughlin. I think Jim Fossil was that and became that in the NFL and got them to a Super Bowl. Bill Parcells, obviously. When they have the right guy in that chair, they can be great. But they have, for some reason, really done a poor job hiring coaches of the last decade. Just go back and look at the list. I'm not going to read it. It's just none of the guys that they hired got another job. It's that bad. So this is an obvious proven head coach with a long track record of success, winning consistently in Baltimore. And he comes to New York with that young roster, with a quarterback already in place in Jackson Dart, with a running back already in place, with a star receiver who's going to be coming off an injury but should be back to being a star again. You got a good young core. You add some pieces. I think their pass rush is great. They got good defense. Stack up that offensive line. Protect Jackson Dart, keep him clean, let him do what he does, let him cook, get Cam Scatteraboo out in the open field in pass game and the run game. And the Giants can be a force. There's a gap there or a space open or a void for a team like the Giants to make some headway in the NFC East. I think the Eagles are starting to slip a little bit. The Commanders had a nice season last year. Obviously a bad year this year. The Cowboys are always going to be mid because Jerry can't get out of his own way. This is an awesome hire for the Giants. Suddenly you look at the division, it's like, who's the best coach in that division? Yep. Would you rather have John Harbaugh or Nick Sirianni? Nick Sirianni's won a Super Bowl. I don't mean any disrespect. I'm just
right.
I'm trying to.
I know what you're saying.
Well, you see what I'm saying is I'm telling you, you have a heck of a lot more respect for John Harbaugh than you do for Nick Sirianni.
Or Schottenheimer.
They both have the same amount of Super Bowls.
Or Dan Quinn. Like the reality
exactly.
is, come on.
You get what I'm saying. You add John Harbaugh there, and that's the missing link for them to really take off. With a young roster of guys that are hungry and want to get better, I love the match. I think it's perfect.
I said it, I think maybe yesterday. I don't know if I said it on the air. I was like, if that ends up happening, the Giants have found their Kyle Whittingham because this is what Michigan did. They're like, oh, another program is not going to bring him back or whatever. He's going to step down.
Who's available? Like John Harbaugh's available?
John Harbaugh's available.
The Ravens fired John Harbaugh?
But you talk about when was the last time this franchise felt like there was some stability on it, right? You hire John Harbaugh, you get it immediately. Just like Michigan when they hired Kyle Whittingham, they immediately got stability. They got a guy who's no nonsense. They got somebody who's going to come in. He's not going to do this. He's not going to win the press conference by being, gimmicky. None of that. You know exactly what you're going to get with him. And I think for New York, I think it couldn't have been a better situation for Jackson Dart to be able to get in, to have a coach. What I didn't want for him and for the Giants was to get another 2 years and done kind of coach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fire him after a 3-10 start.
Hire some coordinator.
Right.
It's his first job.
Right.
Some Joe Judge or Brian Dable. These haven't worked. These hires have not worked. They need somebody with experience, and that's what they got.
Yeah, I like it. I like it because I want to see him still coach because he's so dang good. And there you go. How about Aaron Rodgers showing some emotion? The report was that Aaron Rodgers sobbed and apologized during Mike Tomlin's final team meeting.
Jeez. Didn't think he had that in him.
Can't we let the guy cry in peace? You know what I mean? Here's what it said. He repeatedly said, "I'm sorry," as he sobbed during the meeting. Rodgers understood that his arrival in Pittsburgh was part of an all-in move aimed at getting the Steelers there. First playoff win in 9 years. Because he didn't deliver, he felt like he was in charge of that, and he feels like he was responsible for Mike Tomlin's exit.
Wow.
Appreciate it, but I don't think it was just Aaron Rodgers. All right? I think it was mostly Aaron Rodgers. It's like, no.
Mike Tomlin did step down, right?
No, yeah.
The Steelers didn't fire him, right?
Yeah. What's funny about the Harbaugh situation is he was fired.
Right, straight up, we're done here.
The owner who had a 20-year relationship with him, and he brought him a championship to to Baltimore, and he had to let this guy go. And that's if you're the Ravens, you're looking, and whoever you get, you're going to go, well, the Giants have a better coach than we do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't care who it is. I don't think you're going to hire somebody better than John Harbaugh. Now, I get it. You wear out your welcome, or it's just it's time to move on, another chapter, blah, 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 whatever all the words HR uses when somebody's let go. Wish them the best in the future in their next chapter. Really appreciate their addition to the franchise over the years. Thank you so much. That's my HR email voice.
You're pretty good at that.
Well, we've read a few of those in our day, right?
Yes.
Two-time Pro Bowler Adam Thielen, he announced his retirement. That's a guy who I always thought was working his tail off.
Yeah, that's a guy that got the most out of his career.
Mm-hmm.
That overachieved. Great story. And it was smart of him to ask the Vikings to release him so he could go try to win something. But he's forever a Viking. He'll be always considered a Viking, even though he didn't play his whole entire career there. But when he was at his peak, he was a top 10 receiver in the league. He had some really good years.
Yep.
If you played fantasy football over the last decade, he put up a lot of numbers.
Seahawks Sam Darnold just got added to the injury report.
Uh-oh. That changes things. Could he possibly miss this game?
What was the report, though? So he's questionable. He's added to the injury list.
It's an oblique, right?
He said that apparently he felt a little something in his oblique. I haven't felt my obliques in years, by the way. Haven't seen them. They're nowhere to be found.
Wow. Well, he found his, and that's not good.
Well, he was seen jogging off the practice field, did not appear to have any trouble moving. He says he's anticipating being ready to play.
So how much would it change things if Drew Lock is the starting quarterback for the Seahawks on Saturday night? You're a Seahawks fan. How do you feel about that?
I
guess the 49ers team, let's be honest, is banged up even more than the Seahawks.
Well, they're banged up, but you know what they are? They've been able to make lemonade all freaking year long.
They didn't make lemonade 2 weeks ago in Santa Clara against the Seahawks.
But imagine the job that Shanahan's done this year in San Francisco.
They just went into Philly and beat the defending Super Bowl champions without,
and
that was with Kittle getting hurt.
They have so many injuries. They have so many problems.
Doesn't matter.
Their defense is obliterated right now.
They still win.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's a darn good coach. He's not coach of the year. Settle down on all that, but.
Who is?
You have to look at Ben Johnson as a one-year guy. Who takes the Bears to the playoffs ever? Who wins a playoff game with the Bears ever, right? I think that you have to probably look at guys like even Liam Cohen. Like,
how about Mike Vrabel? How
Vrabel.
about Mike McDonald at Seattle?
Mike McDonald, I mean, I didn't want to say it, but, you know.
He's a betting
doing
favorite.
a pretty good job, you know what I mean? 14-3 this year. Win the division. I hate it because they're still like the favored. They're the favored team right now, as of right now in Vegas to win the Super Bowl. Hate it. It doesn't sound good to me. I don't like it at all. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We have more around the corner. Stay right here. I may have a little bit of a keyword coming up. Stay here. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Thick and slow on southbound I-15 heading through Murray to the south interchange, but you still have reduced speeds after that, all the way down to Draper and Bluffdale. Expect northbound delays too from 45th south up on I-15 up to 13th south. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Tom Homo, former BYU AD, soon to be mission president in Oakland and San Francisco.
When I left LA as a high school player to come up to Provo, that was a tough move. I felt all alone. And one of my closest friends was Kyle Whittingham. And when I got up here, the Whittinghams were very good to me. We've always stayed together. We've never really separated to where we're not thinking about each other. Obviously, the rivalry brings us together in a super unique way, but I've spoken to Kyle since he's made this move, and I am wishing him only the best. We will stay in touch. When I'm on my mission, I'm going to text him when I see that he needs a text from me, or I'm going to call him when something great happens for the Whittinghams.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ivory Homes wants to send you to the big game. They got a big game giveaway going on right now, and they want you to get a shot at it. They got 2 tickets to the big game Sunday, February 8th in Santa Clara, California. You know what game I'm talking about. They got a 2-night stay booked for you and a $2,000 gift card for your travel expenses and whatever else you want to do. Now you're asking, how do I register for this big ticket giveaway? Register at ivoryhomes.com/super. And then once you've done that, go visit any Ivory Homes model home. There's several along the Wasatch Front. Scan the QR code at that home, and then you're entered to win. The more model homes you visit, the more entries you earn. The winner will be selected from all entries and notified on January 31st, 2026. And while you're at that Ivory Homes model home, learn more about what Ivory Homes is doing. You may be in a situation where you want to upgrade your home, but you think there's no way I can do that right now. I'm not giving up my old interest rate, or the market's not good, or whatever reason you have. They have ways to help you get where you want to go, though. Right now, they have something called the Smart Home Buyer Guarantee. It's a program that's offered by Ivory Homes to help buyers purchase a new home before selling their existing property. And that program aims to streamline the complex process of selling and buying simultaneously by offering solutions such as a guaranteed sale or a guaranteed lease on the current home. You don't have to settle for where you're at right now. Ivory Homes can help you get where you want to go and get that dream home you got, or help you get a bigger space if you've got a growing family. That's a real thing. And a lot of things are in your way right now, but they can help eliminate some of those barriers. So Ivory Homes is the only builder in Utah that offers this program. So go learn more about that and get registered for the Ivory Homes First Down Big Game Giveaway. Get those tickets. You deserve it. But it all starts at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
Many of us not only are reflecting on the year past, but we're looking forward to the new year. And a great place to kick in the new year is at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And of course, we're very lucky. We've got 2 locations. We've got Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. Anticipate that special meal after everything calms down in early January. We all need a little bit of a boost, right? It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Think of those delicious steaks that are served on that sizzling hot plate. And of course, there are other entrees as well, poultry, seafood, cooked to perfection. The side dishes are magnificent. And of course, before you start your New Year's diet, you might want to cash in on one of those wonderful desserts that awaits us at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. This is the time. Make your reservations now. Kick in the new year with Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Celebrate 10 years of the event that started it all. Ski Joring Utah returns to Heber City, January 16th and 17th. Brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union. What's Ski Joring? It's the perfect mashup of horsepower and ski power, where cowboys, horses, and skiers race through an obstacle course for thousands in prize money. Bring the whole family for fun, food trucks, music, and high-speed racing. Don't wait. Get your tickets right now at proskijor.com. Use code ZONE25. Buy one ticket, get the second for half off.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Andre Turney talks about the killer mentality from his guys following the big win over the Maple Leafs.
I think we kept the pace defensively. Obviously, they were playing fearless in the sense they were trying more plays and stuff like that. So they had a little bit more possession, but still, we played the right away. We put puck behind. We were on them. They had no easy possession, so we were on them a lot.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update. Top 10's next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. I know we do a lot of these contests with phone calls, but we're going to have to ask you to get out your keyboard. Not while you're driving, of course. But we've been giving out keywords all day today, every show. And we've got a different keyword for you. And you enter this keyword at kslsports.com/contests. And you're going to get yourself the chance to win tickets to see the Jazz and the Spurs. 5 tickets, by the way. So the more keywords you enter, the better chance you have to win. So make sure you're listening all day long. This is the final one. Hoop. H-O-O-P. For you other Alex Curies out there who are not great at spelling. Hoop. H-O-O-P. KSLSports.com/contest. And we're going to pick a winner. And we're going to get a 5-pack of tickets to see the Jazz and the Spurs next week. All right. Our producer, Alex Napolis, goes, why don't you speed it up a little bit on your top 10? All right? I think that was the exact quote. Sick of you guys. What? All right,
Got
fine.
a disgruntled producer
All right,
behind
fine,
the glass.
dude.
Jeez.
So in the spirit of that and trying to get out a little bit early this segment so we can get to Ben Anderson to preview this Jazz versus Dallas Mavericks game, which, by the way, it's official. Cooper Flag out.
Oh.
Come on. See if they can get the win down there in Dallas. That's coming up. Ben's going to be there. So in the spirit of going a little bit quicker, I've got a top 7 for you, JJ.
Top 7?
Yeah, we're just cutting the whole thing down by a third, man.
Wow.
Things are tight these days. You know what I mean? I can't afford 10.
Corporate cutbacks here. Jeez.
I can't afford 10.
Trimming the fat.
Now, part of it is because it's a very exclusive list, and so this only has 7 teams on it.
Oh.
Indiana, I'll give you that one, with their win last week, became only the 7th program in college football history to win 15 games in a season. Can you name the other 6 programs? On your mark. Get set. Wait, hold on a minute. Does he only get 40 seconds, too? Is that how? Okay, well, all right. Here we go. On your mark, get set, go.
Michigan.
Ding.
BYU. Alabama. BYU's never won 15 games? I guess they won 14. Ooh.
Clemson?
Ding.
Hawaii.
I see where your reasoning was there, but
Georgia.
No. Ding.
Okay. LSU.
Ding.
Okay. I already mentioned Ohio State. Penn State. Give me another recent champion. What do we got? Notre Dame. Not a recent champion, but I threw it out there anyway. Who else is there?
There are other teams out there.
There are. Florida. No. Florida State. USC. Marshall.
It's Marshall. You
got
got
to be some random team.
Time.
What do you miss?
I'm going to give you guys a win on this. You guys did really well. LSU, Indiana, Michigan, Georgia, Clemson. What do they all have in common, too?
They
modern era
national championship.
Right, because
playoff.
That's what they did. I
Yeah.
mean,
what playoff team did we miss?
You didn't. You missed teams that they played way too many games back in the day with.
Oh.
Yale and Penn were your other two.
Oh, come on.
Listen.
Ivy League?
They're people too, JJ.
They won 15 games back in 1898. That glorious season.
That boy ain't right. Why'd you go full Hank Hill on that? All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Ben Anderson going to join us next. Give us a preview of this Utah Jazz versus Dallas Mavericks matchup. Cooper Flag now officially out with this one in Dallas with the sprained ankle. We'll talk to Ben about it and much more. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss. If you want to drop weight, if you want to keep it off, you get with the folks that have helped us do the same thing and thousands of others. I love going to their website because they have a kind of just real stories from real people, before and after pictures, the things that they've been able to accomplish by saying, hey, I'm going to do this now and I'm going to do it right. It's a great company to partner with. Look, you got to be there mentally. You got to put yourself in the spot where you're able to say, I want to make that choice now. And that's going to be with SLC Fat Loss. They'll do it a natural way, no pills, no injections. You're not buying their meals. SLC Fat Loss helped us drop a bunch of weight. You can do it too.
Yeah, if you're ready to lose weight, you need to get a deal doing it, right? Well, here's your opportunity. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only. Schedule your free consultation today, slcfatloss.com, and lock in those savings. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. If you miss any portion of our show, you can always go back, take a listen. All of the shows all day long have all of our segments put up there, out there in the universe for you to be able to see and or listen to and or stream. You can also stream us live on KSLSports.com. You can also stream us live on our YouTube channel, KSL Sports. Joining us on the program right now, he is Ben Anderson. He hosts Jake and Ben, of course, every day, 10 to noon right here in this very studio. And he's also one of our amazing Jazz insiders for KSLSports.com. Ben Anderson joins us on the program. Ben, how are you, man?
What's up, guys?
Ben, how are you?
I'm looking at Bryce Sensabaugh's a whole year here, and because I want to see some. There have been a handful of games because he had 2 games ago a 26-point game. These guys are getting a lot of guys like Bryce Sensabaugh are getting minutes, and they're making something out of it. And in his case, have you been surprised the type of output? I know Lowry's not in. They don't ask guys coming off the bench to score 43 points on a nightly basis. What have you seen with him that he's turned a corner with this year?
That's kind of the weird thing with Bryce is that the flashes are certainly there, but it's almost like your brother-in-law who shows up like at the holidays and every once in a while it's like, oh, he really actually did bring something to contribute. And then every other time you're like, oh, you're just bringing the sodas, I guess. Like we'll do all the rest of the work.
You're just eating all the food, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, when's it going to be consistent? Because obviously the ability is there. He's had 2 20-point quarters in his Jazz career. He scored over 30 multiple times and now scores 40. It's like, that's a real thing. Not everybody in the NBA can do that. So that's a plus, but when can he do it consistently? What can he offer consistently? And, he would be better off having 5 straight games where he gives you 15 points and 4 rebounds and 3 assists, as opposed to, kind of a 20-point game and then a 4-point game and an 18-point game and a 6-point game. He needs to figure out something the Jazz can count on because, again, you're in year 3 now. He hasn't missed time with injuries. This is time to start delivering and show people who you are. It's just hard to count on some of these guys that are no longer quote-unquote young, that don't give you something every night, where Keontae has really taken that step. Walker took that step last year. So I think there is still the signs that are intriguing with Bryce Sensabaugh, but at a certain point, flashes just aren't enough anymore.
Yeah, and I think it's unrealistic to think that Bryce Sensabaugh could do that on a nightly basis, but you'd like to see some in between. Now, you're absolutely right, but you see the skill and the ability to light it up, and he certainly has that. We're going to keep him in the league for a long time. We'll see it's with the Jazz long term. But it looks like Keontae George has figured out who he is as an NBA player. You covered him the last 2 years. What's the difference? Can you put your finger on what's really different with Keontae? That he's gone from a player that we're really not sure what his future looks like to now, is he an all-star? That's quite a jump.
Yeah, there's a real seriousness to his approach. Everything seems to be purposeful, which is a real evolution for him. Where, I was even talking to him about like kind of what he does pregame, and he was talking. Yes, now he shows up. He's the first one in the gym, quite literally. His pregame shootout is at 4:30 for a 7:00 game. That's the first time that they have availability on the court, and he's the first one to do it. But beyond that, he is eating differently, and he knows what he's eating now. And even then, it was a little bit of a guess. It seemed like he had to figure it out, but that's what he said. He listened to a podcast that Steven Adams of the Houston Rockets did, and what he eats on game days. And look, I don't think it has to be the same for every player, but Keontae literally told me he said I was guessing every day. I would eat something, and then I would feel terrible on the court, so I would try something different, and I would feel different on the court. So I just didn't know what to expect every night. And he's kind of narrowed it down to just eating fruits the day of the game leading up until he gets to the arena, and then he has a real pregame meal, it sounds like. But, yeah, he just kind of didn't know how to do things on purpose. It just kind of seemed like everything was a guess. And I think that's why the results, even shot to shot or play to play, quarter to quarter felt like a guess. And it just feels like everything is so locked in. It's so keyed in, no pun intended. He just really has figured it out kind of down to a science, what he can do on the court, how he needs to bring it off the court, kind of what his mindset needs to be, how serious he needs to be about how hard he works, about staying in shape. And those have been kind of ups and downs throughout his career. I remember in the pre-draft process reading people talking about him being like, well, he's probably 20 pounds overweight. And, you go back and look at it, it's hard to see that on his body, but he said he kind of yo-yo dieted, which is just a really weird thing for an 18-year-old. So I think his life has always been maybe a little bit up and down. And the fact that he's narrowed it down and really specified his approach, everything seems so intentional, I think is really the step forward for him. Because like Bryce Sensabaugh, the flashes were always there. We saw him score 30 against Golden State. We saw him dominate games and dominate quarters. And you think, man, if that clicks in, there's a good player there. And it's finally clicked in, and good for the Jazz for being willing to see it through, because there's a real, argument they could have given up on him this past summer, and they didn't, and now they're reaping the rewards.
One thing that's been interesting, it seems like every person we talk to about the Jazz, we end up talking about Cody Williams, because he's another guy that it's like, hey, this is put up or shut up time for a lot of these young guys, and he's one of those guys that needs to show that improvement. Have the, albeit small improvements, been enough for you to look at and go, this guy could turn some things around and maybe have the type of a year next year that Keontae's having this year.
Yeah, it's kind of the comparison. Again, this just sounds a little brutal, but it's like, you've got the dead body on the hospital bed and you're hoping for a pulse and you're hoping for anything. And you just see the little bleep on the machine. You just see the little bit like, we think we might be able to save him. And because he was flatlined, I mean, he was really flatlined for the first 15 games of the season or so. He'd actually gotten worse from his first year, and his first year was kind of historically bad. So the fact that I think you're starting to hear that pulse a little bit, even the thing like last night where I don't think he scored a whole lot, maybe it was only 4 points, 6 points, whatever it was. He grabbed 7 rebounds. It's just like, you got to find a way to impact the game. He had so many games where he was grabbing no rebounds and handing out no assists. And it's one thing to not score, and he's not going to get many touches. And the Jazz don't need him to score. They've got a good offense with Lowry and with Keontae and some of these guys who can put up baskets. They don't need Cody to do a lot of scoring, but you can't do nothing. So the fact that he's starting to get involved a little bit, and it's funny, he had a couple of highlight reel dunks, and I think that gave him some confidence. I think that made him feel like, hey, I belong. And even we worked a lot on his body and trying to make his shoulders a lot bigger and put on some weight. I think you get a dunk and you're like, oh, I'm not bouncing off everybody anymore. Like, in fact, I can do a couple of things here. So I think you see him now driving to the basket and the results are positive. And the more he does that, I think the less he thinks. And Cody's like really a thinker. I remember the first time I talked to Will Hardy about him, Will said, well, he's really got it between the ears. Like, he really understands the game. And that can be a negative for some guys. Some guys overthink. And I wonder if Cody overthought, should I dribble? Should I pass? Should I shoot? And by that point, the game's just moving too quickly and it moves past you. So now he catches it and he almost exclusively drives to the basket as soon as he touches it. And that just keeps the ball moving. And I think that's really helped him.
Yeah, you look at the Jazz record and it's 14-26 and it's near the bottom. It's not that much better than last year. But then you take a deeper look at the Jazz and some of the performances they've had in close losses and in actual wins. I mean, they got wins over the Spurs, Rockets. We've seen them beat some. We just saw them beat Cleveland in their building the other night. It's hard to quantify it, but are you seeing a big improvement, a big jump in this team and this roster this year compared to last year? And are you starting to see that light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because you do see both, and I think both are real because we have seen a lot of games where they absolutely do not get off the bus, right? They've been down 25 in the first quarter of 6 games this season. I mean, that's crazy.
The Hornets game was insane.
I mean, that's more than a tenth of the games. They're down by 25 in the first quarter. The game doesn't even start. And so that's real. And, some of it they're sitting Lowry, and obviously that's going to be a big impact. But they've had losses at Minnesota where they did that. At New York, they did that. And I think everybody was playing in those games. So it's not just, they're tanking this game. Sometimes they really fail to get off the bus. But if they do, and they keep the game even remotely competitive, and I think this is what we saw last night, Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen have a real argument a lot of nights to be the best players on the floor. Like, Keontae is better than anybody the Bulls have. So if the game is within 6, within 10 in the fourth quarter, like, the Jazz are truly within striking distance. So that's where they are picking up some of these wins that maybe we wouldn't have expected to see in the past, like wins over Dallas that they've had, like some of these overtime wins, including against Chicago earlier in the season where, Keontae hits big shots and Lowry's making big shots. And that's actually a huge growth because that's going to follow them when they do stop tanking. That's going to follow them when they do start trying to put that pedal to the metal and win games. Keontae can still be the best player on the floor, or Lowry can still be the best player on the floor, or if you're lucky, you have the 2 best players on the floor, and then the expectation is to win. So I don't think that's that far off, and why when the Jazz do kind of plug this thing in and get the machine up and going, I think it's going to start running really quickly. I mean, I think they're going to get back to winning without, a warm-up season. Next year isn't going to be 35 wins. They're going to go from 23 wins to 42 wins, I think, really quickly. I'm not sure there's a real in-between season there.
Mark Twain had a quote about stats, and it's, there are lies, there are damn lies, and there are statistics. And, they don't tell us everything. The Jazz are 6th in the league in scoring right now. That seems to be one of those that you're like, okay, they're coming back from a lot of games, and a lot of teams, when they are losing big, you see these massive numbers. But one I think that does stick, and one that probably absolutely eats up Will Hardy as they're dead last in points for their opponents in the league, and kind of by a lot. How does the defense get turned around? These guys are showing lots of improvement in so many other places. I'm having a hard time seeing the defensive side. That seems to be the thing that Will gets pissed off the most about.
Yeah, I heard a quote the other day. I think I was listening to Jalen Williams, Cody Williams' brother, as they were getting ready to play the Spurs, and they were talking about defending Wemby. And he said, defense is always 5-on-5. And what he means by that is, like, if all 5 guys aren't playing, then it doesn't matter if anyone's playing. Like if they're good teams are just going to find the weakness and they're just going to exploit it. So you can't have lots of bad defenders on the floor at one time. So whereas, like, I do think Keontae's gotten better defensively. I think Lowry's gotten a lot better defensively. When Yusuf Nurkic is your center, or Kevin Love is your center, or Kyle Filipowski is your center, you're just dead in the water. And then if you have another bad defender out there, you're really in trouble. So I think some of the problem is they're not doing anything well in the paint. They are starting to get some weird numbers as far as, like, limiting teams to, like, 6 points last night in the third quarter for the Bulls. Like, it does feel like some of the rotations on the perimeter are sharper and are dialing in. But if you do beat them, there's absolutely zero resistance once you get to the basket, and you can score easily there. And that's maybe where a Walker Kessler comes in and just fixes a lot of those issues, where he's not Rudy Gobert, but he's certainly a rim deterrent. So I think that can help, and I think that's going to be the positive. But also, you just have to go out and sign players. I mean, defense, we like to think of it as this, like, spiritual, hard to, like, place thing because it's hard to find, like, actual good defensive numbers. And the truth is, if you go and get good defensive players, your defense gets better. Just like if you can't score and you get good offensive players, your offense gets better. If you just go and sign this year in free agency 2-3 guys who are known for their defense, your defense is going to look a lot better. It's not rocket science. So I think that's what the Jazz will approach, and they will see what works, and then they will have to adjust the scheme after they actually have the talent on the floor to execute it.
Donovan Mitchell said that Keontae George deserves to be an All-Star. Do you agree?
Donovan Mitchell is always going to say what everyone wants to hear.
Yes.
And it's a blessing and a curse. It's made him really likable. It also makes him almost a little bit untrustworthy because you're like, why are you always saying everything everybody wants to hear? Where's the pushback?
Yep.
So do I think Keontae deserves to be an All-Star this year? Truthfully, no. You look at the West is just so stacked. Like, if he gets in, that means Denny Avdia doesn't make it. Well, the Trailblazers are better than the Jazz, and Denny Avdia has better numbers than Keontae George. It's like, Jamal Murray is on, what is Denver, the number 2 or number 3 team in the West right now, and he's doing it without the MVP in Nikola Jokic, or one of the MVP candidates, and he's got as good as or better numbers than Keontae George. So it's like, truthfully, no, Keontae should not be in the All-Star game this year. And in fact, that might be okay. Like, make him continue to push for it. It did hurt Donovan when he didn't make it his second year. It hurt Darren Williams when he didn't make it his second or third year, whatever it was in the NBA, when he wasn't named an All-Star. Like, it's fine for Keontae to still have a carrot to chase. And I also think you should reward winning. And the Jazz don't win right now. Like, if Lowry doesn't make it in this first 12 in the West, maybe he still gets picked to fill out the international team. That's possible. I don't think he's going to make it in the top 12, and they'll announce that probably next week sometime. But, if you're going to win 14 games and lose 26, it's like, it's cool you're putting up good numbers. And I do think the Jazz are right. Those players are actually helping them win when they do win games. But I'm all for rewarding winning, especially in a league right now that is so happy to reward losing teams.
It also just seems like you got to play 30% better in Utah than everybody else in the other markets. I mean, smaller market teams like that don't get the type of looks, I think, nationally. And you get the looks when you're winning, too. So to that point, it's the exact same. We had the same thought where we're like, pump the brakes a little bit. You got to put together even more of a decent stretch here. Not just this year. It's got to be next year and probably the year after. Maybe that's going to be the year that he makes it if he stays on this type of a streak here. Jazz Mavericks tonight. Cooper Flagg is going to be out with that ankle. How does this team match up against a Cooper Flaggless Maverick team down in Dallas?
Yeah, and I mean the enter nameless Dallas Mavericks is going to be a theme tonight. Obviously no Kyrie and no Anthony Davis, but they're just missing a lot of bodies. They're going to be very injured, and the Jazz are going to have to try and match that if they want to lose some of these games. And clearly, the Jazz want to lose some of these games, especially against teams like Dallas that are right there in the rankings with the Jazz when it comes to the lottery. So I think the Jazz the Jazz have already beat Dallas twice, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
You beat them the next 2 games. Like, that's 4 wins over a team that you're directly competing with in the lottery. I don't think the Jazz probably have all that much interest in doing it. So how do you figure that out? Does Keontae play 20 minutes? Does Keontae not play on Saturday? It sounds like he's going to go tonight, but technically he doesn't have to. Jazz can rest him. He doesn't apply to the player participation agreement that the league has made because he's never been an All-Star. So the Jazz don't have to play him if they don't want to. However, you also don't want to throw him off his rhythm. Like, he's playing really well, and I think you want to keep that up. So I'll be curious what approach the Jazz take. Do we see Nurkic tonight? Are we going to see Kevin Love again before the trade deadline? That's 3 weeks away. Maybe he starts tonight and plays a lot. It's very possible. But, yeah, the Jazz are going to have to take some steps if they want to lose these games. And by every sign they want to lose these games.
Ben, you mentioned the trade deadline coming up here. It's actually 3 weeks of the day. Do you expect the Jazz to be busy?
I don't expect them to be busy. I think Danny Ainge loves to be active, and then Austin Ainge is actually the one making the decisions now, and he's the first time sitting at the machine. Like, I think you want to take your Ferrari out and get it on the track and see how fast you can get it going. So I'm sure he would love to make some moves if he thinks they're out there. And honestly, the best moves the Jazz can make if they're trying to get into the lottery is to get worse. And the players you trade to get worse are Kevin Love, are Svi Mikhailiuk, and are Yusuf Nurkic. I mean, those are just veterans who are probably not long-term solutions on the team. Maybe Svi is. Svi could be a guy who is coming off the bench next year on a team that's competing for the playoffs. I could absolutely see that. The problem is, does anyone want to take $19 million of Yusuf Nurkic's contract back while you're getting somebody who's going to hurt you? And the answer may be yes. Is a team like the Boston Celtics dying to shave even more money off their salary cap and will give up an Anthony Simons that the Jazz, aren't interested in, but, isn't going to fill the center position and hurt them? There are things like that out there. I haven't heard that by any means, but I'm just kind of looking around the NBA at some salaries and what would work on that front. So something to keep an eye on there.
He's going to have an eye on the game as well tonight, and you can get the breakdown of this game from Ben. He does a phenomenal job covering this Jazz team as our Jazz insider. You can also listen to him every day right here on the KSL Sports Zone, 10 to noon. Ben, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have fun watching this game. We'll talk to you next time, man.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
There you go.
Thanks, Ben.
Ben Anderson. He knows a thing or two about this team.
Yes, he does. Well connected.
By the way, top of the hour. This hour brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com, TrajanWealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement, and also the folks at U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Mere moments away from pregame here, JJ. The way that this one looks, this could be that 3-0 start against the Mavericks this year for the Utah Jazz, especially if Cooper Flagg is out. You have some young kid who got this ticket for Christmas, and then Cooper Flagg's not even going to play in that game. There's a couple of those kids in Dallas right now mopping
at
up
least
those
it's
tears.
at home and not on the road. You get 41 chances to watch the Mavericks in Dallas. There's some places where you only get one chance all year on the East Coast. So, Jazz, I think this is a night where they go in there and win. They have the Mavericks number for whatever reason with this current group. Anthony Davis out. And obviously Cooper Flagg out. So Dallas is shorthanded. As long as the Jazz, I haven't heard, is Lowry going to play? Is Keontae in? What? Lowry's out. So Lowry's not playing. Second night of a back-to-back. So that changes things a little bit, but I thought the Jazz played pretty well last night against the Bulls, even though they were shorthanded. It's kind of tough because best on best is out. So Jazz, I still think they get a win tonight.
Lowry played no nights of the back-to-back, by the way.
Yeah, we sat out last night. We're like, that's why I had to ask. I hadn't seen the report yet.
That's what we assumed he's going to play tomorrow. Today.
So, but he's not.
Does it say a little something in the parentheses?
The Jazz,
what does it say?
We don't want the Mavericks to.
It's
not good for the Mavericks to lose tonight. It's good for the Jazz if the Mavericks win tonight. You don't think that's a coincidence?
Illness.
I think you've got the black lung, Pop.
I don't know. I don't know what the reality is. So, I don't know. These guys are going to be.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. By the way, we'll be back again tomorrow. Tomorrow's program, we're anticipating a conversation with Bear Tourney, who's the head coach of the Utah Mammoth. He's going to give us a breakdown of how this team's going. They've got a game tonight, too. So, you've got Jazz over on 97.5. You've got hockey that starts up at 6 o'clock over on 1280. So, we'll leave it right there. Have fun listening to all of it right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay tuned. Right now, Jazz basketball is next.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Hans and Scotty, Advanced Windows is here to help you out. We are smack dab in the middle of winter. It's cold, it's windy, and you want to protect your home from those outside conditions. Well, it all starts with your windows. Let's get you squared away with the best windows in the state at the best price. Hans, it's Advanced Windows.
Advanced Window Products is so good, I've bought their windows.